then fade this move. If you believe that actually this is not the right policy, do you put your money where your mouth is?
Well, that's a great question. And I thought about that. And tactically, I think you have to enjoy the bounce, right? And the reasons are multifold. First, seasonality. This is the best 3 months of the year for stocks. Positioning is pretty light, right? You're seeing that play out. You don't have 5% moves, 2% moves in the S&P if everybody's already long. So people de-risked. Now they have to re-risk. Technicals are supportive. And importantly, most importantly, fundamentals are supportive, right? We're just coming out of Q3 earnings. They were double what the expectation was going into the earnings season. The projection was 4%, ended up being around 9%. And most importantly, I think we've seen a complete collapse in the VIX. That's what needs to be up on these charts here for Bloomberg, right? The VIX has gone from 25 to 15 in a matter of hours.
2 hours on TV last night. He's producing now.
I need a new job, John.
I want that up on the screen. Let's go.
I need a new job.
자, 안녕하세요. 프로노스님, 오늘의 쉼표님, 레드불님, 구름이님, 방완호님, 테데리님, 똥별이님, 러비더비 소연님, 썬님 안녕하세요. 슝슝님, 박완호님, 속기콩님, 오늘의 쉼표님 안녕하세요. 세모님 안녕하세요. 뉴저지 백게이미님, MC 리님 어서오세요. 토마스 나인님 어서오시고요. 블라이정님, 말리님, 레드불님, MJ 스튜디오님 반갑습니다. 서지님 안녕하세요. 필소구님 안녕하세요. 조세프님 또 어서오시고요. 오이오님 안녕하세요. 바겐님, 일라이어스님, 노이부님 안녕하세요. YID님 어서오세요. 로니에르님, 울렌님 안녕하세요. 로니, 바코드님, 하썸님 어서 오시고요. 루나데니님 어서 오세요. 자, 트럼프 대통령이 선출되었습니다. 그리고 상하원 의원 모두 공화당 확정이고요. 그래서 레드 스윕 전부 다 휩쓸었습니다. 자, 이런 상황인데 자, 트럼프가 277개 뭐 아직까지 개표 마무리하는 곳이 있긴 있는데 일단 확정됐고요. 공화당도 52개의 자리를 꿰차고 있고 공화당도 198, 218개가 필요한데 거의 하원은 아직 확정이 아닌가? Wins presidency for a second time 됐고 majority 하원은 아직까지 확정은 아니네요. 네, 거의 돼가고 있는데 하원 상원은 이제 반 이상 차지했고 하원은 아직까지 개표 중입니다. 상원 제목을 바꿔야겠다. 아니, 주가 움직임 보니까 뭐 상하원 의원 둘 다 됐는 것 같긴 해. 아, 됐나 보다 했는데 일단 상원은 아직입니다.
And I think the issue right now is, do you want to press that bet, right? So you reduce the U.S. And you go further into Asia, which has been now 5 weeks in a row, is cheap and underowned. I mean, those are the things you want to play.
자, 공화당 쪽이 그래도 하원도 거의 반 이상 차지할 것 같은 분위기긴 해요. 198개, 180개 민주당, 공화당 198. 그래서 오늘 트럼프 트레이드 제대로 이어지고 있고 불확실성이 많이 줄어든 상태라서 대선 관련해서는 주가가 오늘 프리장에서 오르고 있습니다.
MSTU 오늘 새벽에 큰맘 먹고 산 후 수익 봤습니다. 감사합니다.
아이고 조세프리님 고생하셨어요. 수익 축하드리고 감사합니다. 아이온큐 실적 발표 몇 시인가요? 아이온큐는 오전 6시쯤에 나옵니다. 아이온큐, ARM, 퀄컴 모두 6시, 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 실적 발표. 자, 오늘 경제 지표는 막 큰 것들은 별로 없고 이제 EIA 재고량, 30년 채권 경매 그리고 실적 발표가 나옵니다. 업데이트 좀 해놓고요. ARM 퀄컴 몇 시냐고요? 마찬가지로 오전 6시입니다. 테슬라는 트럼프 효과 오르는 건가요? 조금 더 영향이 크죠, 테슬라가. 12% 거의 300불 다가갑니다. 트럼프가 되면서. 메타 혼자 새빨갛네요. 예. 이수주들 중에서 메타 마이너스 1%. 특히 금융주들이 엄청 금융주들 그 방산 쪽, 에너지 쪽도 좀 오르고 있고 에너지 쪽은 떨어지고 있네요. 전기 뭐 이런 쪽은 NEE 마이너스 5%고 네, 이 완전 트럼프 트레이드입니다. 트럼프 트레이드. 산업, 뭐 금융, 또 빅테크 중에서 테슬라, 산업 쪽 많이 오르고 있고 인프라 쪽 많이 오르고 있고.
That's historically the case, typically single-digit returns. And so I think that the idea of national champions, sure, that's why Tesla's probably
쿠팡 실적은 좋은데 왜 떨어지냐고요?
one of the national champions.
쿠팡 확인해 보겠습니다. 실적이
has been reshoring, right? And reshoring with
8% 하락하고 있고.
Those two things don't compute. So that's
Stock
a big
sale
hole.
plan
I'm going to suggest
by
those JP Morgan
founder.
economists aren't too unhappy this morning. The stock is up by 6.5% in the pre-market. Jay, it's good to see you. And seriously, appreciated your time overnight and this morning.
내부자 매도가 하나가 있습니다. 상업자가 내부자 매도를 15밀리언 달러 주, 15밀리언 주, 그러니까 150만 주 정도 팔 수 있도록 한다라는 얘기가 있습니다. 그리고 매출 쪽이 미스를 했어요. 폼의 매출이 예상치를 하회했습니다. 그래서 좋게 나온 것도 있지만 소매 매출 쪽이 낮게 나왔네요. 맹다님 어서오세요. 리얼티 인컴 떨어진 이유가 있을까요? 리얼티 인컴 실적 발표 이후로 떨어지고 있습니다. 실적 발표 중에서 EPS가 13% 미스했네요. 금리가 또 오르면서 하방으로 압력을 받는 것 같습니다. 이제 10년물 금리가 4.5%를 찍었을 거예요. 4.47이네요. 4.47. 4.447. 4.447. 4.47 찍었다가 447. 역시나 높습니다. 그리고 슈마컴이 어제 실적 발표 이후로 20% 하락하고 있습니다. 어제 대출을 못했죠. 그 어디트 리포트 보고서 재무 보고서 그거를 제출을 못하면서 20% 떨어지고 있고 언제까지 낼지도 모르겠다 뭐 그런 얘기를 했으니까 확실히 하방 영향을 받고 있고 반도체들 그래도 오르고 있습니다. 엔비디아, 브로드컴, 뭐 나스닥만큼 엄청 많이 오르는 건 알지만 그래도 1% 정도씩 오르고 있고 대출 기한이 언제까지인가요? 그게 연기를 시킬 수는 있어요. 내년 2월인가까지 연기시킬 수 있는데 그렇게 하려면 계획서를 제출해야 됩니다. 만약에 계획서를 제출하지 않으면 11월 중순까지 내야 돼요. 11월 중순 한 10 며칠인가 20 며칠인가 네, 그거는 정확한 정보 찾아서 올려놓도록 하겠습니다.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
아이고 창수막님 어서 오세요.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead.
나무님 어서 오시고요. 스고님 어서 오세요. K 공시 보고서 분기 보고서 제출 마감 1 제출 불확실
So is there some tension here? Check it out.
회계
Equities up by
조작
2%,
이슈
but the bond market were down, yields are higher by 16 basis points. For how much longer? Max Kentner, HSBC. If Treasury yields were to rise into what we call the danger zone, a point at which higher longer-end expectations can trigger a broad-based sell-off, such gains may prove short-lived. That danger zone.
슈마컴 속슬에 한 2% 정도 들어가 있어요. 아 아니다. 슈마컴은 없죠. 슈마컴은 보자. 슈마컴은 S&P랑 나스닥에 들어가 있습니다. 네, S&P랑 나스닥에 비중이 들어가 있습니다. 속스는 없고요. 그리고 오늘 JP 모건으로부터 목표가를 23불로 잡혔습니다. 슈마컴 JP 모건 목표가 23불. 하이함.
As its brands increase focus on value. Turning to Tesla, the stock surging in the pre-market as Donald Trump secures a return to the White House. In a speech to supporters, the president-elect praising the carmaker's CEO, Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Star is born이라고 얘기했네요. 일론. 스타가 탄생했습니다. 일론 머스크.
Of Pennsylvania campaigning.
Joining us now for the latest on the West Coast, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. Ed, we missed you overnight, buddy. I want your thoughts on the election and what this all means for not just Elon Musk, but for the
마카리망님 어서 오세요.
Well, I was awake and I've spent a lot of the night on the phone, as you'd imagine. And, you know, it's not just the alignment between Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement.
어제 몇 시에 나왔어요?
Like nobody's ever seen before.
25분 동안했네. 8시간.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that Our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
게임스탑이요? 게임스탑은 3% 뛰고 있습니다.
I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent
미국은 골든 에이지에 접어들게 될 겁니다.
that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places.
일론 머스크랑 트럼프 트위터는 뭐 추가로 올라온 건 없네요.
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
메타만 음전인데 무슨 뉴스 있나요? 메타는 이제 트럼프 미디어나 트위터가 이제 메타를 뛰어넘거나 더 많이 사용하거나 재정이래 규제 측면에서 메타에 안 좋은 영향이 있을까봐 떨어지고 있습니다.
Unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me and
이제 소셜 네트워크 플랫폼으로 트위터 일론 머스크가 사실상 트럼프를 밀어주면서 이겼죠. 트럼프가. 거기다가 트럼프도 트럼프 미디어라는 그런 소셜 미디어 플랫폼이 있습니다. 그래서 그 경쟁 측면으로도 안 좋고요.
And powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great
국장 건설 장비주가 많이 올랐어요. 네, 미장 쪽도 건설 쪽이 많이 올랐습니다.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife.
근데 오늘 부동산 쪽은 전체적으로 다 떨어졌고 금리가 올라서 주택 쪽도 좀 떨어졌습니다. 주택 건설 쪽도. 그쪽은 이제 카말라 해리스의 그 테마였는데 부동산 쪽은 그 주택 부동산.
Great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family. my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing.
골드는 왜 이렇게 떨어지죠? 골드는 달러가 많이 올라서 그렇습니다.
But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you.
달러 지수가 105.26까지 올라갔네요. 105.4를 찍고.
My father-in-law Victor is tremendous, and we miss very much.
원 달러 환율은 1,400 고정이네요. 달러는 계속 올라가고 있는데 1,400 고정.
She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful
채권 분할 매수요? 채권은 지금 많이 떨어져 있는 상태이긴 합니다. 근데 만약에 하원 의원도 확정이 되면 좀 더 떨어질 가능성도 있고 인플레이션이 많이 오르기 시작한다면 또 채권이 떨어질 가능성이 여전히 있죠. 강달러 언제까지 갈까요? 강달러는 그래서 단기적으로는 보기 어렵고 강달러는 계속 강세일 가능성이 더 높긴 합니다. 만약 경제가 안 좋아지거나 뭐 그러면 달러가 떨어지겠죠. 근데 달러가 떨어질 가능성은 길게 봤을 때는 별로 이유가 없습니다.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much.
트럼프가 역사상 파란 넥타이 맨 적 없냐고요? 볼 때마다 빨간색이긴 하네요. 있긴 있을 겁니다. 찾아보면. 네, 지금 요새 선거 뭐 그런 거라서 빨간 넥타이 많이 즐겨 입었고. 나 사장님 어서 오세요.
That little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back.
민주당 시절에 냈을 거예요. 예, 민주당 시절도 있었죠. 트럼프.
If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did.
4월 또 물러나는 거 아닌가요? 그것도 이제 봐야죠.
Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate.
머스크 대박 났죠. 네. 지금 테슬라 올라가는 것만으로도 이제 12%나 상승. 그 전에 270 뚫었을 때 자산이 뭐 몇 퍼센트 증가했다 뭐 그런 얘기 있었는데 전 세계 1등 부자에서 네, 그때보다 더 올랐습니다. 상방 추세의 상단을 돌파했어요. 돌파하고 290까지 갔다가 지금 좀 내려와서 이제 상단 지금 걸쳐 있습니다. Elon.
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket. I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was when it left. It was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around.
얘기했네요.
And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall.
장언제 열흘, 장은 1시간 뒤에 열립니다.
And it came down and down, and
11시 반에 열려요.
fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down.
일런이 많이 도와줬나 봐요. 이 대선 승리하는 연설, 네, 승리해서 연설하는 내용에서도 일런 머스크 지금 지분을 주고 있습니다. 언급을 한 5분 정도 하는 것 같아요.
I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, "Elon, was that you?" He said, "Yes, it was."
언급할 때마다 장대 양봉 보여줘야 되는 거니까 이거 지난 거예요. 이거 한 4시간 전? 4시간 전 한 라이브입니다. 이제 한 5시간, 6시간 정도 됐겠다. 네, 그래서 이 테슬라가 여기서 쫙 올랐을 거예요. 쫙 오르고 더 오르는 290까지 찍었었습니다.
And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, "Would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink." I said, "What's Starlink?" It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called
스타링크, 뭐 뉴럴링크, 로봇, 휴머노이드, AI, 뭐 그쪽으로 굉장히
I said, "Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it?"
발전은 빠를 것 같습니다. 혹시 뭐 걸고 넘어지는 게 많이 없을 가능성이 높으니까. 그렇게 미국이 밀어준다면 일런을 코인 이야기는 없다고요? 네, 저기서 코인 얘기하긴 좀 그렇죠. 아마 일런이 그 후원해 준 것도 압도적일 텐데.
What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls.
일론 투자한 만큼은 뽑아내겠네요. 예, 그렇죠. 엄청 뽑아낼 듯.
Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
일론 머스크 언급 끝내고 이제 도와준 사람들 언급하네.
So Dana started UFC and came to me. Do you mind if I use your?
아, 저기가 조 로건인가? 데이나.
They said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere.
다른 사람이네요.
It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people
CEO
love to hear from
of
him.
UFC, UFC 대통령. 아, UFC 약간 CEO. 아마 데이나가 조 로건이랑 팟캐스트 이끌어줬을 것 같아요. 아이고 S님 큰 후원 감사합니다. S님 고마워요.
Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a
역시 말을
family.
굉장히 박력 있게 합니다.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
조 로건 언급하네. 조 로건이랑 팟캐스트 그 성사시켜줬나 봐요. 저 UFC CEO가.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement.
조 로건도 꽤 많이 도와줬을 때.
Together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do.
일론은 서 있나요? 일론은 여기 오지는 않았습니다.
It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of
테슬라 당장의 매출의 이익은 없는 건데 이 상승 거품 아닌가요? 당장의 이익 없어도 앞으로 있을 정책 측면으로나 규제 쪽으로나 도움이 많이 될 가능성이 높죠. 빅스도 급락죠. 빅스도 좀 떨어졌나요?
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said,
와우, 15.78까지 떨어졌네요.
Leave the oil to me.
야, 빅스가 15.7까지 떨어졌습니다. 20 몇 회 항상 유지하고 있다가
We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been
오늘 미국장 열리면 테슬라 오르나요? 네, 지금 현재 12.75% 올라가고 있습니다.
Most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders.
해리스는 아직까지 안 하고 있어요. 오늘
things be good, safe. We want great education.
대학교에서 연설하는 것 같습니다.
Military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again.
대학 연설 취소를 어제 했는데 또 한 번 더 할 거다, 하긴 할 거다라고 하더라고요.
901
아이온큐 실적 발표 오늘 장 끝나고 합니다. 한국 시간으로는 내일이에요. 목요일 오전 6시에 나옵니다. 아이온큐 실적 발표.
where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God
본장 10시 반 아닌가? 본장 11시 반입니다. 한국 시간으로.
And that reason was to save our country and to
서머
restore
타임이 끝나서
America to
이제 11시
greatness.
반이에요.
And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission.
FOMC 어떻게 예상하시나요? FOMC는 25bp 금리 인하로 갈 겁니다. 그거 말고 새로 나올 만한 게 별로 없긴 해요. FOMC 쪽은.
Entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term.
내일 뉴스 있나요?
내일 I will govern by a simple
1.86% 올라가고 있고
promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again.
어제 소포스라는 이 소포스
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite, and we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful.
대리랑 직접적인 연관이 된 인수는 아닙니다. 방금 인수 뉴스 있었는데 대리랑 직접적인 건 아닙니다. 뉴스는 별로 없습니다. 다우 차트 모임에 다우존스 산업 쪽으로 오늘 많이 올라가서 3%나 뛰고 있습니다. 방산, 금융, 인프라.
Safer and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
저렇게 대선 승리 연설했고요.
I don't play the game as well as was actively as I could in the
일론 언급이 한 5분 정도 있었네.
I would say my general view is
depends on the data. Once you start getting into next year, once you get past the inauguration, and to the earlier point, Trump 2.0 is going to act a lot faster than Trump 1.0. Let's see what that's coming. There is a risk, certainly, and I think the risk coincides with some of the stronger data we've been seeing. They may want to take their foot off the brakes a little bit.
They've got a bias to ease. Have we just disrupted that?
would put it. I think the Fed is still moving in the direction of easing. Now we've thrown a major wrench into that, major source of uncertainty. They'll have to see how it plays out. All else equal, I think they still keep taking rates lower. But even with the data the way it's been, it's still not as fast as it would have been before.
I'll finish with the same question that I asked to Torsten Slok.
네, 오늘은 대부분 초록인데 메타가 떨어지고 있습니다. 메타랑 우버.
I don't think so.
우버도 지금 깨알같이 떨어지고 있는 이유가 일론 머스크가 이제 FSD나 로보택시 쪽으로 유리한 정책과 규제, 우버한테는 악재죠. 일론이 된 게. 메타도 마찬가지로 일론, 트위터, X,
Let's see how quickly this
그리고
conversation
트럼프의 트럼프
as we make our
미디어.
way into 2025. Gennady, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Gennady Goldberg there of TD Securities on the bond market, on fixed income, and on the Federal Reserve. With an update on stories elsewhere, here's your Bloomberg brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Hurricane Rafael is gathering strength in the Atlantic Ocean. According to the U.S. National Hurricane Center, the storm has sustained winds of 90 miles an hour. That makes it a Category 1 hurricane. It's expected to make landfall in Cuba later today. The Florida Keys could also see localized flooding, according to the National Weather Service.
BGC님 어서 오세요.
Bitcoin hit a record high as markets watch
비트코인 신고가, 비트코인 신고가를 달성을 했었습니다. 73,600까지 올라갔었네요.
Crypto-related stocks, those are also rising in the pre-market trade. Democrats are holding out hope that they can avoid a complete red sweep and take control of the U.S. House. Democrats need a net gain of just 4 seats to wrestle the
오늘 인텔도 꽤 오르던데 트럼프랑 관련이 큰가요? 인텔 5% 오르고 있고 어제도 좀 오르긴 했었죠. AI 칩 마켓. 네, 뭐 아메리카 퍼스트가 그 트럼프의 기조니까 뭐 인텔도 밀어주지 않을까라는 기대감이 있는 것 같습니다.
With Barclays, every change leads to a bold possibility. You have the vision, we have the insights, financial solutions and global perspectives to help you make it.
뱅크 오브 아메리카 긍정적일까요? 오늘 금융주들은 전체적으로 많이 올랐습니다. JP 모건 5%, 웰스 팔고 10%나 뛰었네요. 와. 뱅와 6%, 시리그룹 8%. 어쨌든 금융주들은 환호하고 있습니다. 확실히 그 규제 측면에서 공화당 그리고 트럼프가 도와줄까라는 그런 거를 반영하고 있고요. 금융주 왜 이렇게 많이 정책이랑 규제 측면에서 완화를 해줄 거기 때문에 오르고 있습니다. 아이온큐 봐주실 수 있을까요? 아이온큐 오늘 장 끝나고 실적 발표 나오긴 한데 딱히 받을 소식이나 뉴스는 별로 없습니다. 그냥 지금은 14.5랑 18 저항선 사이에서 왔다 갔다 거리고 있고 실적 발표 결과에 따라서 이제 움직일 것 같습니다. 최근 소식은 별로 없고요. 지금 적자 기업이고 적자가 많이 증가했죠. 2024년 1분기부터 매출은 증가하고 있고 ASML은 부정적일까요? 힘을 못 쓰네요. 아마 슈마컴이랑 연관이 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 그리고 ASML이 그 네덜란드 회사라서 아메리카 퍼스트의 정책과는 좀 반대죠. 그래서 특히 인텔이 많이 오르고 있고 네덜란드나 뭐 다른 나라 회사들은 별로 안 오르고 있고. 엔비디아 좀 오른 편이긴 한데 신고가이죠. 앱 그렇게 치면 뭐 애플이랑 마이크로소프트도 막 그렇게 많이 오르고 있지는 않습니다. 금융주는 미실현 채권 투자 손실 이슈 없나요? 네, 그게 나올 수는 있는데 아직 그런 얘기는 없습니다. 뭐 그것도 규제랑 정책으로 이제 막아주면 되긴 되니까 그런 얘기는 아직 없습니다. 메타는 트럼프랑 무슨 관계인가요? 뭐 좋은 관계는 아니죠. 그리고 오늘 미국 대법원에서 페이스북 정관 사기 소송 걸린 상태인 것 같습니다.
54 as we count you down to the opening bell. Here's the trading diary. The next couple of days looks like this. Tomorrow, a Fed rate decision plus another round of jobless claims plus a Bank of England rate
미국
decision.
지방은행 ETF 레버리지 있나요? DPST가 있습니다. 아직까지 있나? 네, DPST 현재 22% 뛰고 있네요. 니케이는 왜 오르지? 니케이는 일본이 그 트럼프가 되는 쪽으로 물밑 작업을 많이 해놔서 트럼프가 당선이 될 가능성이 높아지면서 주가가 올랐었습니다. 니케이 2.6%에서 마감했네요. 내일은 FOMC 금리 결정이 있습니다.
Because they're looking at a lot of mixed data lately, and they could say, we'll wait and see what the data say. Now they're going to have to wait and see what policy is going to be. I mean, there are definitely some Trump proposals that would throw, to use a British expression, a spanner in the works for the U.S. economy, and they don't know what that's going to mean to them. So it's going to be a lot of bobbing and weaving and ducking and dodging.
So I can do an impression.
메타숏은 어떤 게 있을까요? 메타숏은 MET, 메타, METD가 있습니다. METD. 25bp 내릴까요? 네, 25bp 금리 인하 가능성이 높습니다.
Key question I'm curious about. How do you interpret the long end of the yield curve?
99%로 보고 있어요. 현재 시장은. 12월에도 금리 내리겠죠. 12월 달에도 내릴 가능성이 높고요. 12월 달에도 금리 인하할 거라는 게 66%로 보고 있습니다. 66%. 내일 FOMC 몇 시인가요? 오전 4시입니다. 한국 시간. 금리 인하하면 달러 환율 좀 떨어지지 않을까요? 25bp 금리 인하라서 별로 영향은 없을 겁니다.
If you look at break-evens, that's what's driving it. It is inflation concerns, and that's one of the key things for the Fed is inflation expectations. So we get Michigan.
이제 미시간대 물가지수 예상치가 오르는지 떨어지는지, 이제 인플레이션 예상치가 얼마나 오르는지가 중요할 것 같습니다.
Well, we did. I mean, we're waiting on the House, but I'm hearing many people think potentially it's going to be a trifecta. Reading the tea leaves.
하우스도 근데 지금 공화당이 가져갈 거라고 보고 있는 견해가 많습니다.
From the former president, real estate mogul, is low interest rates. His policies may dictate something else.
Yeah.
How does Powell deal with this?
Well, he ignores it as much as possible because that's the only thing he can do. He can't respond to the president, or he just risks creating a market reaction that's going to be a lot of problems for him. He will get the question.
그리고 이번에 일론 머스크가 그 파월이 최대한 그냥 가던 대로 정치적인 노이즈를 없애고 갈 가능성이 높다라는 얘기도 있네요.
I don't want to say you can't believe anything Trump says, but you can't believe anything Trump says. So if he says he can serve out his term, he may change his mind and decide, I want to try to fire the guy. Who knows what would happen then? We all end up in court, but who knows?
I'd refine that point. I don't think you can believe anything anyone says on the campaign trail. And that's the problem that you've got if you're a policymaker trying to
단기 채금리는 트럼프의 정책들에 따라 내려갈 가능성이 높겠죠.
And there is some sort of read-through that you have in a knee-jerk way. And on one
금리가 내려갈 가능성이 높냐고요?
But on the other hand,
기업 친화적이니까 그거는 연관성이 별로 없긴 합니다. 단기 채금리랑 뭐 정책, 기업 친화적인 정책이랑 연관성은 별로 없습니다. 메타요? 메타에 오늘 그 미국 대법원에서 페이스북 증권 사기 소송도 있긴 있지만 때문에 일론 머스크랑 저커버그랑 뭐 UFC 할 뻔 했잖아요. 여기 그 막 주먹 다짐 할 뻔 했잖아요. 그래서 그것도 영향이 좀 있을 겁니다. 심리적으로 메타가.
And Dana Peterson of the Conference Board. The comeback kid, 78 years old, from Queens,
저커버그랑 일론이랑 스파링에서 할 뻔했습니다. 이렇게 할 뻔하다가 이제 정책이나 뭐 그런 측면에서 좀 조마조마할 것 같습니다. 메타 현재 S&P에 보면 계열 가치 0.7% 하락하고 있고요.
Financial solutions and global perspectives to help you make it real. Barclays Investment Bank, powering possible.
Where other property insurers see only risk, at FM we see resilience. Where others see only walls, at FM we see through them. And where others see changing landscape, at FM we see enduring innovations. As leaders in commercial property insurance, our risk engineering approach helps you see what others don't.
공화당이 다 먹으면 앞으로 방향을 어디로 봐야 되나요? 일단 재정 정책을 통해서 돈을 많이 뿌릴 가능성이 높습니다. 그러면 시장 자체는 일단 올라가죠. 인플레이션이 생기면서. 근데 여기서 이제 인플레이션이 또 엄청 오르지 않은 상태를 유지하면서 뭐 이대로 가면 계속 상방으로 보는 게 맞을 것 같습니다. 거기다가 연말 랠리도 있으니까. 그런데 일단 오늘은 갭이 크니까 좀 조심할 필요는 있어 보이긴 하죠. 다우존스 3% 뛰고 있습니다. 갠슬러 잘리나요? 갠슬러는 잘릴 가능성이 높죠. 이제 임기한 지 아직 뭐 백악관 들어가지도 않았고 점차 나올 겁니다.
I'd like to actually see some partnerships down the road happen between healthcare companies and technology companies. I think we'd get to better outcomes faster if we did that. Right now, technology companies don't have the healthcare knowledge. Healthcare companies probably don't have the breadth of knowledge they need for technology. If we can figure that out together with great minds from both sides, I think that leads to a much better place.
If I were at the Fed, I would be
숏스퀴즈? 숏스퀴즈가 뭐냐면 주가가 많이 오를 때 생기는데 이제 공매도를 했는데 공매도가 뭐냐면 주식을 빌려서 이제 다시 사야 되는 상황입니다. 숏스퀴즈는. 공매도를 했는데 다시 주가가 계속 올라서 다시 사야 되는 상황. 그러면 이제 가격이 오르고 있는데 높은 가격에서도 어쩔 수 없이 사게 되면서 주가가 크게 오르는 현상을 보고 숏스퀴즈라고 합니다.
I don't think the Fed really appreciates the quantitative tightening tool as much as I do, and I think as much as the markets do.
백악관 코카콜라 버튼 부활하나요? 트럼프가 임기하고 있을 때 뭐 버튼 누르면 코카콜라 온다 뭐 그런 얘기 했었던 것 같은데. 밈이죠 그거는. 근데 로비 에이비에이션 실적 발표가 오늘로 알고 있는데 장전인지 알고 싶네요. 로비 에이비에이션 실적은 장 끝나고 나옵니다. 오늘 장 끝나고 조비 실적 발표했습니다. 야, 밑쪽에 엄청 초록초록하네요. 벽이다, 벽. 이쪽. Property Casualty, 보험회사, 자산시장 회사, 버크셔, 금융.
Underway. You can see in risk assets, we are just screaming higher right now. The S&P 500 up about 2%.
9시 반 장시장인가요? 네, 미동부 시간으로는 9시 반 시장입니다.
The Nasdaq 100 up about 1.7%.
4월은 언제가 마지막일까요? 글쎄요, 점점 윤곽이 드러날 것 같은데 4월 일단 금리 인하를 하는 쪽이긴 하니까 뭐 놔두지 않을까요? 일단 내보낼 이유가 지금은 없을 것 같은데. 테슬라 상단 저항선 얼마인가요? 테슬라 상단 저항선은 295입니다. 295. 거의 300이죠. 네. 290이네. 290. 289.96을 찍고 떨어졌네요. 289 있고 그 다음은 295. 295 가면 300. 300 가면 이제 400을 향해서 가는 방향. 트럼프 연설이 계획되어 있나요? 한 5시간 전에 했다라는 그런 연설 했고요. 오늘은 that we've seen since at least the pandemic. So huge moves here, and a lot of banks are calling euro parity soon. Yeah, it's incredible to me that even with those drastic moves, those banks, trading firms are seeing more pain for the trading partners ahead. In addition to sectors, we're going to talk about certain stocks moving this morning. Watching DJT. 네, 일정 잡힌 거는 없는 것 같습니다. 일정 잡힌 건 없네요. 웜님 어서 오세요. ARM 퀄컴 실적 어떻게 보시나요? 이제 실적은 나와봐야 알긴 합니다. 이게 예상치랑 전망이 중요한데 이 예상을 어떻게 해도 전망이 안 좋으면 떨어지고 뭐 이번 실적이 안 좋아도 전망이 좋으면 오르고 그렇습니다. You have a full red sweep and they can enact the kind of tax legislation that Donald Trump wants to. They can roll back things like the Inflation Reduction Act, and as a result, I mean, that's why we see, for example, the 30-year bond, the long bond right now, posting its biggest drop since 2016. Yeah, big steepening underway in the 2016년 이후로 가장 많이 떨어지고 있다는 TLT가
Investors have been telling us for months that they want a divided government, but obviously not holding back any markets right now. And it's interesting, we talk about this Trump trade. It took off at 7 p.m. last night. We know that the prediction markets, the betting markets front ran this move, but even in the traditional financial markets, before we had any clear results, we were ripping. Yeah, what's incredible to me is you saw that move really take off at 7 o'clock, and then you also saw it extend quite drastically, even throughout the course of this
비트코인 75,000까지 갔었네요. 와, 비트코인 75,000.
My question is, if you start to hit those levels, how much do you start to have a new narrative here, decoupling here from the realities that we had faced in the past? Why that move we're seeing, I think, is something we should be exploring throughout the course of this show. And when do you see dip buyers? We had auctions yesterday. I mean, life still goes on, even though it's a presidential week. People showed up, investors showed up at those treasury auctions, but you're not seeing it necessarily right now. If you were
자, 본장까지 25분 남았습니다.
Can you imagine how much money you've made?
ARM 실적 언제인가요? 장 끝나고입니다. 한국 시간 오전 6시요.
Yeah, that will absolutely be closely watched. There's a Fed meeting tomorrow. I hear that Fed officials are meeting in Washington right now. Their two-day meeting kicking off a decision tomorrow. But let's get back to the news of this morning. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump.
FXI 차트 봐주실 수 있나요? 중국주들은 좀 혼조입니다. 29.68, 32 사이.
deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make
금리
America
발표는 오늘인가요? 내일 내일 장중에 하는데 한국 시간으로 금요일 오전 4시에 합니다. 금요일 오전 4시.
Trump trade took off at about 7 p.m. last night. When did celebration start in Trump HQ? When was it apparent that they were confident they would win?
I think it was a little later than 7 p.m. People trickled down all night. I mean, I stayed through the end of it, through the end of his speech. I think it was really the turning point when
러셀이요? 러셀은 아마 금리 때문에 어려울 것 같긴 한데 와, 근데 러셀 또 5.6%나 올랐습니다. 신고가를 가는 자산 시장이 그냥 떡상이네요. 네, 근데 금리 때문에 좀 민감할 수는 있습니다. 러셀도 237 신고가 근처네.
Thanks very much. Felipe Marquez has been up all night reporting from West Palm Beach, Florida. Hopefully you can get some sleep. Let's bring in Jay Hatfield right now. Hopefully well slept and refreshed, founder and CEO of Infrastructure Capital. Jay, what's your take first of all on the resounding win?
오늘 아이클린 8% 하락. 친환경 에너지 섹터 8% 하락하고 있습니다. 야, ETF가 8%. 선런 14% 하락하고 있고. 엔페이스 13% 하락하고 있고.
We, however, were bullish on the election because of the math in the Senate, and so we initiated to demonstrate
태양광 ETF 11% 하락.
target on the S&P next year at 6,600. But this red sweep to us implies a cut in the corporate tax rate. We're estimating 18% effective, so it might be through deductions. So we're raising our target to 7,000 next year, at the end of next year, which pre-open would be up 20%. So we think it's highly bullish. It's a rejection of the socialist policies that were pursued under
본장 시작하고 이제 중립으로 올라올 거예요. Fear and Greed Index. 빅스가 15.8까지 떨어졌습니다. 변동성 지수가 많이 떨어졌어요.
Jay, one interesting thing Katie and I were just mentioning earlier was the extension of the trades as the morning has gone on, and it became more clear that the Senate would be red, the House, of course, is still in balance, but you look at the bulls underpinning the stock market and the bears underpinning the bond market, and you have to wonder, at what point do those things catch up to each other next year?
10년물 상태 어떻게 돼가고 있냐고요? 10년물은 현재 4.46%입니다. 굉장히 높은 상태를 유지하고 있어요.
But we think that after elections, most of these trades get overdone. A good example is solar stocks surged when Biden became president and then fell off 65%. So we think this Treasury sell-off is massively overdone. We don't think the Trump administration is worse for the budget deficit because it's pro-growth, number one, and maybe they don't do it, but they're talking about actually cutting spending. So we actually think it's better than a Democratic administration. And everybody ignores monetary policy. There's global rate cuts going on. This Fed is super tight. The monetary base is
원래 기간제 장외나 프리자의 거래 금지인가요? 그래, 거래 금지 아닙니다. 별로 그냥 안 하는 거예요. QQQ가 뭔가요? QQQ는 나스닥 기술주 ETF입니다.
Our 7,000 assumes, or even our 6,000 at year end, this year end, assumes a 350 Treasury. So at 450, the fair value would be down like 1,000 points.
테슬라 거래 걸려 있는 거 어디서 가능해요? 거래 걸려 있는 거가 뭐 어떤 걸 말씀하시는 건가요? 뭐 오더북에 가면 있긴 있습니다. 오더북. 뭐 281.8에 뭐 매도 물량 2,000개 있고 뭐 그런 식으로.
predicting inflation than the Fed has. I think Matt knows this because we have a simple model. We look at the 70s. Inflation is almost exclusively driven by loose monetary policy. And I mentioned we actually have a shrinkage of the monetary base and oil price shocks. We also have
자, 이제 본장까지 20분 남았고요.
ultra-low natural gas.
한 움직임 중에서 엔비디아 좀 올라가고 3대 지수는 일단 거의 그대로 보합 중입니다. 넥스테라 왜 저렇게 떨어지나요? 넥스테라 에너지가 전기 원자재 쪽인데 그쪽 섹터 자체가 많이 하락하고 있습니다. 넥스테라 에너지 친환경 쪽으로도 좀 떨어지고 있고 이제 그 리뉴어블 쪽으로 제일 리더였는데 그 리뉴어블이 뭐지? 재생에너지 쪽으로 리더였는데 이제 뉴클리어 쪽으로 원자력 쪽으로 갈 가능성이 높기 때문에 NE가 떨어지고 있습니다. 친환경 에너지들이 떨어지고 있어서 그래요. 아이클린 ETF를 보면 현재 8%나 떨어지고 있습니다.
Well, first of all, rally speeches are not policy, so we'll see what actually happens. But particularly with tariffs, I think people are way too negative about tariffs.
트럼프가 화석 연료를 촉진하고 전임자의 환경 정책을 무너뜨리겠다고 약속한 플랫폼. 재생에너지 회사의 주가가 하락했다. 네, 아이클린이 8%. 해리스 테마였죠 이게. 8% 하락했습니다. 세일즈포스 계속 좋은데 호재가 있나요? 세일즈포스는 그냥 시장 따라가는 겁니다. 세일즈포스 2.3% 오르고 있는데 S&P도 2% 뛰고 있고 다우존스도 3% 가까이 뛰고 있어요. 참고로 세일즈포스가 다우존스에도 들어가 있습니다. S&P랑 다우존스 둘 다 들어가 있어요. TSM은 무슨 소식 있나요? 하락인데 트럼프의 아메리카 퍼스트 정책 때문에 TSM 떨어지고 있고 뭐 ASML 네덜란드 회사 떨어지고 있고 그래요.
There's a lot of bull cases for bonds that nobody's discussing, which makes sense because the obvious short-term trading is to trade on the
트럼프는 왜 신재생 에너지를 기피하고 화석 연료 이런 걸 좋아하나요? 공화당이 역사적으로 그런 정책이었습니다. 그냥 당 따라가는 거죠. 당. TPOT ETF랑 S&P를 같이 매수하는 건 좋지 않은 생각이냐고요? TPOT가 일렉트로닉 테크놀로지, 애플이 15%, 엔비디아 15%, 마소 14%. 테크 쪽이네요, 전부 다. 거기다 S&P? 괜찮습니다. 거의 나스닥이랑 S&P를 사는 거니까.
Fascinating, of course, expectation of more M&A as well into next year. We'll talk more about it later in the show. But coming up next, we're going to dive
왜 이렇게 떨어질까요? 금이랑 은 둘 다 떨어지고 있는 이유는 달러가 올라가서 그렇습니다.
This is Bloomberg.
퀄컴 ARM 실적 발표 언제인가요? 여기 위에 보시면 됩니다. 위에 노트에 적어놨습니다.
Neither does Interactive Brokers. Discover more opportunities with CME futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy, agriculture, and metals. CME futures offer around-the-clock access, deep liquidity, and capital-efficient margins, helping you seize opportunities whenever they happen. The best-informed investors choose
좀
Interactive
잤냐고요?
Brokers.
막 그렇게 좀 잤습니다. 잠시만요. 뭐 좀 마실 것 좀 들고 오겠습니다. 장 시작까지 이제 15분 남았네요.
100 plus majors and programs of study. More than 198,000 alumni. It's time. Unlock your full potential.
Shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly.
The opportunity is really huge. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Technology.
We are very focused on playing one game and one game only, and that is being free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We think the tailwind's in our favor, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way, and I think where we've been successful is really being reactive.
Hollywood is the history of technology. Like, we are here because of a technological breakthrough, right? And so we sometimes forget that art and technology kind of like come together always. And for us, it's like demystifying a little bit the technology. Again, if you understand AI as a tool for humans, then it changes the narrative. And it's less about fearing it and more about embracing it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology, live every weekday.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
오케이, 돌아왔습니다.
After losing the White House and the Senate, the House race is still open in Washington. Here's a look at the races with Zach Cohen. He covers Congress for Bloomberg Government. What is still in the balance, and how long will it take?
일단 트럼프가 당선이 됐고 대통령으로 지금은 하원 의원이 또 공화당 쪽으로 넘어가는지 보고 있는 중입니다. 그래서 오늘 채권이 많이 떨어졌고 증시가 많이 올랐고 특히 금융주와 트럼프 관련된 산업 쪽들 많이 올랐고요. 방산 쪽 많이 올랐고 비트코인 73,000 그리고 테슬라가 12%나 상승했습니다. 거의 300 찍을 뻔하다가 오늘 290까지 찍었었죠. 아까. PBR 봐주실 수 있나요? PBR이 페트롤리엄, 브라질 페트롤리엄이네요. 이거는 뉴스가 별로 없습니다. PBR은 뉴스가 별로 없습니다. 오클로 소식 있나요? 오클로는 현재 1% 오르고 있고 뉴스가 별로 없습니다. 뉴스 없습니다. 코인 관련주 어떤가요? 코인 관련주 뭐 코인베이스 많이 오르고 있을 거고 코인베이스 12% 상승 마이크로 스트래티지가 11% 상승 그리고 마라 8.7% 상승하고 있네요. 자, 이제 본장까지 10분입니다. 본장까지 10분 전. 네타냐후 소식 있나요? 네타냐후는 얘기가 없습니다. 뭐 최근에 뭐 이스라엘 쪽에서 그 국방부 장관인가 뭐 내보내고 다른 사람으로 뽑았다는 얘기 있었는 것 같은데 그거 말고는 없고요. FOMC 25는 거의 확정인가요? 네, 99% 정도로 보고 있습니다. 오늘 장이 끝장나네. 많이 오르고 있다고요? 네. 오늘 메타는 좀 떨어지고 있고 뭐 애플, 아마존 별로 안 오르고 있는데 빅테크들은 뭐 크게 오르고 있지는 않는데 다우존스 쪽이 다우존스가 3%나 뛰고 있습니다. 본장이요? 네, 본장 가면 또 좀 변동이 있긴 있을 겁니다.
Healthcare having a big representation in that index, but talk us through the small cap trade, the bull case right now.
Yeah, so an astounding move really on that index, up as much as 6% in futures trading, and of course this has to do
빅테크 중에서 메타랑 애플이 좀 부진하네요.
benefiting some of these smaller companies. But a really important thing to note as I'm talking to strategists this morning is that this burden of financial costs that small cap companies face isn't suddenly going away overnight. So this move is more of kind of a temporary knee-jerk reaction to us clearing this hurdle of uncertainty to investors getting a winner.
채권은 계속 좀 떨어지는 추세고.
Small caps have tended to do well in the weeks after elections. Data from Jefferies actually found that the Russell 2000 index has advanced.
네, 이제 대선 끝나고 불확실성 없어지고 이제 재정 정책이 증가하면서 증가할 거라는 기대감에 돈을 많이 풀 거라는 기대감에 이제 허니문 기간이라고 하는데 벌써부터 다우존스가 3%나 뛰고 금 투자할 수 있는 ETF 추천해 주실 수 있나요? GLD 괜찮습니다. GLD. 채권은 바닥이 없나요? 너무 무서워요. 채권은 일단 4.5%가 4.5%로 보는 것 같습니다. 일단은 만약에 인플레이션이 다시 올라가기 시작하면 더 오를 수도 있고요.
I think you bring up a great point in terms of rates. I mean, this rally is fun to watch for sure.
네, 이제 본장까지 8분 전입니다.
And just like you just said, it's going to be a real problem for these small caps.
트럼프 랠리. 대선 끝나고 랠리가 이어지려고 하고 있고요. 장 시작하기 전부터. 소형주는 왜 이렇게 많이 오르나요? 시장 전체적으로 다 많이 오르고 있습니다. 그리고 다우존스가 3%나 뛰고 있어서 관련 중소형주들도 많이 뛰고 있고요. 트럼프 당선이던데요. 테슬라 오늘 많이 상승할까요? 대봐야 되긴 알겠지만 일단 장 시작 전부터는 12% 상승하고 있습니다.
Now more markets and election coverage heading up to the opening bell. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Markets never sleep, and neither does Interactive Brokers. Discover more opportunities with CME futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy, agriculture, and metals. Access CME futures around the clock at Interactive Brokers.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
We are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation.
태양광이 많이 떨어졌죠. 네. 해리스 관련된 친환경, 태양광 등등 하락을 꾀했습니다. 혹시 파월 잘릴까요? 일단 자를 이유는 별로 없어 보이긴 합니다. 현재까지는.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
네, 파월은 트럼프가 선임한 의장이라 지금 잘하고 있잖아요. 딱히 할 이유가 별로 없는데 금리 인하 25bp 계속 하려고 하고 있고
elections throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
게리 갠슬러는 자르죠. 네. 게리 갠슬러는 코인 커뮤니티랑 얘기한 게 있는데 옐런 또 아웃이고 네. 옐런 또 아웃. 트럼프 확정인가요? 네, 트럼프 확정입니다.
Welcome back to our special coverage of election 2024. Of course, Donald Trump is the new president-elect, and you take a look at how markets are reacting, and it's a
카메라 왜 또
rally.
멈췄지?
You can see it in the S&P 500 up over 2% pre-market. Interestingly, the Trump trade isn't a big gain for tech, at least relatively speaking. Of course, the NASDAQ 100 up by about 1.7%. A lot of bulls would not say no to that, but that's not what's leading. The star of this show, of course, is the small caps. The Russell 2000.
네, 거의 뭐 비등비등이 아니라 그냥 압도적이었어요. 압도적. 자, 이제 본장까지 약 3분 남았습니다.
What you're seeing now. Of course, you take a look at the cross-asset action, a lot of action in the bond market, a big sell-off underway. The 10-year Treasury yield up 20.
자, 시작하기 전에 좋아요 한 번씩 눌러주시고 이제 질문 있으시면 올려주시고요. 한국 증시는 어쨌든 망했네요. 한국도 유럽이 더 망한 거죠. 유럽 쪽에서 이제 그 규제 들어가고 관세 올리고 무역 전쟁 날 수도 있다라는 얘기가 있습니다.
Energy, agriculture, and metals. CME futures offer around-the-clock access, deep liquidity, and capital-efficient margins, helping you seize opportunities whenever they happen. The best-informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Time to elevate to the next level. Over 180 student organizations. St. John's University isn't your average.
엔비디아도 호재가 있나요? 엔비디아도 호재죠. 기술주들. 반도체 쪽으로는 트럼프나 해리스나 밀어준다고 했으니까 그 중에서도 인텔이 제일 많이 오르고 있고요. 아메리카 퍼스트. 슈마컴 회계 리포트 계획 뉴스 있나요? 아니요, 아직 없습니다.
Because nobody was working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people were optimistic about then. The fact is
아직 개표가 완전히 끝난 건 아니라고요? 그렇죠. 예, 완전히 끝나진 않았지만 일단 250이 선거인단 확보는 했으니까 트럼프가 승리죠. PBR 좀 봐주세요. Petroleum, Brazilian Petroleum 그걸 왜? 오케이, 일단 아까 전에 또 질문 있으셨네요. 뭐 이슈 있나요? 네. 뉴스는 없는 것 같은데요. 네, 뉴스 없습니다. 이거. 브라질 페트롤리엄 회사. 자, 이제 본장까지 1분 전입니다. 자, 본장까지 1분 전. 이제 오늘은 트럼프가 대통령으로 선출되는 그런 장이고, 자, 이제 본장까지 약 30초 남았습니다. 퓨처의 선물 시장 엄청 뛰고 있었고, 네, 이제 본장까지 10초 전. 자, 본장 시작합니다. QQQ 1.78% 상승, S&P 2%, 다우존스가 많이 올라가고 있습니다. 특히 산업 쪽으로 굉장히 잘 가고 있고요. 방산 쪽, 금융, 그리고 엑선, 쉐브론 이런 에너지 회사들까지, 오일 회사들까지. 자, 본장 시작하고요. 속스 6.57, 반도체들도 잘 가고 있습니다. 엔비디아 150까지 시도를 할 것 같은 분위기죠. 144입니다. 144. 이게 신고가인 것 같은데. 네, 144.5가 신고가였습니다. 비트 74,000. 자, 애플은 장 시작하고 음전됩니다. 메타도 1.7% 하락, 애플도 0.7% 하락. 홈디포, 이 주택 건설업 쪽은 전체적으로 떨어지고 있습니다. 홈디포, 로스 3%, 1.7% 하락하고 있고요. 그리고 이 리얼 에스테이트, 어제 리얼티 인컴 실적 발표 나오고 떨어지고, 주택 그리고 그 금리가 올라서 리얼 에스테이트 쪽이 리츠주들이 많이 떨어지고 있죠. 부동산 쪽. 자, 마소도 음전됩니다. 마소도 방금 음전됐습니다. 테슬라는 13% 상승 유지하고 있네요. 속스 6.5.
Elon Musk, I mean, donated, I imagine at least as much as any other massive non-American billionaire to Donald Trump's campaign, and yet Donald Trump doesn't seem to really care much for EVs. I wonder how he feels about weed. Tilray is a pot company that is actually
테슬라 14% 계속 뜁니다. 아까 전에 프리장에서 290을 찍었습니다. 295를 찍었습니다. 295를 향해서 테슬라 뛰고 있고요. 속셀 반도체들도 잘 갑니다. 자, 오늘은 EIA 에너지 재고량 30년 채권경매, 그리고 장 끝나고 퀄컴 ARM 그리고 아이온큐 실적 발표가 있습니다. 비트코인은 신고가를 찍었고요. 네, 비트코인 신고가.
All of this really not just a reflection of certainty, but that Trump trade, the idea that Donald Trump's economic policies will be helpful to the economy, protectionism. Speaking of protectionism, let's take a look at the dollar, because as we do have yields
찍었었네. 75,400.
Supports the dollar going higher. In fact, the highest level going all the way back to 2020, which is really pretty interesting.
자, 테슬라 290 다 와갑니다. 15% 상승. 야, 이제 1조 달러 가겠다. 이 정도면 1조 달러 클럽 가야죠. 테슬라가 아직까지 여기 시가총액이 900빌리언 달러인데 벅샷 뛰어넘어야지. 메타 근처까지 가야지. 900빌리언입니다. 이제 1조 달러 거의 다 와가고 있어요. 테슬라. 네, 코인베이스 비트코인 덕분에 오르고 마라, 마이크로스트래티지까지. DJT는 멈췄네요. 네, 변동성에 멈췄습니다. DJT.
And as such, of course, DJT currently halted for volatility. Abigail Doodle, thank you so much.
DJT 변동성 때문에 멈췄다라고 합니다. 자, 테슬라 290 찍고 매도 좀 나오고 있는데 뭐 차익 실현 정도죠. 방향은 1조 달러를 향해서 달려가고 있습니다. 테슬라. 아이고 웜님 감사합니다. 테슬라 코로.
So I would say that it was BAU. until the overnight session, and then it was
DJT 하방 서킷 이유가 뭐냐면 변동성 때문이었어요. 확 떨어져서.
TSLA call up.
I thought that was an ETF.
여기서 올랐다가 확 떨어졌어요.
Our customer, no, I just mean our customers tend to, trade winner, sell
QQQ 2%, S&P 2%, 둘 다 2%. 지수가. 다우존스 지수는 3%가.
The stocks we just talked about, DJT, Coinbase, Tesla, and we had our election contracts, which we were watching very closely. So we had 11 times.
대통령 바뀌었는데 금리나 어느 정도 영향이 있냐고요? 아직은 없습니다. 아직은 25bp 금리 인하가 거의 100%에 수렴해요. 99점 몇 %입니다. 이번 FOMC에서 금리 인하할 가능성이. 아이고 바다야님 고마워요. 감사합니다.
So you knew by 9:30 pretty much, and we were seeing this really. I was seeing it across betting markets, watching a worksheet on the Bloomberg. Where did you see
아이고 시카고 아재님 고마워요.
assets other than stocks?
커피 마시고 하세요. 트럼프 올인
the
익절.
most traded asset on your
아이고
platform.
트럼프 올인 익절 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
And then these election contracts were just like a unique,
오늘은 카페인이 필요한 날이네요. 자, 근데 도파민이 돌아서 사실 카페인이 없어도 되긴 합니다. DJT 또 홀트 걸렸네요. 자, 비트코인 75,000 다시 와갑니다. 야, 엔비디아 3% 145, 150 다 와갑니다. 엔비디아. 시가총액이 애플을 훌쩍 뛰어넘었죠. 이제 진짜 훌쩍 뛰어넘었습니다. 0.15 차이가 나요. 0.15조 달러. 그러니까 150억 달러, 150억 달러. 마이크로소프트는 3.08 트릴리언이고 애플은 3.4 트릴리언, 엔비디아는 3.53 트릴리언. 위치가 바뀌었죠. 애플이랑 엔비디아는 시가총액 측면에서. 테슬라는 923빌리언인데 이제 1조 달러를 향해서 올라오고 있고요.
Unsynchronous moves right now. Of course, they scream higher in long duration debt, but at the same time, you have these smaller companies ripping higher. Why doesn't that work? And which do you think actually corrects here?
코인베이스랑 마이크로스트래티지 떡상이고. 코인베이스 20% 뛰고 있습니다. 마이크로스트래티지 13%. 마이크로스트래티지보다 더 잘 가고 있어요. 코인베이스가. 왜냐면 이제 규제 쪽에서도 풀어줄 가능성이 높으니까 코인베이스를. 암호화폐 트레이딩이나 뭐 그런 걸 더 완활하게 해줄 수 있는 가능성이 높아지니까 이번에는 보통 마이크로스트래티지가 더 올랐죠. 근데 코인베이스가 확실히 더 오를 만합니다. 증권 플랫폼이 아니라 그 코인 암호화폐 플랫폼이니까 비트코인 오르고 코인베이스도 20% 오르고 아마 마라 10%, 마라는 뭐 그냥 비트코인 따라가고 있고. 빅테크 중에서 왜 메타만 안 좋은 건가요? 메타 안 좋은 이유 모르면 주식을 이제 미장 이제 얼마 안 됐는 분들이죠. 메타 싸울 뻔했습니다. 저 마크 저커버그랑 일론 머스크랑 스파링 뜰 뻔했어요. 일론 머스크 그리고 마크 저커버그. 네, 둘 다 스파링 해가지고 싸울 뻔했는데 떨어지죠. 네. 트럼프가 저커버그 감옥 보낸다라는 얘기도 있었나요? 그건 못 들어봤지만. 도널드 제이 트럼프의 그 소셜 미디어 플랫폼도 있고, 일론 머스크도 소셜 미디어 플랫폼 X 있죠. 그래서 그 경쟁사이기도 합니다. PLT, DJT 하방석에 걸리고 있고 DJT는 이제 좀 셀더 뉴스가 나오는 것 같습니다. 이제 밈주의 역할이 끝나가는 그런 모습이 보이고 있네요. QQQ 장중 고점입니다. 503불까지 갔어요. 500 뚫은 적이 503은 이제 고점 근처네. 신고가 근처입니다. 시장이 초록초록합니다. 내일은 FOMC가 있는데 FOMC에서는 뭐 지금 99점 몇 %로 25bp 금리나 보고 있습니다. 그리고 애초에 제롬 파월이 일론 머스크가 아니라 그 트럼프가 임명한 연준위원이기도 하고 이제 앞으로 계속해서 금리 인하를 하면 계속 자리를 지킬 수도 있습니다. 정치적인 얘기는 아마 일절 안 할 거고요. 제롬 파월 내일 FOMC에서 거기다가 점도표도 나오지 않기 때문에 뭐 그냥 완만하게 지나가는 FOMC가 아닐까라는 생각은 듭니다. 만약에 점도표도 나오고 그러면 좀 변수나 뭐 그런 게 있을 것 같은데. 다우존스요? 다우존스는 오늘 금융주들이 엄청 뛰고 있습니다. 다우존스가 금융 쪽으로 많이 뛰고 있는데 보시다시피 JP 모건이 8% 뛰고 있고 웰스파고가 13%나 뛰고 있습니다. 하루 만에. 이건 진짜 금융주들 떡상임 떡상. 헬스케어 쪽도 잘 가고 있는 것들 좀 있고 방산 쪽 굉장히 잘 가고 있고 보잉 빼고 확실히 딱 보이는 게 있습니다. 완전 트럼프 트레이드. 해리스 쪽은 떨어지고 트럼프 쪽은 올라가고. 순환매도 좀 있죠. 채권은 어떻게 될까요? 10년물이 4.5% 이상 갈 거라고 생각하시나요? 채권은 이제 10년물이 이미 4.5 근처입니다. 만약에 그 인플레이션이 생기기 시작하면 4.5% 쉽게 뚫을 거예요. 만약에 인플레이션이 다시 올라가기 시작하면. 왜냐면 재정 정책을 지금 공화당이 상원 의원이랑 하원 의원 둘 다 가져갈 가능성이 높습니다. 그래서 그렇게 되면 이제 레드 스윕 되고 재정 정책을 펼치는데 제약이 굉장히 없어지는 거죠. 그러면서 돈을 막 뿌리기 시작할 겁니다. 이제 시장에. 증시는 좋죠. 증시는 좋은데 이제 인플레이션이 생기면서 증시가 좋은 겁니다. 그리고 만약에 인플레이션을 못 잡게 되면 연준에서 또 긴축적으로 나와야 되고. 근데 그 모든 게 시간이 좀 걸리죠. 뭐 인플레이션이 갑자기 확 올라가는 것도 아니고 재정 정책을 갑자기 확 뿌리는 것도 아니고 시간이 좀 걸립니다. 은행주 수익률 이게 맞습니까? 비현실적이다. 네, 비현실적이죠. 웰스파고 10%씩이나 하루 만에 오르는 게. 근데 그 정도로 정책을 완화적으로 이 금융주들에게 해줄 거라는 기대감인 것 같아요. 좀 너무 간 것 같긴 한데. 네. 이게. 네, 근데 확실히 호재긴 호재입니다. 대호재죠, 대호재. 화이자 뉴스 있나요? 화이자 뉴스는 현재 2.4% 떨어지고 있고 뉴스는 없습니다. 악재는 없습니다. 화이자랑 일라일릴리 떨어지고 있고요. 일라일릴리도 좀 떨어지고 있습니다. 트럼프가 구글 해체시킨다 했는데 오늘 왜 오르는 건가요? 반독점법 결과가 나왔나요? 구글 관련해서는
Because grit and vision working
구글
in lockstep
뉴스 확인해
puts you
보겠습니다.
on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world
탑 구글
ideas.
브레이크업.
Morgan Stanley.
네, 구글 쪼개는 거를 멈출 가능성이 있다라고 로이터에서 얘기가 나오고 있습니다. 로이터 기사를 보면 트럼프가 구글 쪼개는 걸 멈출 가능성이 있다라는 얘기가 있습니다. 저번에 트럼프 연설 들을 때 얘기한 게 구글 CEO 순다르 피차이가 자기한테 전화해가지고 뭐 이것저것 얘기를 했었다라고 얘기를 했어요. 그래서 그중 구글 이 반독점법 때문에 소송받고 그러고 있는 걸 막아주지 않을까라는 그런 기대감이 있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 마지막에 구글 검색을 좀 공화당 쪽으로 했다든지 뭐 민주당 쪽으로 너무 갔던 거를 좀 자제했다든지 뭐 그럴 수도 있죠. 뭐 그런 조건 하에서 그 자세한 내용은 그들만 알겠지만 일단 구글이 오르고 있는 거는 트럼프가 반독점법 그거를 막아줄 수 있을 거라는 기대감에 오르고 있다고 합니다. 자, 이제 장 시작한 지 15분 경과하고 있습니다. DJT 주가가 민주가 크게 움직이고 있고요. 계속해서 하방 서킷 걸리고 상방 서킷 걸리고 난리 나고 있습니다. 그거에 따라서 비트코인도 좀 움직이고 있고요. 비트코인도 75,000 가다가 매도가 좀 나오고 있습니다. QQQ도 503.47 신고가를 찍고 매도가 좀 나오고 있고요. 현재 2% 정도씩 오르고 있고 차익 실현 좀 나오고 있습니다. 논현영영님 감사합니다. DJT 할 일 다 했을까요? 그런 셀더 뉴스의 가능성도 염두에 둬야죠. DJT. 명령어 뭐뭐 있나요? 느낌표에는 아직까지 업데이트 안 했고 지금 너무 빠르게 바뀌고 있어가지고 제가 그냥 직접적으로 뉴스 전달해드리고 있습니다. 반복적으로 얘기할 만한 게 지금 없어요. 이제 판이 바뀌었습니다. 판이 뒤바뀌어가지고 다시 업데이트 할 게 많습니다. 실시간으로 전달해드리겠습니다. 자, 질문 있으시면 계속 올려주시고요. 그리고 구독과 좋아요도 아직 안 눌러주셨으면 한 번씩 부탁드리겠습니다, 여러분.
오늘도 팔란티어테크 재진입 후 13,000불 수익 중입니다. 유대인 확실하구만. 이거 로스 차이.
하고 연영영님 축하드리고 감사합니다. 일론 머스크가 정확히 얼마를 줬다라는 얘기는 없는데 지금 조사를 하고 있는 것 같아요. 머스크 이제 백악관에 들어갑니다. 머스크. 어떤 정책들이 나올지. 개인적으로는 기대가 돼요. 왜냐하면 기술의 발전, 물론 거기에 따른 그 안 좋은 점, 사이드 이펙트들도 꽤 있겠지만 그래도 기술 발전이랑 뭐 그런 것들은 요즘 AI 쪽도 굉장히 잘 사용하고 있고 달러 지수가 105.4고요. 그리고 채권이 많이 빠졌습니다. 오늘 TMF 8.9%, TLT 3% 하락. 금리가 많이 올라와 있습니다. 4.5% 근처입니다. FOMC는 내일이고요. 네, 내일 FOMC가 있습니다. 25bp 금리 나갈 거라고 전망하고 있습니다. 비트코인 분석이요? 비트코인은 일론 머스크가 되면서 이제 저기 Gary Gensler, you're fired죠. 자, Gary Gensler, you're fired입니다.
기분 어제 오늘 너무 좋아서 로얄 살루트 뚜껑 깠습니다.
이분 그래도 정들었는데 구글 또 의도를 했는지 이거를 그 프로필 사진 같이 이렇게 커다랗게 해놨네요. 구글 오늘 구글 3%나 뛰고 있고 저는 게리 겐슬러는 아마 나가게 될 것 같습니다. 아니면 뭐 비트코인 관련된 정책을 좀 더 우호적으로 간다라고 얘기를 하던지. 로얄 살루트 뚜껑 샀습니다. 뭐 맛있는 건가요? 네, 여튼 노년영님 감사합니다. UFC 대표 사장도 백악관에 가나요? UFC 사장도 좀 큰 역할을 했습니다. 그 프로모트를 하는데 아무래도 그 광고 쪽으로 굉장히 그 탤런트가 굉장한 사람이다 보니까 UFC CEO 할 정도면 UFC를 살린 게 지금 CEO라는 얘기가 있었어요. 지나가면서 들은 얘긴데 UFC가 원래 막 점점 줄어들고 레슬링 같은 게 점점 줄어들고 있다가 저 비즈니스맨이 나오면서 다 살렸다는 얘기가 있는데 이제 조 로건이랑 팟캐스트도 하고 그런 것들이 좀 많이 도움이 됐던 것 같아요. 그래서 그 사람 언급했죠. 데이나 화이트. 네. 게임스탑은 차트 분석 의미가 없나요? 게임스탑도 아마 떨어지고 있을 가능성이 높은 게 지금 민주들이 하락하고 있습니다. 지금 게임스탑은 1%밖에 안 오르고 있네요. 중소형주들도 좀 떨어지고 있습니다. 6%에서 중소형주 러셀 종목들이 러셀주가 지수가 6%는 뛰었었는데 4%로 좀 내려오고 있습니다. 아무래도 높은 금리 영향을 받고 있는 것 같습니다. 네, 개별 종목들 중에서 출혈이 좀 보입니다. 홈디포 2% 하락, 로우스 3% 하락, 나이키 3% 하락, 코카콜라 2% 하락,
아버지도 성억 태우신 것
일라인 릴립
육수익
3% 하락.
탈출하셨습니다. 키키우.
테슬라 탈출 축하드리고요. 마이너스 3%가 꽤 많이 보입니다. 화이자 2%, 특히 이 리츠주들이 많이 떨어지고 있어요. 어제 리얼티 인컴 실적 발표 나오고 금리가 많이 올라가면서 아메리칸 타워가 6% 하락, 디지털 리얼티 트러스트 4% 하락, 크라운 캐슬 4.4% 하락, NEE 5.6% 하락하고 있습니다. 그래서 개별 종목들 산업 섹터 중에서 좀 많이 떨어지는 것들도 있어요. 그리고 우버가 왜 떨어지는지 묻는 분도 계셨는데 우버 떨어진 이유는 테슬라 때문이죠. 네, 일론 머스크가 백악관에서 뭐 직책 같은 거 이제 맡게 되면서 정책이나 뭐 그런 쪽으로 경쟁사입니다. 우버가 테슬라에. 그래서 3% 하락하고 있고요. 자, 테슬라가 290 찍고 280까지 매도가 나왔습니다. 아침장이랑 비슷하고요. 저기 프리마켓이랑 비슷한 상황이고요. 280을 지켜주고 있습니다. 아직 뭐 차익 실현 매도 정도로 볼 수 있을 것 같네요. 구글은 뉴스 있나요? 구글은 반독점법을 트럼프가 막아줄 수 있다라는 얘기가 있습니다. 로이터 기사인데 이 프로그램 이름 뭐냐고요? 이 프로그램 이름은 위불이라는 프로그램입니다. 자, 이제 장시작한 지 1시간 동안은 변동성이 크고 방향성도 많이 왔다 갔다 거릴 겁니다. 대체적으로 장시작하고 1시간 동안은 변동성과 방향성이 많이 움직여요. 자, QQQ는 500불 지켜주고 있고요. 여전히 지수들은 2% 가까이 오르고 있습니다. 엔비디아 144, 엔비디아 오늘 신고가 근처고. 자, 개별 종목 질문이나 뭐 뉴스 확인해 드릴 거 있으면 질문해 주시기 바랍니다. 왜 이리 변동성이 심할까요? 대선주라서 그렇습니다. 대선주에다가 FOMC 내일 있고 그래서 변수가 많죠. 바뀌는 것도 많고 판이 뒤엎어졌습니다. 판이 아예 뒤엎어져가지고 바뀌는 것도 많고 그렇습니다. 트럼프 당선이 긍정적이야 오른가요? 특정 섹터에는 트럼프가 확실한 호재입니다. 예를 들어서 금융주들, 방산 쪽, 그리고 악재인 쪽은 친환경 에너지 쪽은 확실한 악재이고요. 유럽장 좀 봐주세요. 유럽장은 좀 떨어지고 있을 겁니다. 왜냐면 트럼프가 백악관에 들어서자마자 할 수 있는 게 유럽 쪽 관세 증가시키는 거예요. 그래서 오늘 유럽 쪽 보면 독일이 1% 빠지고 있고 프랑스 0.6% 하락, 영국도 0.2% 하락하고 있습니다. 샹하이도 좀 떨어지고 있네요. 선물장. 일본은 오르고 있습니다. 트럼프 물밑 작업을 많이 해놨고요. 일본은. 그래서 유럽장이 떨어지고 있는 이유는 관세 때문입니다. 무역 전쟁 할 수도 있다라는 얘기가 있습니다. AMD는 왜 그런가요? AMD 그러게요. 지금 운전 가려가네. 텍사스 인슈먼스 4%, 레거시들은 올라가고 있고. 그러니까 지금 아메리카 퍼스트라고 인텔은 4%, 텍사스 인슈먼스 4%. 이렇게 미국 기업들, 진짜 찐 미국 기업들은 많이 오르고 있어요. 반도체 쪽에서도. 그런데 ASML이나 TSM 주가를 보시면 그렇게 오르고 있지는 않습니다. 오히려 떨어지고 있는 경우도 있고요. TSM 보면 마이너스 3%입니다. TSM 주가 마이너스 3%. 그리고 ASML은 TSM은 이제 타이완 세미컨덕터죠. 대만 세미컨덕터. ASML은 네덜란드 회사입니다. 네덜란드 회사도 2.2% 떨어지고 있고요. 반도체 쪽이라도 떨어지고 있죠. AMD는 미국 기업이긴 합니다만 여태까지 좀 그 실적 발표 때 그 AI 칩 부진했던 것도 있고 대만 CEO기도 하고 대만 CEO라도 상관은 없을 것 같습니다. 떨어진 이유는 딱히 보이지는 않네요. 악재도 안 보이고. 그냥 레거시 회사들 쪽으로 몰리면서 AMD 빠지는 게 아닐까라는 생각이 듭니다. 펠란티어 한번 봐주세요. 펠란티어는 AI 회사이죠. 이것도 AI 회사에다가 방산 회사에다가 테마가 굉장히 좋습니다. 펠란티어 오늘 또 3.7% 뛰고 있네요. 53불까지 갔습니다. 금융주 V가 뭔가요? 비자입니다. 비자. 크레딧카드 많이 쓰죠. 비자. 변동성이 큰 이유는 차익 실현으로 보면 되나요? 차익 실현도 그렇지만 그냥 대선 주간이라서 변동성이 높습니다. DJT 왜 떨어지냐고? DJT는 이제 셀더 뉴스죠. 셀더 뉴스. 밈주 역할을 거의 다 해가고 있는 모습이 보이고 있습니다. DJT. 엔비디아는 당연하죠. 엔비디아 미국 기업으로 봐야죠. 포름님 어서오세요. 아이언 마운틴은 왜 떨어지나요? 아이언 마운틴 확인해 보겠습니다. 아이언 마운틴 현재 5% 하락 중이고 실적 발표가 나왔습니다. 오늘 실적 발표가 장시작 전에 나왔는데 매출이 0.2% 상회, EPS가 8.8% 예상치 하회했습니다. 주당 순이익이 마이너스 8% 예상치 하회했네요. 그것 때문에 하락하고 있습니다. 자, 테슬라 10% 미만으로 떨어지고 있습니다. 9.7%까지 내려오고 있네요. 스톡스도 내려오고 있고요. 기술주들 전체적으로 매도가 좀 나오고 있습니다. 다우존스 DJT의 그 하방 서킷으로 시작된 스타트 DJT가 먼저 하방 서킷 걸리면서 시장이 전체 트럼프 트레이딩이 전체적으로 또 다시 언와인드 되고 있는 다시 되돌아가고 있는 그런 상황입니다. 근데 장시작하고 1시간 동안은 변동성이 큽니다. 장시작한 지 30분밖에 경과가 안 됐기 때문에
Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Credit. And I'm Danny Berger.
셀 더 뉴스가 뭐냐고요? 셀 더 뉴스 뭐 DJT 같은 그런 현상인데 특정 이벤트나 뉴스가 발표되면 그거를 매도하는 거를 보고 셀 더 뉴스라고 합니다. 뉴스에 팔아라 뭐 그런 거죠.
Economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
시장은 선반영하기 때문에 트럼프가 당선이 될 가능성을 계속 선반영하다가 이제 뉴스 당선이 됐으니까 그냥 매도. 뉴스가 나왔으니까 이제 팔자라는 걸 보고 셀 더 뉴스라고 합니다. 기대가 현실이 됐을 때 매도하는 전략.
I'm Shanali Bassett.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And coming up, world leaders and global CEOs prepare for Trump 2.0. We're going to take stock of the
QQQ 500.5 500불은 지켜주네요. 나스닥. 마이크로소프트 1.5 상승.
And one sector to keep an eye on, Big Pharma. We'll hear from the CEO of Novo Nordisk on GLP-1.
너무 어렵습니다, 에디님. 변동성이 높은 거는 당연합니다. 이 대선 주고 FOMC 주고 시장이 어려워요. 어렵습니다. 이제 많은 게 바뀌고 있기 때문에 이건 뭐 쉬울 수가 없죠. 그래서 이제 느긋하게 상황이 어떻게 진전되는지 보고 상황 파악됐을 때 좀 진정됐을 때 움직이기 시작하는 것도 괜찮은 전략입니다. 이렇게 그 혼돈인 상황에서 막 이리저리 우왕좌왕하는 것보다 마소 장중 고점 가고 있습니다. 마이크로소프트 좀 오르네요. 홈디포 1912 마이너스 4% 가고 있고 떨어지는 건 계속 좀 떨어지는 중입니다. 홈디포 1912
just a couple days ago, but a sigh of relief here. And then you take a look at gold. I highlight this because we have a real risk-on rally, and we don't see any haven bids right now. At least if you take a look at the bond market.
500을 지지선으로 삼고 있습니다. 아까 프리장에서도 그랬었는데 여기 프리장에서도 500을 찍고 오르고 500 뚫렸다가 다시 오르고 500 지켜주고 방금 또 500을 지켜줬습니다. QQQ 기준 500으로 보시면 됩니다.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
라브도 부탁드립니다. 어디까지 오를 수 있는지는 제가 확인해 드릴 수가 없어요. 바이오텍은 오늘 2.5%, 라브 2.5% 오르고 있고 이건 ETF라서 지금 바이오 쪽에서는 1912가 좀 떨어지고 있고 중소형 바이오들이 좀 오르는 것 같습니다. 대형은 좀 떨어지고 있고요. 리얼티 인컴은 왜 떨어지기만 하나요? 금리가 높아서 그렇습니다. 리츠주들은 금리가 올라서 최근에 계속해서 떨어지고 있습니다.
more so than Democrats, but looking at some of the votes that came in, that picture was painted last night. In addition, we've also seen from exit polling from several outlets that Black and Latino voters also flipped for Trump at increasing rates. And so, all in all, that's to say that
비트코인 74,000 유지해 주려고 하고 있고 이제 장시작한 지 33분 경과하고 있습니다. 장시작하고 1시간 동안은 거래량이랑 변동성 그리고 방향성 자주 바뀝니다. 자, 개별 종목 질문이나 뭐 그냥 전반적인 질문 있으시면 올려주시고요.
After serving in the Treasury Department during the Carter administration, very in tune with a lot of the dynamics of the economy that we're seeing even now. But first, let's talk about the implications here. This idea that you could see
앱은 어떠냐고요? 앱 3.3% 뛰고 있고 오늘 장 끝나고 실적 발표 있습니다. 실적 발표 기대감 그리고 섹터 소프트웨어 애플리케이션 오르고 있어요.
Do you agree? And what would be the ripple effect?
Well, first of all, the two areas that he's talked a lot about, trade and immigration, largely can be done without legislation.
셀시어스는 왜 떨어지나요?
That means that they could be done
셀시어스 실적 발표 아직까지
resistance anywhere in
실적 발표 나왔네요. 오늘 장 시작하기 전에 나왔고 EPS 하회, 매출 하회 둘 다 실적 발표가 별로 안 좋았습니다. 실적 발표 둘 다 미스했습니다. 공급망 쪽으로 관리를 잘 못했다라고 하네요. 공급망 쪽으로 관리를 잘 못하고 실적 발표 하회하고 주가 떨어지고 있습니다. 셀시어스. 아이온큐 어떻게 생각하시나요? 아이온큐는 오늘 장 끝나고 실적 발표 나옵니다. 테슬라는 그냥 변동성 높은 상태입니다. 코카콜라 지지선 봐주세요.
코카콜라 지지선 한 번만
코카콜라 지지선은 55로 보시면 됩니다. 55. 하방까지는 55입니다. 내일 FOMC 발표죠. 정확히는 이틀 한국 시간으로 이틀 뒤긴 한데 내일 장중에 합니다. 금요일 오전 4시예요. 금요일 오전 4시에 FOMC입니다. IWM 어떻게 보시나요? 중소형주들 오늘 많이 올랐는데 금리 때문에 좀 하방 압력이 있을 수는 있어요. 네, 전반적인 시장이 워낙 잘 가고 있어서 오늘 다우존스도 3% 뛰고 있고 이제 중소형주들도 이제 지수가 오르면 더 뛰긴 합니다. 근데 금리가 높아서 좀 하방 압력은 받을 수 있어요.
Do you think that's wrong?
I have no idea. No. Really no idea.
You know, there's probably more to say.
이번 FOMC는 어떤 부분 주목해야 되나요? 기자들 질문할 때 주목하시면 됩니다. 뭐 딱히 새로운 언급은 연설 도중에는 없을 것 같고 뭐 경제 괜찮고 뭐 인플레이션도 뭐 크게 오르고 있지 않고 하니까 근데 최근에 금리가 많이 오른 거 장기 채권 금리가 많이 오른 것에 대한 질문과 트럼프 뭐 정치에 관련된 질문에 대한 답을 어떻게 하는지 그리고 일론 머스크 이름이 자꾸 헷갈리네. 제롬 파월, 제롬 파월 이 옆에 라디오 듣고 있어가지고 지금 블룸버그 뉴스 듣고 있어가지고 정신이 없네요. 소리 좀 줄여놔야겠다. 이 소리가 너무 커. 오케이. 제롬 파월이 계속 할 수 있는지 안 할 수 있는지에 대한 뭐 그런 여부도 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그리고 환율도 많이 올라가고 있는데 그거에 대한 언급도 있는지 강 달러에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 그런 질문도 있을 가능성이 높아요. 기자들 중에서. 근데 뭐 커멘트를 안 하려고 하긴 할 겁니다. 재정 정책을 이제 앞으로 엄청나게 펼칠 가능성이 높은데 현재로서는
He's a serious man in a lot of ways. He's the richest man in the world.
You have to say that he's a remarkably successful business.
이제 공화당이 상원은 들고 갔고요. 과반수 차지했고 하원도 과반수 차지하려고 합니다. 지금 198석이고 민주당이 180석인데 아마 다 이제 레드 스윕 될 거라고 보고 있어요. 그게 컨센서스입니다. 그래서 만약에 그렇게 된다면 재정 정책을 많이 풀 수 있을 건데 그거에 대한 우려가 있냐 뭐 그런 질문 나올 가능성이 높고요.
To make government more efficient without question. And it doesn't matter whether it's local government.
S&P 글로벌 봐주실 수 있나요? S&P는 여기 있습니다. SPY.
increases that have come from the application of technology in the private sector world, those have not been implemented anywhere.
골드 난리 났네요. 금은 많이 떨어지고 있죠.
Right. And Ralph, we're lucky to have you for most of this hour. Before we take a break, I do want to talk a little bit more
야, 골드 3%나 떨어졌네. 골드 3% 하락, 실버 5% 하락. 야, 워낙 지금 달러 강세라서 달러가 105까지 올라왔습니다. 그리고 앞으로 계속 올라갈 수도 있을 거라는 그런 전망이고.
Projections, I think, is the most telling here, 7.5%.
In any case, the point being that
DJT는 끝인가요? 끝인지 아닌지는 알 수가 없습니다. 네, 현재로는 셀더 뉴스가 좀 나온 상황이죠. 40%에서 10%까지 떨어졌습니다.
With voters, and I'm curious, how should investors think about the deficit? Is this an investable theme, or is this just a reality that we need to get used to?
I think this is one of these things that
엑선 모빌 대선 후 전망이 괜찮을까요? 엑선이랑 쉐브론은 트럼프가 되는 게 호재이긴 합니다. 근데 유가가 떨어질 가능성이 있기 때문에 그 점 밸런스에서 보시면 될 것 같네요. 1911이 떨어진 이유가 대선과 연관이 있나요? 네, 4% 정도면 있습니다. 보자. 최근에 실적 발표도 별로 안 좋았고 그 1911이랑 여러 그 체중 감량 물약 쪽으로 매출 전망이 별로 안 좋았던 것도 있고요. 그리고 제약 회사들 쪽으로는
Ralph, we're going to keep you with us. We're very lucky to have you here. Coming up, how world leaders are reacting to the U.S. election and preparing for a Trump presidency. We'll talk with Ralph about the congratulations that Donald Trump has gotten and those that he hasn't. This is Bloomberg.
4%는 좀 많이 떨어지고 실적 발표가 안 좋게 나온 것도 크게 작용하고 있을 겁니다. 네, 트럼프랑 확실한 그런 관계는 없는 것 같아요. 네, 실적 발표가 좀 더 큰 것 같습니다.
With CME futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy,
1911 좀 봐주세요. 1911는 이제 800불 뚫렸네요. 800불 뚫리고 이제 다음 지지선은 682입니다. 682. 최근에 실적 발표 때 그 뭐지 가격 경쟁도 있고요. 노보 노디스크가 이제 가격 경쟁 쪽으로도 강세이고 1911이랑 경쟁하고 있고요. 화이자도 체중 감량 약물 만들고 있고 그리고 정책이나 규제가 있을 가능성도 높습니다. 가격이 워낙 높게 잡고 있어가지고 가격을 낮춰라고 계속 규제를 하고 있는 상황인데 트럼프가 되면 또 바뀔 수도 있어요. 트럼프는 그거 그냥 가격 높게 하는 건 놔둘 수도 있습니다. 10년물이요? 10년물 다시 금리가 좀 떨어지고 있습니다. 앱 발표 언제인가요? 오늘 장 끝나고 앱 실적 발표 있습니다. 업스타트 홀딩스 뉴스 있나요? 업스타트는 4% 뛰고 있는데 오늘 프리장에서 많이 올랐다가 내려오고 있습니다. 금융주들이 많이 올랐다가 떨어지고 있어요. 그냥 뉴스는 별로 없습니다. 뉴스는 없고 차익 실현 정도 있네요. 인텔은 속슬에 포함이 안 되냐고요? 속슬에 들어가 있습니다. 속슬 안에 인텔이 여전히 들어가 있습니다. AMD가 8%로 제일 많고 브로드컴, 엔비디아 8%. 네, 인텔도 3% 정도 들어가 있습니다. 3% 속슬 안에 들어가 있습니다. QQQ 2% 유지되고 있고 이제 장 시작한 지 45분 경과하고 있습니다. 트럼프 당선되고 주택시장 좀 좋아질까요? 트럼프랑 주택은 관계가 약합니다. 이 해리스는 강했는데 해리스가 되면 그 뭐지 주택 부동산 쪽으로 좀 좋을 수 있었는데 이제 악재죠. 예. 해리스가 안 됐다는 거 자체가 좀 악재죠. 근데 장기적으로 보고 뭐 인프라 쪽으로 계속 투자하고 거기서 이제 주택 쪽으로도 투자를 한다라고 하면 예, 오를 겁니다. 아직까지 그거에 대한 명확한 얘기는 없었어요. 해리스가 될 거란 기대감이 있었지만 그게 안 되면서 떨어지는 것도 있고 금리가 올라서 떨어지는 것도 있고.
For days, if not weeks, and now, of course, grappling within a matter of hours with the reality that Donald Trump is going to return to the White House and what that means for countries around the world. Obviously, you know, for allies.
실시간 연설인가요? 어떤 게 말씀이죠? 연설하고 있는 거는
They're preparing themselves for an environment where it's going to be even tougher, even tenser when it comes to things like trade, but also
없습니다.
security. In Europe, of course, there's the question of whether a Trump White House will continue to support
트럼프 언제 백악관 들어가나요? 아마 이제 이번 주 중에서 할 가능성이 높아요. 뭐 목요일이나 금요일이나.
Of course, there's a conflict going on still between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, and obviously fighting going on in Lebanon. You know, does Benjamin Netanyahu leverage
애플로빈 실적 발표 몇 시인지 알 수 있을까요? 실적 발표는 다 장 끝나고입니다. 오전 6시예요. 오전 6시. 아이온큐, 퀄컴, ARM 모두 6시쯤에 나옵니다. 오윤님 어서 오세요.
Roz, maybe double down on the mixed feelings across Europe in particularly. Certainly, national security is a big issue. We just showed on screen some of the reactions from Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky as well as Israel's Netanyahu. But also going
자, 이제 장 시작한 지 1시간 경과하기 15분 전입니다. 또 변동과 이 방향성 또 바뀔 수 있고요. 아직 뭐 거시 경제 뉴스나 그런 건 없습니다. 그래서 질문이나 뭐 봐드릴 거 있으면 물어보시면 제가 봐드리겠습니다. 오늘 트럼프 연설하는 내용은 일정이 잡힌 거는 없습니다. 일정이 잡히는 거 있으면 바로 올려드리겠습니다.
For both security in the region, but also on the trade front, because again, it's clear that Trump may, you know, escalate the trade tensions with Europe. In his first administration, there was a sense of maybe countries in Europe finding a way to deal with him on that, to give him something in return. This time around, we can expect a more antagonistic response from Europe. If he's going to come for Europe on trade, Europe's going to come for Donald Trump in the US on trade. And so preparing themselves for the possibility of higher tariffs.
나스닥 500불 방금 지켜줬고요. 프리장에서 지켜주던 자리입니다. 바닥 찍고 매수 좀 들어오고 있고 DJT 8%.
becomes the 47th president. Still with us, Ralph Schlosstein, chairman emeritus of Evercore, a prominent Democrat, of course. And you know, I was going through, Ralph, what this means. And there are
금리는 별로 변동이 없네. TLT는 왜 변동이 가나요? 아니요, 금리도 움직였습니다. 금리랑 TLT랑 상관관계가 있습니다. 현재 금리는 차츰 하락하는 쪽으로 방향성이 진행되고 있는데 트럼프 집권 후 많은 재정 정책으로 인해서 돈이 시장에 풀리게 되면 인플레이션 상승으로 인해서 금리를 다시 올릴 가능성도 있을까요? 그렇죠. 네, 있습니다. 네. 그래서 시장 채권 금리가 벌써 올라가고 있는 거죠. 금리 인상 있을 수도 있다는 거를 반영해서.
I think I hope he'll be open-minded about Ukraine. I think Ukraine is literally an existential issue for democratic society and for Europe.
테슬라 시초가가 얼마예요? 장시작 가격은 281이었습니다. 281 정도.
In World War II and Hitler. But you know, that's obviously for the new president to decide. I think there are two elements to this. You know, the relationship or three elements with America on the part of foreign countries, and particularly those in Europe. One is, we are by far
뉴스케이 파워 실적. 뉴스케이 실적 발표 어떨까요? 실적 발표가 오늘 6일. 내일 장 끝나고 있네요. 내일 장 끝나고 실적 발표를 하는데 주당 순이익은 계속 하락하고 있고 매출도 계속 좀 하락 추세입니다. 매출도 계속 하방 추세, 주당 순이익도 계속 하방 추세. 그래서 가격이 별로 약했었는데 최근에 원자력 쪽으로 밈이 좀 돌기도 하고 대형 기관들도 투자하기 시작하고 해서 많이 올랐는데 실적은 막 그렇게 좋지는 않네요. 매출도 계속 하방 추세고 주당 순이익도 계속 좀 하방 추세고. 미국 경찰차, 군용 트럭 등 테슬라 도입 가능성 있지 않나요? 있죠. 네, 그것도 가능성이 있죠. 네, 퀄컴 한번 보겠습니다. 오늘 3% 뛰고 있고 횡보네요. 퀄컴이. 횡보에다가 이제 실적 발표 잘 나오면 확 뛰거나 안 좋게 나와도 이쪽 채널에서 좀 빠지긴 하겠죠. 계속해서 배당은 늘리고 있고 주당 순이 오르락 내리락 하고 있는데 추세는 상방 추세고요. 서프라이즈를 많이 냈네요. 예상치를 상회를 여러 번 했습니다. 매출도 계속 올라가고 있고 최근 7번 실적 발표했는 것 중에서 2번 미스했고 5번 비트했습니다.
The ultimate, arbiter or determinant of foreign policy. They have broad latitude in foreign policy. As a general matter, Congress has generally deferred to the executive branch on matters of foreign policy. So I don't think you can, even though it has been the case that there has been continuity from one president to the next and Democrats to Republicans and Republicans to Democrats, I don't think you can presume that that is the way it always will be.
I'd also love to mention that you're actually married to the U.S. ambassador to the UK as well. So a family that has a very close view on international affairs. And Ralph, you yourself has
코인베이스 저항선 알 수 있을까요? 코인베이스요?
Given your long-standing role at Evercore. When I talk to advisors across Wall Street,
240의 저항이 있습니다. 그 다음은 260. 240, 그 다음은 260. 상방 추세고요. 좀 전까지 대선 라이브 켜놓고 있었죠. 대선 라이브 방송 올라왔나요? 제 그 22시간 방송한 거라서 켜놓은 거라서 이게 되돌려 보기가 안 되더라고요. 이게 안 뜹니다.
And if you think about the job of a CEO and a board, it's to mitigate risk, and they learned that that was a risk in their business. The second thing that I think there's a pretty big pent-up demand for is mergers and acquisitions. The
live stream recording not available.
I would say that many companies over the last 3 to 6
인텔이요? 인텔은 네, 잘 가고 있는 게 그 America First 트럼프가 밀어줄 거라는 기대감. 그래서 텍사스 인슈먼스도 오르고 네, 잘 가고 있습니다. 인텔 다우존스에서 빠지고 더 오르네요. 네. 이제 엔비디아 아직 빠지진 않았습니다. 다음 주부터 빠져요. 다음 주에 빠집니다. 공식적으로는. 자, 이제 장시작한 지 경과 55분 경과하고 있습니다. 이제 장시작한 지 1시간 경과하고 또 방향 나올 수 있습니다. 일단 다시 상방으로 가는 추세입니다. 다우존스가 장중 고점까지 왔고요. 개별 종목들 중에서 애플과 마이크로소프트도 장중 고점까지 왔고요.
에디 유니티도 한번 부탁드립니다. 내일 실적 발표예요.
아, 유니티요. 네, 유니티.
helping you seize opportunities whenever they happen. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
유니티가 내일 실적 발표이고 오늘 2% 막 그렇게 많이 오르고 있지는 않습니다. 하방 추세에서 좀 돌파 시도하고 있고 네, 결국 실적이 잘 나와야 되는데 주당 손익이 계속 올라가고 있긴 합니다. 근데 성장이 막 크진 않죠. 성장이 크진 않고요. 매출도 밋밋합니다. 네, 매출도 거의 성장이 없네요. 네, 그래서 그냥 내일 실적 예상치 이걸 전망을 올리고 저희가 내일 매출 전망을 올리고 이번 분기 실적 발표 잘 나오고 그러면 오를 거예요. 예를 들어서 이제 2025년 forward guidance 이렇게 올리고 내일 이렇게 나오면 이렇게 오를 거란 기대감에 오를 수 있고요. 그러니까 내일 실적을 잘 나와야 됩니다. 반면에 전망도 내리고 그러면 더 떨어지겠죠. 전망도 이렇게 내리고 이번에도 낮게 나오고 그럼 떨어질 거고.
We are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
트럼프가 게리 갠슬러 왜 싫어하나요? 싫어하지는 않을걸요. 악감정 그런 건 없을 겁니다. 그냥 비트코인 커뮤니티를 위해서 그렇게 얘기해 준 것 같아요.
Markets never sleep, and neither does Interactive Brokers. Discover more opportunities with CME futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy, agriculture, and metals.
TLT 미래에 대해서 설명 좀 해주세요. TLT는 이제 재정 정책입니다. 재정 정책과 인플레이션. 트럼프가 되면 재정 정책, 공화당이 하원 의원이랑 상원의원 가져갈 가능성이 현재로서 높아 보입니다. 그래서 재정정책 많이 풀고 돈을 많이 뿌리면 인플레이션이 생기고 그러면 또 금리, 시장 금리가 올라갑니다.
AI can paint your cat in the style of Van Gogh. Pretty cool, right? But what about AI that does something useful, like pinging you about a supply shortage before it even happens?
Got it.
Or identifying a defective squeaky toy just by taking a picture of it?
That one was fine.
AI that makes your business stronger. Helps you make decisions faster.
트럼프와 엔비디아 상관관계 있나요?
Revolutionary technology.
있죠. 반도체 쪽으로 밀어준다고 했으니까.
That's SAP Business AI.
근데 해리스도 밀어준다고 했습니다.
Time to elevate to the next level and unlock your full potential. Over 180 student organizations, 17 Division I athletic teams, a Concession spirit that can't be broken. St. John's University isn't your average college. It's time.
The best AI assistant isn't one that knows the whole world. It's one that knows your world.
대건주 캐러필러 오늘 어떤가요? 캐러필러 오늘 많이 오르고 있죠. 7%나 뛰고 있습니다.
Leverage your trusted data. Be easily trained on your workflows.
피서킹님, 에디님 뭐 드세요? 크랩해? 크레이프? 블루베리 크레이프. 엔비디아는 왜 다음 주에 빠진다고 하신 건지 궁금합니다. 누가 그랬나요? 엔비디아? 잘 모르겠습니다. 그거는 출처를 주시면 제가 확인해 드릴게요. 내일 연준 금리 발표는 어떻게 보십니까? 25bp 금리 인하 가능성이 거의 90몇 %로 보고 있어요. 거의 확정 25bp. 대건주 캐러페를 받고 우리는 떨어지는데 반도체는 오른다고요? 네, 오늘 원자재들 좀 떨어지고 있긴 합니다.
The Trump campaign pulling out victories in all of the key swing states, including Pennsylvania. We're going to head to Philadelphia now, where we are joined by Bloomberg's David Gura and explain what
해리스가 오늘 장 끝나고 연설합니다. 동부 시간 오후 6시 기준으로 한국 시간으로 오전 8시에 양보 연설을 할 예정이라고 합니다. 양보 연설을 한국 시간 오전 8시에 할 예정이라고 합니다.
What the outcome of the election here was going to be. Was that going to be enough to buoy Kamala Harris here in this state? That didn't turn out to be the case. As we look at those numbers at a more granular level, we see that the turnout that Vice President Harris got in Philadelphia was much lower than Hillary Clinton got back.
아마 어제 유니버시티에서 연설을 할 것 같네요. 양보 연설이 뭔가요? 뭐라고 하나요? Concession speech. 양도. Concession speech.
All very different places, and what we heard from the Harris campaign going into election day was because of the magnitude of their ground game.
DJT 지금 계속 하방 추세입니다. DJT는.
Confidence that they were going to get those folks to the polls to vote Democratic. That did not pan out the way that they said they would. And I think in the coming days, there's going to be kind of a real postmortem of how the polling differed so widely from what we were hearing from the campaign about how successful they felt they were being getting those voters
트럼프를
to
불러가지고
Democratic in the election.
plans to call Trump and speak publicly about election
I think
results.
Philadelphia is
네, 아마 거기에 바이든 또 나올 가능성이 있습니다.
the ground game. Elon Musk, of course, giving $1 million
Kamala
a
Harris
day
expected
to
to
someone
call
who we
President
thought it was winning a
Trump on
sweepstakes,
Wednesday.
but actually it's just, I guess they picked the person best suited for the job. And Elon Musk really
인정 연설.
funding and in some ways running the whole ground campaign for the
네,
Trump
인정하는 연설.
campaign. Did they outsource that successfully?
I think that is a very fair way to characterize what the Trump
DJT 음전 근처고요. 이제 장 시작한 지 1시간 경과하고 또 추가적으로 지수들은 추가적인 상승이 있습니다만 지금 DJT가 음전 되려고 하고 있고 테슬라도 매도가 좀 나오고 있습니다. DJT 하락 이유는 뭔가요? 그냥 sell the news입니다. sell the news.
Putting that money to good use, getting people to come to the polls. And when you look at the playbook that he and the Trump campaign were using, it's very analogous to what
승복
we saw
연설,
in 2016.
승복 연설 적어놔야
Voters,
되겠다.
that the Trump campaign was
한국 시간으로 오전 8시에 나옵니다. 오전 8시.
trying to get them to the polls, hitting on issues that were
해리스 승복 연설.
chief among them. And I think there was a sense going into the election, was Donald Trump veering from what was a very concise and streamlined message, that being Kamala broke it, Donald Trump can fix it, but it seems like that broke through, that concise messaging broke through and really resonated with voters in this state.
테슬라 스퀴즈요? 테슬라 스퀴즈 나오고 뭐 그러면 이제 300불까지 가면서 300불 넘으면 사실 또 310불 보일 수 있고 뭐 바로 1조 달러. 예. 1조 달러가 코앞입니다. 예, 너무 조금 안 해도 될 것 같아요. 1조 달러가 이제 코앞입니다.
For M&A, and as such, we should take a look at Capital One and discover both of those stocks up mightily in the market right now. And you were making the point that a lot of companies might be dusting off.
투기적으로 하는 질문인데요. 미국 대선에는 개별 종목 중에서 예상치 못한 종목에서 대박을 터뜨린 적은 없나요?
When it comes to consolidation.
Well, I think first of all, there's
대박이요? 뭐 DJT 숏이나 뭐 테슬라 숏이나 뭐 캐터필러 지금 7.5% 오르고 있는 거 숏이나 뭐 그런 갑자기 거기서 이제 셀더 뉴스가 나오면서 떨어지는 게 이제 예상치 못하는 거죠. 투기적인 관점으로 봤을 때는.
So, the biggest areas normally are tech, healthcare. Interesting to see what happens in financial services. We have
트럼프 확정에다가 한국 오전장 트럼프 미디어 50%까지 오르던데 왜 지금 다 꼬라박는 거죠? DJT 하락한 이유는 그냥 셀더 뉴스입니다. 이제 뉴스에 파는 현상입니다. 뉴스 잃었으니까 트럼프가 당선이 될 거라는 거에 선반영을 하다가 그만큼 주가가 많이 올랐는데 이제 당선이 되고 하는 거죠. 사실 뭐 DJT에 대한 가치가 별로 없으니까 DJT 뭐 돈을 벌고 있어요. 뭐 플랫폼이 좋아요. 많은 사람들이 이용하고 있어요. 다 아니죠. 그래서 그 높은 가치를 가지고 가줄 이유가 부족합니다. 그래서 셀더 뉴스가 나오는 거, 쉽게 나오는 거고요. 나올 수 있는 거고요.
We monitor a number of sort of leading indicators.
그러니까 민주의 가치, 민주로서의 가치는 있었습니다. 그런데 민주의 가치로서도 이제 그 가치를 잃고 있죠. 뭐 또 새로운 게 나온 게 아니면 뭐 트럼프가 DJT로 뭐 할 거다 뭐 이러면 이제 또 올라갈 수는 있습니다. 근데 대선 밈 쪽으로는 가치가 줄어들고 있고요.
Not only do I want to know about the return of deals, I want to know about how big they can get. The largest deal we saw this year was roughly $35 billion. We're hearing from some advisors that now that you have a new administration, potentially not as much pressure at the FTC, we could see mega deals again. What does a mega deal mean?
Well, mega deals are 50 billion and larger, and with respect to our stock, I always say, thank goodness we now have a CEO who replaced me, who can explain the success of our company, and he's doing a really.
테슬라는 저 11%에서 너무 답답하네요.
Mega deals, we could see new records. I guess
예, 이게 네. 이게 왜 답답하죠, 근데? 11%.
Most interesting things is Donald Trump looks to be in very good shape. I saw him speak at the New York Economic Club, but he is 78. He's the oldest president that we've ever.
이미 적게 오른 게 아닌데 11%는.
JD Vance is waiting in the wings to take over should anything happen, God forbid.
그리고 이제 장시작한 지 1시간 경과했어요. 이제 장시작했는데. 비트 74,000 뭐 오르고 떨어지고 합니다, 증시. 무조건 오르면 그건 증시가 아니죠. 엄청 답답해.
Kamala so close to the Oval Office, and now the inverse is obviously true.
Yeah, and I would assign a quite low probability to Lena Khan being kept by the Trump administration.
이제 해리스가 승복 연설하고 이제 트럼프가 백악관에 들어가면서 또 변동이 있을 수도 있죠. 네, 일단 당장에는 내일 FOMC가 중요하고 추가적으로 뭐 속보 나오는 것들 보고 있습니다.
No, I would say what's more likely in tech is a greater open-mindedness about.
트럼프가 부동산 재벌 출신이라 우크라이나 재건과 북한 경제 개방 통해서 부동산 산업을 성공하려고 할 가능성이 크지 않을까? 그건 소설이긴 합니다. 뭐 그렇게 되면 굉장하겠죠. 그래서 뭐 북한이랑 러시아랑 뭐 아니면 또 그쪽으로 그 친하게 지내는 걸 수도 있고요. 네. 뭐 친구라고 부르잖아요. 그 로켓맨이라고 부르기도 한데 김정은이랑 친하다 그러면서 my friend 시진핑 그러고 my friend 푸틴 보고 friend라고 하진 않았는 것 같은데 어쨌든 좀 친하게 지내는 게 그럴 수도 있고요.
That trend, do you think it just reverses? Do you think the big keep staying big, or do you think there's a need for companies to still break up?
Well, I think that there's
트럼프 백악관 1월 20일에 들어간다고요? 확인 감사합니다.
Looking at their portfolios and separating what's core and what's incidental to their business. And
3대 지수 또 매도가 좀 나오고 있는데 이제 장 시작한 지 1시간 경과하고 있습니다.
Honestly, there wasn't, an enormous amount of rhyme and reason in having those three businesses together. And companies, management, and boards are being rewarded for doing that. I mean, probably one of the more successful investment strategies has been to invest in the spun-off companies, because having a company that's really focused on its core business
기업별 트럼프 기부 순위가 어떻게 되나요? 그 정보 자료는
what went wrong. I mean, it's important, I think, because the pendulum is likely to swing back. We've had now 3 presidential elections in which the incumbent has lost, and that hasn't happened since the 1800s. So
막 정확한 거는 없습니다. 이게 핵을 통해서 주는 것도 있고 그래서 이게 투명성이 좀 부족하기 때문에 그거를 정확히 알 수 있는 거는 어려워요.
Inflation. And I've said a year ago that you cannot underestimate the impact that has. Unemployment is a horrible thing for the people who are affected by it and their families and their friends. But inflation touches every single person in the country, and they get an almost daily reminder of its presence. And, I think, quite honestly,
이번에 엔비디아 실적 발표 언제인지 아시나요? 엔비디아 실적 발표는 이제 한 2주 정도 남았습니다. 11월 20일. 11월 20일에 합니다. 딱 2주네요. 딱 2주 뒤.
Milk is still 25% higher than it was 2 or 3 years ago. And that leaves a really bad taste in people's mouths, and it touches everybody in America. And so when you ask this, the question which gets asked in every election, are you better off today than you were, 2 or 3 or 4 years ago? That's very hard to win on that when you have a period of inflation.
It's such an important point. Of course, inflation, it's just kryptonite for the incumbent. Ralph, we have to leave it there. It was great spending so much time with you this morning. Great to get your perspectives.
Thank you.
Of course, a wealth of experience. And of course, is Evercore's Ralph Schlosstein. Meanwhile, let's get a quick check on the stock market.
DJT 그새 9% 뛰네요. 그렇긴 한데 일단 3대 지수 거래량은 점차 좀 줄어들고 있습니다.
The broader index, the Nasdaq 100, up by more than 2%, but still, it's the small caps that are the star of the show. You see the Russell 2000 higher by 4.7%. Now coming up, we'll also talk about Bitcoin hitting an all-time high after this election. More on the outlook for crypto next. This is Bloomberg.
Markets never sleep, and neither does Interactive Brokers. Discover more opportunities with CME futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy, agriculture, and metals. Access CME futures around the clock at Interactive Brokers.
블랙웰 실적은 다음 분기 반영 아닌가요? 아니요, 이번 분기부터 나옵니다. 4분기. 이번이 4분기 실적 발표인데 이번부터 잠시만. 다음인가? 이번부터라고 했던 것 같아요. 이번부터. 그러니까 다다음 주에 나오는 실적부터 블랙웰 이제 포함됩니다.
The businesses generally don't pay you back.
근데 트럼프 연임되나요? 두 번이 끝인가요? 네, 두 번이 끝입니다. 이번이 마지막이에요. 아이온큐 실적 발표 몇 시인가요? 오전 6시입니다. 네, ARM, 아이온큐 둘 다 오늘 장 끝나고 오전 6시에 실적 발표 있습니다. ARM 봐주실 수 있나요? ARM은 오늘 뉴스가 별로 없고 아이온큐도 뉴스가 딱히 있지는 않습니다. 최근에 아이온큐는 그 원자력 회사들이랑 같이 올라갔었어요. ARM은 실적 전망이 계속해서 주당 순이익 증가하고 있고요. 매출도 계속 증가하고 있고요. 그리고 어닝스 내놓을 때마다 다 서프라이즈였습니다. 매출 서프라이즈, EPS는 한번 미스했는데 미스 아니네요. 다 서프라이즈 이것도. 그래서 이번에도 정말 잘 나와줘야 주가 계속 좀 올라갈 수 있지 않나. 기대가 그래도 꽤 있습니다. ARM. 아이온큐는 매출, 주당 순이익 계속 좀 하방세고요. 매출은 상방세입니다. 그리고 실적 발표할 때마다 서프라이즈가 많았습니다. 아이온큐. EPS 대신 돈은 잘 못 벌고 있어요. 돈은 잘 못 벌고 있습니다. 매출은 증가하고 있지만 돈을 잘 못 버는 아이온큐. Show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ Monday on Bloomberg. 내일 금리 인하 가나요? 네, 내일 금리 인하 갑니다. The latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. 리비아는 왜 저러나요? 해리스가 당선이 안 되면서 떨어지고 있습니다. 리비아는 8%나 떨어지네요. 네, 리비안이 거의 역사적 저점 근처까지 가고 있네요.
But offered investors no guidance on its expected financial performance for the rest of this year and next. The healthcare company also announcing former United Healthcare CEO Steve Nelson will become the new president of the Aetna Insurance Unit. And Novo Nordisk is climbing after reporting surging sales of its blockbuster weight loss treatment Wegovy. The results reassuring investors after rival Eli Lilly reported
트럼프 침 되면 파월이 파열되나요? 아직 그거는 명확한 얘기는 없습니다. TSM은 뭘 잘못했을까요? 그냥 대만이라 떨어지는 건가요? 네, 대만이라 떨어집니다. 엔화 금리 인상이 언제 예정이죠? 12월 달에 한번 한다는 얘기 있는 것 같은데.
Turn now to crypto because crypto fans are celebrating a Trump return to the White House. Gemini Trust co-founder Tyler Winklevoss posting on X earlier, quote, "We are on the brink of a new American renaissance." We're going to bring in Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde to discuss it all. And I'm looking at
10월
with
지나갔고.
crypto.org. This is where Fair Shake, the big crypto money really came into congressional races across the country in addition to watching the president in the House of Representatives, guys. 253 pro-crypto candidates were elected as opposed to 115 anti-crypto, 16 pro-crypto for the Senate, 12 for the anti-crypto part of Senate
I've already
here.
lost track.
It's an overwhelming push for crypto. Is
10월
what I'm
30
saying. Ultimately, how
지났고
does this make a difference? There's a lot at stake in Congress,
그
actually.
다음이 12월 언제쯤 할 것 같네요.
Super PAC coming from various members of crypto elite and crypto billionaires. But I think what they're at pains to say is this was non-partisan.
이제 해리스가 장 끝나고 원래 한국 시간으로 오전 8시였는데 이제 오전 6시로 해리스 승복 연설이 리스케줄 됐다고 합니다.
over, of course, in that particular
당
race.
끝나자마자 해리스 나와서 이제 승복 연설한다고 합니다. 원래 미동부 6시 한국 시간 그래 빨리 하는 게 낫지 차라리. 괜히 또 프라임 타임 때 하는 것보다 그냥 빨리 하는 게 나을 것 같아. 이제 다 일 직장 끝나고 집에 와서 TV 켜서 보고 있을 때 제일 많이 보고 있을 때 하는 것보다 그냥 더 빨리 하는 게 더 나을 듯.
Plenty of excitement and exuberance that we are entering this new kind of
Doge
view. Yeah, Doge. And Department of Government Efficiency happens to have the same letters.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Caroline, unfortunately we're up against the clock. I have to leave it there. That of course is Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde. And coming up, of course,
아니 영웅님 좀 TLT 어떻게 생각하세요? 진짜 머리가 뜨거워요. TLT 어떻게 생각? 아까 전에 설명해 줬잖아요. 좀 길게. 응? TLT 미래에 대해서 설명 좀 해줘. 유유유 어떻게 될까요? 일단 진정하시고 일단 진정하시고요.
Discover more opportunities with CME futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy, agriculture, and metals. Access CME futures around the clock.
코닐 42%는 뭔가요? 코인베이스 올라서 그렇습니다. 코인베이스 2배 레버리지 코닐. 티커명 DRV는 왜 오르나요? DRV는 Real Estate 부동산 3배 레버리지로 숏입니다. DRV 그래서 오르고 있어요. 해드려야 될 질문이 많은데 우리 조영님 질문만 대답해드릴 수가 없어요.
That one was fine.
화이자 지금 사면 배당 받을 수 있나요? 배당 언제 내놓죠? 화이자 디비덴드 데이트가 엑스 디비덴드 11월 8일? 네, 지금 사면 받을 수 있습니다. 이제 엑스 디비덴드 데이트 하루 전에 사면 되는 걸로 알고 있어요. 엑스 디비덴드 데이트 때 사도 되나?
Me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
엑스 디비덴드 데이트 하루 전에 사면 됩니다. 그 지금은 이틀 전이니까 예, 지금 사도 받을 수 있어요. 휴대폰을 켠다, 챗GPT를 켠다 물어본다.
It's not all about the election, of course. It's earnings season, and you had Novo Nordisk reporting stunning sales of its weight loss drug Wegovy.
나이트봇 거짓말하는데 무슨 대선 결과를 기다릴 상황 종료인데 아직 제가 업데이트를 안 해놨습니다. 나이트봇 지금 사용하지 마세요. 지금 다 업데이트가 안 되어 있어가지고 제가 다 알려드리겠습니다. 지금.
And as we gradually scale up manufacturing and can serve more and more patients, that's really what fuels our growth. And we now have a situation where we are moving out of the drug shortage situation and will
3대 지수가 좀 내려오고 있고요. 다시 이제 5장 들어가기 약 1시간 정도 남았습니다. 오늘 장 끝나고 해리스 나와서 승복 연설할 예정입니다.
Well, Lars, let's talk a little bit more about supply because you take a look at some rival drugs from Eli Lilly being taken off the FDA shortage list. What is your supply situation heading into 2025?
Well, it's one of a constant scaling. We have shown that over the past 3 years, we have tripled the volumes of products we ship to patients. So that's
EMF -5, -9네.
Looking at a global scale, we are close to serving.
오랜만에 초록초록하니 좋군요. 예, 근데 그 중에서 이제 듬성듬성 빨간색으로 물든 종목이랑 섹터들도 꽤 있습니다. 오늘 코카콜라 펩시가 많이 빠지고 있네요. 홈디포 빠지고 코카콜라 펩시가 빠진 이유가
And if you look at this year, we have more than doubled the number of total scripts in the US market from a level of around 100,000 to well above 200,000 right now. So that's a very strong ramp that we're very pleased about.
We had a US presidential election yesterday. We have a result. Donald
항상
Trump
감사합니다.
is the
말도 안 되는
제키님
이상한
감사합니다.
질문에 정말 충실히 답변해주시는 레디님 감사합니다.
아유
무시하세요. 커피 한잔
무시
하고
대답해드려야죠.
항상 응원합니다. 감사합니다.
그리고 제키님 감사합니다.
Next year, do you think that they still will face those Medicare price negotiations
EMF
under a Trump administration?
Let me start by saying that I think there's a clear vote by the American
블록
population.
블랙록이 왜 흐르냐고요? 블랙록 좀 특이하게 또 음전이긴 하네요. 블랙록 마이너스 1%.
So a clear vote I think is good.
이제 금융주들 쪽에서도 좀 떨어지는 게 보이긴 합니다. 슬슬 블랙록이 민주당 쪽 많이 지지해줬습니다. 그게 상관은 없을 텐데. 애플 좀 떨어지고 자 QQQ 다시 500 시도하고 있습니다. 500불.
But it is still too early to tell. What really matters for us is that there's a government that's interested in innovation.
보통의 한 배짜리 주식의 경우 서로 사고 팔고 수익 나는데 두 배, 세 배는 어떤 식으로 수익 나나요? 그냥 두 배, 세 배로 움직이죠. 네. 그냥 ETF라서 그 숏을 한 거를 추가하는 겁니다. 그 운용사가 만약에 돈이 들어오면 숏을 해서 숏을 해주죠. 숏을 사죠.
The comments on Trump were really interesting. Basically, he's in wait and see mode, and you have to think a lot of CEOs across the country are right now.
Well, for two reasons, right? If you're in the pharma industry, what it means for M&A, and also what it means for health insurance. And it was interesting to see what he said to you about Medicare and Medicaid, rather, for these companies, because you take a look at how they're moving today, and I mean, I think the short thing to say is people are going to get paid.
Yeah, the health insurers moving up bigly, to use one of Trump's terms, but Novo Nordisk specifically, they do have something to gain from a Trump administration, of course. If the semaglutide doesn't.
테슬라 이제부터 시작 아닌가요? 새 정부 들어서면 엄청 규제 도와줄 것 같은데. 그런 기대감이 많이 오른 거죠. 13%. 이제 1조 달러를 향해서 달려가고 있고요.
The market cheering them on, not getting prices cut, right, in negotiations with Trump. On the other hand, if he's not going to expand healthcare, or healthcare isn't going to approve these kind of things, I mean, if Elon Musk wants to cut spending, that's one place you could do it.
It's the election, but it's also the results. I mean, people want these GLP-1s. There's a lot of Matt Millers
those
out
stocks
there
higher by around 20%
and to get their hands on GLP-1s.
Yeah, because they could have so many potential benefits, staving off heart failure, Alzheimer's, and of course, keeping me slim. That would be great.
I was going to say, outside of weight loss is certainly an interesting thing. Now, coming up next,
오늘 JP 모건 10% 뛰고 있습니다. 네. 테슬라 다시 좀 올라오고 있고 골드 어떻냐고요? 골드도 좀 계속 상방 추세이긴 하죠. 골드 오늘 3% 떨어졌긴 한데 달러가 많이 올라서 미국의 리더가 바뀌었기 때문에 골드가 움직이고 있지만 골드 그래도 좀 상방 추세의 가능성이 여전히 높은 게 지정학적 이슈 그리고 달러에 대한 해치로 괜찮습니다. 리비언 주식 어떨까요? 리비언은 해리스가 지면서 떨어졌습니다. 친환경 에너지 섹터들이 떨어지면서 같이 떨어졌어요. 트럼프 24시간의 러우 전쟁 종식한다고 했다던데
as
뭐 많은 말들 중에서 그중 일부였을 수도 있죠. 그게 왜 금융주가 수혜주인가요? 정책이랑 규제를 완화시켜 주는 것 때문에 수혜입니다. 제키님 감사합니다. 뭐 질문하셔도 좋습니다. 금리나 하면 뱅크 오브 아메리카 같은 금융주 호재인가요? 그렇죠. 네, 금리나 하면 뱅와 같은 금융주들 호재에 가깝죠. 근데 그건 너무 단편적이고 만약 금리 인하를 하면서 뭐 경제가 괜찮으면 괜찮아요. 네. 금리 인하하면서 경제가 좋으면 괜찮습니다. 금이 떨어진 건 달러 강세 영향일까요? 네, 금이 떨어진 건 달러 강세 영향 맞습니다. 엔비디아도 트럼프 당선에 호재 있는가요? 트럼프랑 해리스 둘 다 그 반도체를 밀어준다고 하긴 했습니다. 스트레스 테스트 완화시켜줄 가능성이 있고 뭐 자본 유치를 해야 되는 그 예금을 줄여줄 수도 있고 다양하게 규제나 정책 측면에서 은행들을 도와줄 가능성이 높습니다. 두 배 레버리지? 2배 레버리지는 3배보단 낮긴 한데 그래도 장기적으로 모아가기에는 한 배가 제일 좋습니다. 네, 투자사에서 숏이나 롱을 사는 거예요. 네. 오라클 좀 봐주세요. 오라클. 오라클 4.75% 상승하고 있습니다. 오늘 호재는 딱히 없는 것 같은데 호재는 딱히 없네요. 그냥 섹터가 다 올라서 그런 것 같습니다. 이 마이크로소프트 섹터, 소프트웨어 인프라 전부 다 오르고 있습니다. 4.6, 어도비도 3.4, 알로알토 4.7, 펠란티어 5% 등등. PSLR 장투 가능한 종목인가요? PSLR이 2배인가요? 네, 장투는 1배가 낮습니다. 장투는 하기 어려워요. 특히 변동성 높은 테슬라. 머스크가 리얼티 인컴은 실적 발표 이후로 떨어지고 있습니다. 그리고 금리가 높아서 리얼티 인컴 부진합니다.
Fascinating and extreme. Let's continue our coverage of the presidential win by Donald Trump. He delivered his remarks to supporters in West Palm Beach earlier this morning. These remarks came after it was clear he would not only win the White House, but his party was set to control.
일론 머스크가 장관직을 할 수 있나요? 뭐 하게 만들겠죠. 그걸 안 하더라도 뭐 비슷한 거 하지 않을까요?
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that
3대 지수 좀 매도가 나오고 있고요. 이제 5장 들어가기 1시간 남았습니다. 뉴스 소리 낮춰달라면 30 정도? 이 정도? 목소리가 좀 작아서 그런가 보다. 갖다 대고. 네, 음향에 좀 문제가 있으면 바로 알려주세요.
It is a remarkable series of events that we've witnessed over the last couple of months and perhaps even the last year and a half on this trail. Not only did he defeat, a dozen or so primary candidates in Iowa and had a resounding victory, everything that's happened since then would make you think that he almost didn't have a chance to overcome what was thrown at him. After the legal challenges and the assassination attempts, I think one of the things that the Trump team was very keen on doing was building sympathy among voters, to tell voters, look at everything that Donald Trump is being forced to deal with, all because he's just running to represent you.
엔비디아 블랙웰 관련 소식이냐고요? 블랙웰 관련된 소식은 최근에는 없는 것 같은데 확인해 보겠습니다. 11월 5일에 블랙웰 뭐 기사 하나 있었고.
Stephanie, we thank you so much for your reporting. That is Bloomberg's Stephanie Lai reporting from West Palm Beach, Florida. And joining us now here on set,
네, 뭐 딱히 그거에 블랙웰에 대한 소식은 없습니다.
at investment firm Recognized Partners. Charles serves on many boards, including Bloomberg LP and American Express, and previously on many other boards, including Morgan Stanley, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Paramount. You have a very close view here of how the business community feels. You yourself was a very close supporter for the Harris campaign as well. How do people feel today? What changes?
애플 거의 다 다시 오늘 장 시작하기 전 가격으로 돌아가고 있고요. 0%입니다. 애플. 빅테크 중에서 이제 음전되는 게 또 애플이 보이고 있고요.
I wonder what you make of the rise in interest rates and small cap stocks. A lot of especially tech companies there, are not necessarily making a profit, so they need interest rates to stay low. You can't have those, as Katie pointed out, you can't have those stocks up and rates up at the same time for a very long period.
Something has to give. I think people are trying to decide.
금리를 인하하면 달러 가치에 영향 많냐고요? 금리 인하 이번에 25bp 해도 뭐 크게 영향은 없을 겁니다. 그 반영돼 있어가지고. 오늘은 계단식 차익 실현이고요. 일단 뭐 거의 보합 아직까지 저점은 지켜주고 있습니다.
I think it's the bolt-ons, but you couldn't even do that before. People were afraid to try it because you didn't know what the regulatory environment would react to it. I think with more certainty there, removing some of the players that are there right now, you'll see people start to wade back into the water again.
When we think about big tech in particular, one move this morning that we thought was very interesting was not just Nvidia rising, for example.
코인베이스 지지저항 알 수 있을까요? 코인베이스는
It was also the likes of Intel. Right? So, when we think
네,
about
저항은 240입니다. 240 그리고 261 저항. 지지선 217.
who wins in that scenario and how much support from the US government is given in pursuit to that goal?
Well, I expect him to continue to support the CHIPS Act. Bringing manufacturing back is a big theme. To his credit, he's been talking about that for a long time. But it probably helps the auto industry as well if he's going to put tariffs on Chinese making cars, EVs as well. So that's going to help all of Detroit as well.
What about consolidation there? I mean, Intel is supposed to get, I think, more than $20 billion worth of funding from the government. It's only a $80 billion stock at this point.
Used to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not sure that Donald Trump is necessarily going to influence that, but do you see this speeding those kind of things up?
It makes it possible to have those conversations right now. Before now, people wouldn't even think of that. It just wasn't worth spending any cycles.
오늘 코인베이스가 많이 오르네. 코인베이스 21% 유지. 자, 거래량은 좀 줄어들고 있고 이제 5장 곧 들어갑니다.
You said that those small tech companies, they can't go public, so maybe they'll see some relief through that valve. But why can't they go public? I mean, is there
30년 채권 경매 이제 2시간 뒤 있고 30년 채권 경매 때 또 주가 좀 움직일 수 있습니다. ASML 지지 저항도 알 수 있을까요? ASML은 지지선은 이평선 60 아래로 보면 될 것 같네요. 한 550 정도? 550지 이상.
who faced more adversity, I have to imagine, than any presidential candidate in history. The Justice Department was after him, 4 indictments, 2
그리고 2022년 말쯤에 60 떨어졌었죠. 60, 이평선 60 아래로 떨어졌다가 이번에도 60 아래로 떨어지면 거기가 지지선. 찌라시라는 단어가 미국 증권사에서 쓰이냐고요? 아니요. 찌라시라는 단어는 비슷한 단어는 있는데 찌라시는 안 쓰죠.
No idea, for example, what she thought of the state and local tax deduction. Stephanie Rule asked her directly, and she did not answer.
She put out a lot of policy papers on her website, but no one goes there. It was 84 pages.
테슬라 정상에서 289에 있습니다. 289. 오늘 하루 종일 여기 돌파를 시도하고 있습니다. 오늘 새벽 프리장에서도 시도했고 이번에도 시도하고 있고.
I think it's hard to be the candidate of change when you've been, the vice president for 4 years and people want to change. They wanted someone who could implement it quickly. That means you want a strong man. So he had both those things going for him.
So maybe not reaching the demographics that she needed to reach. I am curious how you think the fact that we didn't have a
DJT도 부탁드립니다. DJT는
campaign, a very compressed campaign, as you pointed out. But the fact that she didn't go through.
지지가 34고 저항이 44입니다. 34, 44.
This was an unusual situation. Even if we had a primary, it would have been truncated to a week or two, maybe. So I'm not sure that would have solved the problem. And who knows? The country just may not have been ready for a black woman to be president. We had to factor that in. There were some people who wouldn't vote for her, but I thought she did an amazing job for the task that she had. She had a limited amount of time to get put policy papers out, get organized, raise a lot of money. That was tough for anybody to do. If you say no one knew this person 4 years ago and Trump's been in the public eye for, 3 decades, that's a hard comparison.
It's interesting. When you sat down, we were talking about how the market has just been ripping, right? And you were a Harris supporter. Yes. And wondering what you think now comes of the Democratic Party. You have the Senate turning red, the House on the line, the White House red, the market reacting to Trump as the pro-business president at this juncture. You still had record highs in the S&P 500 under Biden, but the narrative has changed. Pro-business.
ASMR은
How does the Democratic Party change the narrative around that?
방금 본 것 같은데. ASMR 저항은 얼마쯤 될까요? 750이요. 750.
Some reflection on the party and probably result in some change in 4 years.
750.
People will learn from this because they don't want to keep losing. I think if you go on the Democratic website.
자, 테슬라 꾸준하게 계속 올라가고 있고 비트코인 매수 들어오고 있고 이제 5장 50분 전 5장 들어가기 50분 전. 아, 지지선이야. 오케이. 근데 거래량은 좀 줄어들었습니다. 확실히. 거래량은 많이 줄어들었어요. 대선에 어떤 언론사가 믿을 만한가요? 별로 없죠. 믿을 만한 그냥 알아서 찾아야 돼. 알아서 찾아야 됩니다. 정보랑 뭐 베팅 사이트도 보고 뭐 여러 가지 보면 되긴 됩니다. 믿을 만한 언론사 뭐 그런 거는 없는 것 같습니다. 그 중에서 이제 정보를 가져가면 되지. 개인 역량인 것 같습니다.
AI that makes your business stronger, helps you make decisions faster, and makes your people even better. Revolutionary technology, real-world results. That's SAP Business AI.
It's time. Time to elevate to the next level.
우주 관련주에 뭐가 있나요? 스페이스X랑 관련된 거? 뭐 ASTS 있고 ASTS 스페이스 모바일. 이것도 뭐 상업용 위성 회사입니다. 이거. 언론사도 보수 진보 다 봐야 돼.
Executive, and I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all stars like Billie Jean King.
요즘 주식 난이도 어느 정도냐고요?
Jay Williams,
한 5로 치면은 한 4 정도? 5가 맥스로 치면 한 4 정도.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No one does that.
4.5? 네, 4에서 4.5.
You need a clap?
왜냐면 많은 판도가 바뀌는 거라서. 머스크는 X 왜 건설자 나라라고 했나요? 다른 이유가 있나요? 글쎄요, 그 건설자의 나라, 직역하면 건설자의 나라인데 이제 뭔가를 만들어 보자. 뭐 소프트웨어든 뭐 사업이든 건설이건 일단 건설적인 걸 하자. 약간 그런 의미를 내포한 것 같습니다. 직접적인 막 건설 회사 뭐 그런 게 아니라 뭐 건설 회사도 직접적인 연관이 있긴 있겠지만 그냥 의미를 내포한 걸로 보면 될 것 같아요.
To be the 47th president of the United States, Elon Musk's big bet looks like it's paying off. Tesla shares surge as investors wager the EV maker will be a major winner when Trump returns to the White House. And as Katie pointed out earlier, Rivian shares, his big competitor, are down, or his small competitor, I should say. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow joins us with more. Rivian, obviously not a huge competitor to Tesla. They kind of own this lane, right, in terms of EVs, Ed. Is his $130 million investment going to start paying dividends right away?
Yeah, I mean, the immediate reaction of the shares is largely just by association between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And, overnight, Musk has been speaking about sort of the work that he did on the Trump campaign's ground game, kind of taking responsibility for it. The consensus among industry experts, forecasters, is that Trump's policy platform may
갑자기 거래량이 좀 나오네요.
for electric vehicles on the incentive side or support for manufacturers negatively, right? Repeal what some of the legislation, allows for. But many see Tesla as well positioned, frankly, A, because it's a pure play name, but also because those incentives are allowing the rest of the field to catch up. And I think you showed the shares of GM and Ford as kind of split automakers, as well as the other pure plays like Rivian.
And I want to talk about Elon Musk potentially in the Trump administration, what that would mean for Tesla. Of course, he has his hand already in 6 different companies. He is a more distracted,
RXRX 실적 언제일까요?
But I feel like him potentially entering political
RXRX는 11월 6일에 나온다고 하긴 한데 unconfirmed, 확인이 안 됐습니다. confirm이 안 됐어요. 인플레이션 상승을 가정한다면 어느 투자가 해지용으로 괜찮나요? 인플레이션 상승을 가정한다면요? 기술주가 해지로 괜찮습니다. 인플레이션 상승한다면 제일 돈을 많이 진공청소기처럼 끌고 있어서 뭐 반도체, 거의 AI 반도체 회사들이 괜찮은 것 같네요. 인플레이션 상승했죠. 대표적으로 엔비디아가 있죠. 슈마컴은 아직 회계 그거를 팬케이크 회계 조작 이슈 때문에 계속 좀 하방 추세입니다. 어제 실적 발표 때 공시 보고서 제출을 언제 내놓을지 불확실하다라는 얘기 나오면서 떨어졌습니다.
I wonder what you think of the West Coast billionaires getting in on this election. I mean, Elon Musk giving $130 million to Donald Trump is one thing. He has hundreds of billions, so he can do it. But Peter Thiel also kind of helped to create J.D. Vance. It's not unusual for very wealthy people to buy themselves a place at the table, a seat at the table in administrations. But what do you make of this?
That happens on both sides, though, and ever since Citizens United, we made that a right for everybody to do. You can express yourself, and it's unlimited. If we want to change that, we could change it, but I don't see any. There's too many people who are profiting from that for it to change. So this is a big industry. Every 4 years, media companies profit, everybody else, and so that's going to continue.
to the extent it continues, in this round at least, the people who are putting money in the races are affiliated with a different type of technology. It's artificial intelligence, even when you come down to Elon Musk and XAI. So what role is that going to play?
And Teal, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What role is that all going to play in the new economy here? And frankly, what are the ripple effects?
시장이 워낙 많이 올라서 조금 파도가 있어도 울렁출렁거리네요. 0.5% 정도가 그냥 일반적인 출렁거림이라고 보면 될 것 같네요. 0.5% 플러스 마이너스.
It'll happen without us in other countries, and so it's not a bad thing to have technology people around them.
Yeah, and I'm curious how you approach AI as an investor. Of course, recognize it's a private growth equity firm. You take a look at technology, you take a look at software. AI has been the talk of the town in markets for 2-3 years. At this point, what opportunity set do you see there? How do you filter out basically hype from reality?
That's the number one questions our LPs ask us, because we invest in a lot of software engineering type companies and technology services. Which things will get automated and which things still need people involved? And so for every investment, that's the number one question we start with. Does this accelerate the business, or does it replace this business? And the good news is, I think the things that it accelerates much more than the things that it replaces. That's the history of technology. It takes a while to get going. I know everybody keeps saying, where are the use cases? We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. That's the way these cycles work. They take a long time to get started, but then they're much bigger than you ever imagined them to be. So this is going to play out over many years. We're excited about it. It's an investment theme that we have right now, though.
Speaking of investment themes, one thing we were talking about a little earlier on this program, you saw small cap stocks. Yes, they were rallying. They have been rallying.
오늘 장이 좋은 건 대선 불확실성이 큰 거냐고요? 네, 대선 불확실성이 큽니다.
A larger base. You now see Palantir at another record high. You see American Express at a record high as well. You're seeing this across sectors for these really large companies here, and it can't be ignored. When you think about the marginal impact here, the difference that a red Senate, maybe a red House, and a Trump White House means, what industry is going to feel it most?
Hard to say one specific industry, but pharma probably is one. Just healthcare in general. We think big tech, like I mentioned before, the auto industry, and so almost every industry will benefit from a lower tax rate, at least potentially anyway. And then the proposal to raise taxes on buybacks, that's probably not going to happen now, so that's also a positive. So there's a lot to like in terms of, if you're a business person, that's your main thing. Lower taxes, better capital gains tax rate, dividends are going to be easier to do, on and on and on. That's why people voted for.
I wonder what you do, or what companies do. You obviously are essential to the way a lot of companies, and the big companies in this country, run. How do they prepare themselves for an incoming Trump administration, if that's possible?
아니요, 저 여기 있습니다.
Not always certain which things were said to fire for effect. This is just an idea I have versus this is what I'm actually going to do. You'll have to wait and see what things actually get implemented, and that's over the next 3 months. That's what we focus on, trying to get a sense of it.
일론 머스크가 얼마 돈을 넣었는지 네, 나오네요. 130 밀리언 달러 투자했다고 하네요. 자, 일론 머스크가 130 밀리언 트럼프에 투자를 했는데 이제 어떤 식으로 투자를 뽑아 먹을지 본다고 합니다. 일론 머스크 네트워크.
The more likely scenario, it'll be measured over time, roll some tariffs in and be more thoughtful about it. If you did that right away, that's immediate inflation. That's a sales tax on everybody.
285 빌리언 달러니까 130 밀리언 달러 투자한 거면 얼마? 엄청 작은데.
Charles, we thank you so much for being here in studio, of course, after a very long night. That is Charles Phillips of Recognized Partners. We have more on the markets up next. Please stick with us.
130 밀리언.
At record highs, and of course, the markets rip-roaring. The bond market selling off. We'll show you what's under the hood next. This is Bloomberg. .004% 투자해서 예, 이제 뽑아 먹어야 됩니다. 넷워트가 285 빌리언 달러인데 이제 거기에 130 밀리언 달러 투자.
AI that makes your business stronger.
뭐 뽑아 먹겠네
Helps
그냥.
you make decisions faster and makes your people even better. Revolutionary technology, real world results. That's SAP Business AI.
It's time. Time to elevate to the next level and unlock your full potential. Over 180 student organizations, 17 Division I athletic teams, a Concession spirit that can't be broken. St. John's University isn't your average college. It's time.
That hasn't been done before. There's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way. And I think where we've been successful is really being reactive.
네, 유럽은 떨어지는 게 그 관세 때문에 그래요. 관세 때문에 유럽 쪽은 많이 좀 떨어지고 있습니다. 유럽 비상이에요. 유럽 비상입니다. 라가르드 약간 그 제롬 파월 포지션인 유럽 쪽에서 제롬 파월 포지션인 라가르드 총재도 트럼프가 되면 위험할 것 같다 그러면서 직접적인 그런 발언을 했었는데 비상이죠. 네, 홍보 효과만 해도 아마 트위터로 다 벌었을 듯? 트위터 많이 사용했다고 하던데 이번에 사용자 수 많이 늘었다고 하던데 진짜 비즈니스맨이에요.
We've got a statement, a decision, and a news conference.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election 2024. Let's take a check on this stock market right now. Ripping
오픈도어 왜 이렇게 빠지나요? 금리가 올라서 그 부동산 종목들 많이 빠지고 있습니다. 오픈도어, 레드핀 등등. 레드핀도 4% 떨어지고 있고.
About 4.6%, just a fantastic day for those small companies, heavily weighted, of course, to financials, to healthcare. Some of the sectors really seeing a bid today. Let's take a look cross market, though, cross asset, because that's where a lot of this action is. You can see the 10-year yield holding its sell-off when it comes to the bond market, up about 18 basis points on that 10-year treasury yield. I am so excited to see that 30-year auction later today. We talk about bond vigilantes all the time, and the sell-off that we're seeing.
이렇게 높은 금리에서 이제 30년물 채권 금리가 경매가 한 1시간 반 뒤에 있는데 어떻게 움직일지 흥미롭네요. 오늘 TLT가 3% 빠진 상황에서 10년물이 4.5% 근접한 상황에서 30년물 채권 경매. 이 정도면 수요가 많을 것 같긴 한데 지금 상황이 인플레이션 올라갈 수 있고 트럼프 재정정책 통해서 많이 돈 그 빚이 적자가 더 커질 수 있고
the popular vote, the first time a Republican's done that in 20 years. This is certainly an inflation problem. Inflation is probably kryptonite for any president who's in office, but also it looks like a resounding rejection of immigration and woke policies.
트럼프 오늘 일정이 있나요? 일정 잡혀 있는 건 없습니다. 해리스는 장 끝나고 승복 연설 있고요. 엔비디아 정선 145인가요? 네, 145입니다. 그 다음은 150. 비트코인이 현재 역사상 신고가 돌파를 했나요? 네, 돌파를 했습니다. DJT 빠지는 이유가 뭘까요? 셀 더 뉴스, 뉴스에 파는 현상 나오고 있습니다.
St. John's University isn't your average college. It's time.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations.
한국장은 어떤 야구? 뭐 국장이나 유럽장이나 관세 때문에 좀 부정적으로 보는 것 같습니다. 내일 코인주들 내일 한국장의 코인주들이 급등하겠다고요? 그럴 가능성이 높죠. 네. 지금 8시 반인가요? 8시 반 어디 계시는데? 지금 미동부 11시 30분, 한국어 오전 1시 반. 자, 3대 지수 매수 좀 들어오고요. 다시 일단 오후장 들어가기 30분 전이고 이제 1시간 20분 뒤 30년 채권 경매 있습니다. 30년 경매가 좀 중요하죠. 장기 금리 경매, 장기 채권 경매.
The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election 2024. Let's take a look at the stock market. Of course, we've been checking in on that big rally.
메타 숏 종목이 있나요? METD가 있습니다. METD.
S&P 500 up by 2%, Nasdaq 100 up by more than 2% at this point, and small caps firmly.
마이크론 지지선 봐주실 수 있나요? 마이크론.
Today, the Russell 2000 up about 4.6%.
105.7 그리고 109.5 지지선 109.5 115 돌파하면 125로 이제 갭 상승이고요.
Great to have you on set. Of course, it has been a busy week, a busy 24 hours. And you take a look at the stock market, it feels like we've been talking about the Trump trade reappearing for weeks, especially in the bond market, but particularly in equities as well. You could have made the case that maybe a Trump win was priced in, but clearly that trade has more juice.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's really happening in the grand scheme of things is stocks very typically are following a seasonal pattern. They struggled in October. They typically struggle in October of election years. And then once the election is over, you get a nice bounce. And that's exactly what we're getting. I think the thing that really surprised people is that we have an election result so fast.
Yes.
And so you're getting the bounce even faster than many people had anticipated. But you very typically get very strong seasonals coming in November and December. Post-election year seasonals have been somewhat suppressed recently by a lot of uncertainty with respect to elections, but this is a very certain result, and it's getting priced in pretty quickly.
오늘 러셀이 2021년 11월 고점을 찍었네요. 거의 신고가 근처. 아까 238까지 가면서. 어디요? 러셀 종목도 중소형주들이 또 신고가 근처. 모든 종목들이.
They can't be up forever if rates are up this high forever. But I wonder if part of that is just that investors are already so invested in the Mag 7 and the S&P, like there's nowhere else to go.
Right. I think that's part of it. There's a little bit of pent-up demand for small caps. There's a presumption that tax reform, which does appear to be top of the Trump agenda, is likely to impact or help aid small caps recovery more than large caps, which I think is largely correct. So small caps have some sort of, I would say, pent-up aggression that's being worked out in the market right now, and they are
most
the
of them
higher
lose money,
beta.
right, GM?
Well, less than you think. Like 40% of small caps were unprofitable back in 2021. About 27% are unprofitable today. Long-term average is about 30, 35%.
베락 라비드라고 그 이스라엘 기자가 있는데 얘기를 하기에 네타냐후가 미국 대통령 당선자 도널드 트럼프와 통화를 했다고 합니다. 그래서 네타냐후가 트럼프를 축하하기 위해 먼저 전화를 건 사람 중 하나였고 대화는 따뜻하고 우호적이었고 두 사람은 이스라엘의 안보를 위해 협력하기로 합의를 했으며 이란의 위협에 대해 논의를 했다고 합니다.
Certainty, I guess, at this point is those tax cuts.
Yep.
And if we think about those tax cuts, how do you calculate what it means at the end of the day for EPS, especially for
트럼프가 되면 증시가 좋아질 거라 생각하나요? 월스트리트에서는 아니면 불확실성 해소 때문에 증시가 상승한 거? 둘 다요. 불확실성 해소 때문에 상승한 것도 있고 트럼프가 되면 뭐 기업들 관세 줄여주고 뭐 특히 금융주들 그 정책 규제 완화시켜 줄 거라는 기대감에 오르는 것도 있습니다. 그리고 트럼프가 돼서 이제 불확실성이 가장 크죠. 불확실성 제거. 단기적으로 좀 많이 오르고 있는 게 리스크가 줄어들어서 그렇습니다. 불확실성이 줄어들어서 그렇습니다.
We don't know if that's even possible in today's budgetary environment. What does seem very likely is at least a recovery of the expirations that were likely to happen through the end of 2025. What does that mean? We estimate it's about a 3% bump to EBIT, and I'll work through the mathematics of that. Prior to the Tax Act of 2017, companies were paying 19% of EBIT in the S&P 500 to tax. After the act, we got down to a 14% rate. So you had a 5% decline in the amount of tax paid as a share of EBIT in that experience. As part of those reforms have expired over the last several years, we've gotten back to a point where companies are now paying 17.5% effective tax rates. So could we get back to 14? Absolutely. And so that's our best guess is with reforms in this current budgetary landscape, we're not likely to get to a 15% tax rate. We more than likely actually just go back and get another 2017, which gives us about a 3% bump to the S&P 500 as a share of EBIT.
Well, you make a great point. Of course, we need to see what actually goes from campaign promise to actual policy. A lot of question marks there. Let's talk about what we do know. And we know that it's still earnings season. And I actually love this note that you had out the other day that so what if earnings are great? You have valuations getting in the way here. Valuations don't seem to be top of mind this morning.
Not at all.
Of all mornings. But how do you see that interplay, that dynamic working out between valuations and still strong earnings?
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting going into 2025 because the primary driver of valuations is a combination of just general animal spirits, risk tolerance, the longer-term outlook for earnings growth, and of course, Fed policy and interest rates. So you've got to question, how much of that is going to change with this new administration going forward. If we really do have much stronger growth prospects that do emerge as a result of tax reforms and the like.
퀄컴 정보는 안 올려놨습니다. 아직. 퀄컴은 보합 중이고 이제 실적이 전망이 좀 낮습니다. 막 그렇게 실적이 잘 나올 거란 전망은 아니고 기대감이 낮다는 거는 그만큼 기대감을 뛰어넘으면 주가가 오를 수 있거든요. 여기 전망을 올리고 이 매출 보시다시피 좀 보합이죠. 매출도 거의 그대로고 EPS도 거의 그대로고 그래서 여기서 보합 중입니다. 굉장히 보합 중이에요. 퀄컴이. 실적 잘 나오면 100, 200도 볼 수 있습니다. 200.
Longer term, I think it's going to get a little bit more complicated than we were anticipating just a month ago without this election result.
Gina, thanks so much for joining us. Gina Martin Adams.
ARM도 기대감이 낮냐고요? ARM은 기대가 좀 높은 걸로 알고 있습니다. ARM은 주가도 꾸준히 이렇게 상승했고 영업 주당 순이익이 이렇게 상승하죠. 매출도 상승합니다. 네, 일라이 릴리는 실적 이후로 계속 좀 부진한 상태입니다. 특히 그쪽으로 어디야 체중 감량 물약 쪽으로 좀 부진해서 계속 떨어지고 있습니다.
And makes your people even better. Revolutionary technology, real world results. That's SAP Business AI.
Working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people are optimistic about then. The fact is we built essentially from scratch, with lots of supporters.
이제 금값 떨어진다고 봐야 되나요? 아니요. 금값은 계속 상방일 가능성이 높은 게 지정학적 이슈도 있고 이제 인플레이션 리스크도 있고 아직 금값이 끝났다라고 얘기할 만한 거는 없는 것 같습니다. 아, 미라클님 네. 옛날 구독자. 시장이 조용하면 또 트레이딩 할 것 같긴 한데 지금은 좀 뉴스가 많고 막 바뀌고 있고 그래가지고. 자, 이제 오후장 곧 들어가고 30년물채권경매 곧 나옵니다. 아직 1시간 남았긴 해요. 아직 1시간 남았습니다.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action.
미국 폭동 대비하던데 그건 괜찮나요? 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 오늘 해리스가 나와서 승복 연설도 할 거고 만약에 트럼프가 됐으면 더 그 가능성이 높았을 텐데 해리스가 져서 그리고 진 것도 뭐 그냥 진짜 아슬아슬하게 진 게 아니라 그냥 일방적으로 이제 거의 져버려가지고 민주당 그리고 하원 의원 둘 다 또 가져갈 가능성 높고 지금 폭동 아닌가요? 뭐 일부 지역에서는 일어나고 있을 수도 있습니다. 네. 보도되거나 뭐 그런 건 안 보이네요.
So many names, particularly those that have also been close to Wall Street. You think the likes of Scott Bessent, you think the likes of Jay Clayton even, who has served in a Trump term before. How do some of these potential future candidates really stack up against the candidates that are in Washington as well, and what it means for policy ahead?
Well, it's all an open game now, and let the posturing and the jockeying and the, favor calling in games all begin now. There is the Trump transition team is led right now by Howard Lutnick, who is the Cantor Fitzgerald CEO.
민주당이요? 뭐 불만 일단 얘기가 많이 나오던 거는 이제 점점 기업들도 바뀌고 있는 게 다양성 포용 그런 거를 점점 없애고 있어요. 처음에는 친환경적인 거를 좀 이제 다른 단어를 쓰거나 이제 친환경 쪽으로 점점 빼고 있다가 다양성 포용 뭐 그런 것들도 빼고 있고 그런 추세가 있었습니다. 기업들은.
Trump fired him and started over with Mike Pence running the transition. So it's going to be a crazy couple of months, but we should start seeing serious names for positions like White House Chief of Staff, which doesn't need Senate confirmation, and then Treasury Secretary and Secretary of State.
PC에 지친 미국인들. 뭐 디즈니나 뭐 그런 것들 뭐 디즈니, 뭐 PC, 뭐 PC에 대한 불만도 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 버드와이저, 뭐 타겟 등등. 제키님, 감사합니다.
There are just so many, and none of them are serious enough that, I frankly feel comfortable going into their names. The names you mentioned are
아니, 있음과 없음님.
Howard Lutnick himself is a
아니,
popular
왜
name out there.
진짜 답 안 하네 이 자식이라고 하길래 아니 그래도 그건 좀 그렇죠. 매너를 좀 지켜주시고 질문을 많이 하셨긴 했네. 여기 보니까 앞으로 변화되는 변동성 환경을 제외하고 그건 예측할 수 없지만 오늘까지 기준 환경 조건을 봤을 때 트럼프 미디어 전망은 어떨까요? 라고 질문을 엄청 한 4-5번 하셨는데 제가 죄송합니다. 못 봤네요. 그런데 이 자식 그런 건 좀 그렇지. 다시 돌아오면 또 질문해 주세요. 또 질문하면 대답해 드리겠습니다. 화낼 만하긴 함 근데 얼마나 답답했으면 진짜 답 안 하네 이 자식. 트럼프 미디어 테크놀로지에 대한 미국인들의 인식은 어떤가요?
Selling a lot of Tesla stock is a big motivator here for Elon Musk. His ownership of Tesla is so big that I think unloading it would create issues for the stock. It would also create problems for Elon Musk's network. I think there are a bunch of reasons why he's not going to want to do that. He's going to want to keep his stock and try to figure out a way to have a White House.
에디님 거 종일 보고 있으니까 다른 미정치는 못 보겠어요. 이랬었는데. 이렇게 착한 분이 어쩌다가 DJT 밈주하면 성격이 또 저렇게 뭐 다 그런 건 아니지만 긴박해져요. DJT 밈주. 화낼만하다.
Any more key man risk than it already faced? Like Tesla obviously faces key man risk. It's just I don't know the key man risk.
응원합니다. 자 이제 15분 뒤 5장 들어가고요. 좀 변동과 방향성 나올 수 있습니다.
Last I checked, it was up like 13%. That is like a lot of money to Elon Musk's net worth. When you look
물렸는데 답변도 안 해줘.
Something like 185, maybe $200 million on this election effort. When all said and done, he's gonna have done very nicely, and I don't think he's gonna want to stop that. I think his hope, as he's signaled, on the campaign trail, is that Donald Trump is going to make a bunch of policies that are going to make these companies even more successful. That he is going to play a role personally in the Mars program. So I don't think we should expect him to take some kind of formal
한국 주식 프로그램이나 주식 사이트에 대한 미디어 그룹 어떤 회사인가요? DJT 어떤 회사냐고요? 뭐 그냥 밈주입니다. 트럼프 오늘 떨어진 이유가 트럼프가 당선이 되고 이제 사실 밈주라기 보기도 어려울 수도 있습니다. 선반영 되던 거를 이제 기대감에 올랐다가 이제 당선이 되고 떨어진 거죠.
Yeah, I think for me, this is one of the big takeaways. For several years, people have been talking about X in very narrow terms. We've been looking at Fidelity writing down its value basically every quarter. Its value has fallen by something like 80%. If you look at like what third parties are saying. I think you have to look at this as a very successful acquisition, not in terms of business terms perhaps, because X's revenue has fallen, their user base has kind of been iffy, but in the sense that this has become a vital platform on the right. This is how the political right in the United States and the people who affiliate with that are consuming their news. It's how they're organizing. It is the, whatever people talked about after 2020.
단타로 욕심 부리다가 동전주에 물려 있는데 이럴 때 출구 전략이 있나요? 출구 전략이요? 없습니다. 동전주 출구 전략은 그냥 이미 그 시점까지 갔으면 없어요.
countries. How does Trump's relationship to many of these countries change perhaps Elon Musk's presence globally?
Well, I mean, what Starlink needs is more customers. Starlink is Elon Musk's internet service. It needs customers. It needs to sell a lot more of these subscriptions to regular people. It also needs
DJT 돈 버냐고요?
and Trump can help with both because
아니요. DJT는 돈을 계속 잃고 있습니다. 주당 순이익 보면 계속 떨어지고 있죠. 매출은 없고요. 지난번에 유상증자 해서 트럼프 그거 했었습니다. 유상증자 했는지는 정확히 기억 안 나는데 어쨌든 그 지출이 있었는데 트럼프 그 법적인 문제 있을 때 그 지출에 사용을 했어요. DJT를.
Max, really quickly here, of course, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, a lot of happy noises right now, the best of friends. How long do you think that will last, though? Because Elon Musk and
리사이클 홀딩스 어떻게 생각하시나요? 이쪽도 오늘 좀 안 좋을걸요? 리사이클 홀딩스도. 야, 예, 18% 떨어지고 있네. 이거는 실적 발표가 내일 장 끝나고 나옵니다. 이거는 오늘 해리스 당선이 안 되면서 그 친환경 에너지 쪽들 전부 다 떨어지고 있고 이거는 69밀리언 달러 굉장히 시가총액이 적습니다.
As a celebrity, as arguably the most important spokesperson who's not Donald Trump for the MAGA movement. And so I don't think they're going to break up. I think where the rubber meets the road is when Elon Musk suggests something that is politically unpopular, which he almost certainly will because, you know, he likes to push the envelope and I think that is where there may be some tension.
And to your point here, he has a large platform via his media company, X, and a lot of money in those down ballot races. Maybe just as important.
이제 5장 들어가기 10분 전입니다. 별 움직임은 없는 것 같긴 한데. 일런은 친환경 아닌가? 일런은 FSD 친환경보다 이제 FSD를 더 많이 팔고 활용할 수 있는 거에 대한 기대감.
And that is that Donald Trump's plans are very uncertain. We know in broad terms what he wants to do, but he hasn't given enough details to model anything out. So the Fed doesn't know.
아무리 위아래 읽어봐도 저 자식 욕이 안 보입니다. 아 그거 자동으로 필터 됐어.
We don't know what's going to happen next, and we will ask Jay Powell over and over and over again what he thinks of the Trump economic plans, and he will say over and over
이제 10분 뒤 5장 들어갑니다.
We'll deal with detail when it happens to affect the economy.
We do know what Treasury yields are going to look like, right? Because we see right now that the 10-year is basically at 450, and the 30-year long bond dropped, the yield jumped and the price dropped the most since 2016. So how much of an effect does that have on the Fed's view?
We got to see how long that lasts, Matt. If that continues, then it is obviously going to affect how the Fed thinks about it. But it's kind of binary. One path is that the interest rate goes up as it has because the markets think that the Trump plans will be inflationary, and that slows the economy, and the Fed may want to cut rates. But if it's also inflationary, they may want to raise rates to bring down inflation. So they're kind of stuck at this point, waiting for the details and to see how it is applied. In 2018, the Fed staff did a study on the Trump tariffs then and said they're probably going to be inflationary, but the best thing you can do at the moment is look through them because it's a one-time rise in the price level rather than an ongoing threat of inflation.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Mike McKee on what I would have to say again is a pretty historic day. The 47th president is elected with all the swing states that have been called and the popular vote. We'll talk more about
비트 풀백이요? 비트 풀백이랑 시장 풀백이랑 같이 나올 겁니다. 아마 나올 거면. 이제 트럼프 트레이드가 이제 다 같이 되돌아가면서 풀백 언제 오냐고요? 새로운 뉴스가 있으면요. 예를 들어서 뭐 유럽 쪽에 관세를 매기겠다고 했는데 이제 유럽에서 대응을 한다든지 그런 무역 전쟁이 발발한다든지 그러면 좀 내려갈 수 있죠. 지금은 이제 모든 게 행복한, 모든 게 이제 허니문 기간. 네, 신혼여행 같은 그런 분위기인데 이제 금리를 보고 무역 전쟁이고 뭐 그런 거를 보기 시작하면 일망 시작이죠.
The top names in business.
소리가 잠시만요. 이게 세팅을 바꾸니까 소리가 갑자기 안 들리네. 디폴트 잠깐만요. 백그라운드 노이즈가 좀 없을 수 있습니다. 잠깐만요. 이렇게 하면 들리고 이렇게 하면 잠시만요. 잠깐 끊었다 오겠습니다. 이제 5장 들어가기 5분 전인데 잠깐 그 사운드에 문제가 있어가지고 잠깐 끊었다가 올게요. 한 10초만 기다리시면 됩니다. 자, 여기서 자, 다시 돌아왔습니다. 오케이. 이게 왜 소리가
I've certainly heard from Trump advisors that this would be an area that the U.S. should have been using its own military capabilities to go in and get those Americans out. How much of that is bluster and how much they would actually be prepared to try to do either directly or together with Israel, I think is an open question. What is clear is that Hamas has been uninterested in negotiating even for a small number of these remaining hostages, just the remaining women and elderly in return for some small ceasefire. There's been no ability to do that when Hamas's military leadership was alive, and also now that they've been killed and there's a new group, there's just been no movement there at all, Sarah.
Ian, McConnell's on the tape today, says he's going to focus on foreign policy and defense as he transitions out of leadership.
자, 이제 5장 들어가기 3분 전.
Most dangerous time since the days before World War II. Where do we think NATO and Ukraine policy goes from here?
Well, I think that the Middle East is not going to change all that much from Biden to Trump. But I do think that Russia-Ukraine is a much bigger question, and the Europeans are very deeply concerned about that. You know, Zelensky, as Sarah noted, has already congratulated Trump and said they had a great meeting when they got together in New York, and that is, of course, exactly the political reality that Zelensky.
네, 테슬라 290 향해서 갑니다. 14%. 이제 5장 들어가면서 또 변동이 있을 거고요.
Zelensky certainly doesn't trust him and thinks he's done a great sales job on the Americans to get the U.S. to spend a lot of money that they shouldn't be spending. Now, we've heard on many occasions that Trump has said that he's going to end this war in one day. And furthermore, he doesn't even need to be president. He could do it in the lame duck. I expect he's going to start making statements on Russia, Ukraine in short order. I think the big problem that NATO has is that the Europeans are unlikely to be consulted on that.
Really quickly, okay, we're out of time. So maybe if you could do yes or no in a few words. Is China happy or not with this result?
1월 20일부터 이제 백악관 들어가고 inauguration day 1월 20일. 아직 시간이 한 2개월 정도 남았네요. 트럼프가 백악관 들어가기까지는 2개월 정도 남았습니다.
Action across the board has been remarkable in bonds, in oil, in gold, in Bitcoin, in banks, in solar. And everything else.
I mean, you really can go down the list, and it is just a Trump trade of winners and losers based on what he's done in the past and based on what he has said.
오늘 파이낸셜 와 금융주들 5% 상승. 산업 인더스트리얼 3.6, 에너지 3.2, 테크 2%.
And then on trade and tariffs, people are wondering how much he's going to follow through.
Right, and we'll keep our eye, of course, on labor supply if these deportations do begin on day one. Finally,
자 이제 5장 들어갑니다. 자 5장 들어갑니다.
I mean, look, the expectation is for a quarter point cut.
거래량 변동성 좀 나오고.
Whether Powell signals he's open to a pause in December or beyond because the data's been so good. He's not going to say anything about the election or predetermined policy.
아 오케이. 예, 그 쿠션.
Carl, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour. What else? The markets, they are surging today as Donald Trump is elected president once again. The Investment Committee here to discuss the road ahead for your money this hour. Joining me, Joe Turnova, Terry Firestone, Jason Snipes, Steve Weiss. Check the markets up. By now you know the story. Or certainly you're getting caught up on it.
페페님 어서 오세요.
We have 2% gains for the S&P, a little better on the NASDAQ, and the Dow's up a little better than 3% as well. Lest we say, I mean, Joe, the Trump trade is on, okay? 10-year surging. The dollar's having its best day since mid-June of 16. Steel stocks up, banks up, small caps ripping, Tesla's ripping, Bitcoin's ripping, industrial new high. I mean, staples are weak.
골드랑 실버 빠지는 거 외로는 웬만한 건 다 상승. 채권 하락, 채권이랑
equities right now, and we're inflating a bull market. I think there's areas of the market where you look at it and you say, okay, we're validating some of the performance that has already occurred so far year to date. Mid cap, large cap, that is your equity size class area of focus as you move into 2025. Financials, industrials, JOT ETF, we have 28% weighting in each one of those sectors. I think
독일 마이너스 1.5, 영국, 유럽 쪽 다 떨어졌습니다.
Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. I think it validates the move there. I think there's other areas of the market where you're getting nothing more than a knee-jerk reaction. The response that we saw overnight in the Russell. Let's keep in mind you had a lot of quant trading, a lot of algos that were participating, pumping up the Russell. It's pulling back a little bit here today. You're certainly going to see some pressure overseas.
엔비디아 장중 고점.
On the emerging market asset class, that is for sure. I know Tony Pasquarello pointed this out, but
엔비디아 장중은 145 다
I
갑니다.
think that reignites the opportunity that you're seeing there. And a last point I'll make is I think tomorrow's Federal Reserve
은희님 어서
we just
오세요.
elevated the importance of it. And I'll tell you why. Because rates, you got a 10-year approaching 4.50. At some point, rates rising, it's going to matter to the equities market. And I just wonder
그러니까 이 금리가 오르면 좀 시장에 영향을 줄 텐데 지금은
walking back and pushing against this rise in yields.
허니문 기간이라서 대선 끝나고 불확실성 없어지고 다 행복 신혼여행.
On either one of those accounts. Carrie, speaking of Tony Pasquarello in the soliloquy that Joe just
내일
delivered,
국장 반도체는 박살나나요? 어제부터 좀 움직이지 않았나요? 어제 삼성 좀 부진했고 엔비디아 장중 고점이야 잘 간다.
And Joe documented as well, albeit in greater detail.
So Scott, here's the way I would look at it in a very positive way about U.S. equities, particularly the biggest equities. We have had, over the last 4 years, considerable amount of regulation. It's the Justice Department, the SEC, the FTC. And if you look at the companies in the top 7 who have reported, Apple, well, Tesla, but I'm going to talk about tech. So Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google, and Amazon. They collectively produce.
자, 이제 오늘의 마지막 지표 1시간 뒤 55분 뒤 30년 채권 경매 있습니다. 그거 보면 이제 오늘은 거의 끝나고 장 끝나고 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 실적 보면 됩니다. 그리고 장 끝나고 그 해리스 승복 연설도 있고요. 그래서 30년 채권 경매만 보면 뭐 거의 끝날 것 같네요, 오늘은. 내일 금리나 시장 예측 얼마인가요? 25bp 금리나 예상치입니다. 90몇 % 확률로 보고 있고요. 98%인가? 거의 뭐 확실히 25bp 금리나 한다고 보면 됩니다. 공포 탐욕 지수는 느낌표 공탐 입력하시면 됩니다. 오늘은 다시 탐욕으로 돌아왔어요. 느낌표 공탐 입력, 채팅 입력하시면 링크 있습니다. 마크 저커버그. 자, 이 메타 CEO 마크 저커버그가 트럼프가 대통령 된 거에 대해서 축하를 보냈다고 합니다. Congratulations to President Trump on a decisive victory. 축하한다. We have great opportunities ahead of us. 이 나라를 위해서 할 수 있는 그 opportunity, 기회들이 많이 보입니다. 기회가 같이 할 수 있을 기회가 많이 있을 거라고 기대가 되네요. Looking forward to working with you and your administration. 잘해봅시다. 축하드리고 앞으로 많은 기회가 보이네요. 축하드리고 같이 일하길 기대합니다. 라고 스레드에 올렸다고 합니다. 트위터에 안 올리죠. 스레드. 자기네들 거 이제 트위터 비슷한 거 만들어가지고 스레드 만들었는데 그래서 일론 머스크가 굉장히 화나가지고 스파링 하자. 스파링 할 뻔했습니다. 스레드 트위터 같은 거 만들어가지고 서로 안 좋죠, 사이가.
Well, as you already know, they don't have a lot to show it. Of course, Slotkin hasn't technically lost the race yet, but the fact that it's even this close says a lot here about, well, just how little that money actually did. As for Trump,
메타 현재 마이너스 1.2%입니다. 많이 떨어지진 않았어요. 마이너스 1.2%. 아이고, 은희님. 아이고, 뭐야. 마이크로 익절 축하드립니다. 아이고, 큰 후원 고마워요. 트럼프 이모티콘 있네. 마이크로 익절 선물하셨나? 감사합니다. 저커버그 지지 쳤죠. 이제 일론 머스크는 어쩔 수 없으니까 트럼프한테 축하한다고 하고. 근데 저번에 잘 했어요. 저번에 뭐 트럼프 뭐지 그 총 그거 미스하고 빗나가고 진짜 엄청납니다. 대단해. 그때부터 직감했을 것 같아요. 그때부터. 그리고 저커버그가 그 소셜 네트워크를 가지고 있기 때문에 언론에 더 민감해서 그런 거 더 잘할 것 같기도 하고. 트럼프가 될 거를 미리 좀 알았지 않았을까요?
21% to 15%. No tax on Social Security benefits. Restoring the SALT deduction.
메타 정치 자금 후원 비중 민주당 80, 공화 20%. 대부분의 빅테크들이 그래요, 근데. 대부분 빅테크들이 민주당 쪽에 후원을 많이 했었습니다. 일론이 저 기사 가지고 와서 엑셀 올리지 말게.
SMBC Nikko Securities America, the former chief economist of the White House National Economic Council in the first Trump administration. Nice to see you at the table here. I bet you've been up all night. I can only imagine what the last 24 hours have been like for you.
Thank you for having me. I was on earlier in the week sitting over there.
Absolutely. Well, nice. You know this table very well, and you've been generous with your time over the course of this cycle. We've got a lot of questions for you here, beginning with this market reaction. This is a monster move to see a day in which the Dow's up over 1,000 points, the S&P 500 is up some 2%, but the bond market is moving in the other direction. We're looking at a 4-5 here as of this moment on the 10-year. What do you make specifically of the reaction in the bond market? This is clearly in anticipation of some sort of inflationary event.
그때 저커버그 볼카노스프스키에게 격투 배우고 그랬죠. 근데 마크 저커버그는 격투기 배우고 난 뒤에 좀 사람이 되는 것 같아요. 뭔가 예전에는 그냥 그거 같았는데, 로봇 같았는데. 아유, 데니 카스님 어서 오세요. 멤버십 환영합니다.
So for example, with Trump, equities are up because the market's more excited about growth, lower tax rates, less regulation, etc. But the bond market gets worried about more spending, tax cuts, etc. And like the CBO,
처마전이 외계인에서 인간으로 좀 된 것 같은. 좀 맞고 때리고 이렇게 하다 보니까 이제 reptilian이라는 얘기가 있었는데. 자, 이제 5장 들어가면서 시장은 계속해서 꾸준하게 테슬라, 엔비디아 장고점 근처를 가고 있습니다. 장중 고점 근처.
knee-jerk reactions, and then we'll see what happens once we get some meat to the bone.
Well, so as you consider the timeline you just said there, knowing that there was $8 trillion in deficit added.
이제 50분 뒤에 30년 채권 경매 보고 그것만 보면 거의 다 봤다고 볼 수 있습니다. 오늘 시장. 이제 장 끝나기 전에 보면 돼요.
These markets are discounting mechanisms. They are looking well ahead. So when we consider sequencing here.
아이고 워러멜론님 유럽 쪽에 계시나 보네요. 감사합니다. 첫 번째 후원 감사합니다.
How should we think about the way in which this plays out?
Right. So you're absolutely right. Markets are forward-looking, and they may fear. Or they could think, okay, tariffs are inflationary. It's a one-off price adjustment. But again, it would be how are the tariffs implemented, and what would the U.S. be getting in return? I think there's this
메타만 음전인 이유가 지금
of Trump. We're going to have tariffs across the board, X%, and this is my guess.
둘이 싸울 뻔해가지고 어쨌든 경쟁사들은 전부 다 떨어지고 있습니다. 우버도 테슬라 경쟁사인데 떨어지고 당연한 결과죠. 오늘 하루 환 차이만 200이라고요? 오늘 환율이 많이 달러가 많이 올랐습니다. 그래서 여기 계신 분들 중에서 이제 달러로만 바꿔놨어도 이득이죠.
For argument's sake, were implemented across the board, the energy share of the economy is bigger than the import share of the economy. So it really depends how it's going to be put into place. And I always tell people, look at things, the broad policy.
야금야금 다 올라갑니다. 테슬라가 또 290 근처까지 가고 있고 어쨌든 테슬라는 1조 달러는 가야 맞지 않을까 싶어요. 다 지금 이제 정책적인 측면도 잘 되고 그러면 1조 달러는 여태까지 눌려 있었으니 물론 실적을 잘 내는 것도 중요하지만 앞으로 그 여러 비즈니스 사업을 통해서 또 새로운 매출 만들고 지금 1,400 넘었어요. 1,400. 아까는 좀 눌리고 있긴 하던데 1,400에서 넘었습니다. 1,401.5. 야, 정말 많이 올라갔죠.
think Basel III is dead, or
1401.5.
But look, the financials are
1405까지도 찍었었고.
The financials are essentially a high beta on the economy. So if you believe, and again, I'm trying to be objective here. If you're looking at the equity market,
트럼프 주만 안 오르네요. DJT도 오늘 오르긴 올랐습니다. 근데 약 50%나 오르고 있다가 떨어져서 그렇지.
and inflation does moderate as I think it will, then the banks
테슬라
are supposed to do.
DJT만 왜 안 오나요? 플러스 9%.
And regulation. We've talked with you before, Joe, about some of the other policy ideas that have been put forward, like on immigration, for example. The ideas that around mass deportation and the economic impact it ultimately could have if millions of people who are contributing to the labor force.
엔비디아 장중 고점이야. 엔비디아 145 다 갑니다.
The country. How should we be gaming that out and the realism of trying to get that many people out of the country in an expeditious manner?
Joe Livornia, private citizen, doesn't expect mass deportation.
Okay.
My strong sense and gut instinct is that we're going to enforce the laws. We're going to make sure the administration will make sure that there is more legal immigration that comes through. However, there are
코인베이스도 오늘 20% 상승.
not to get into details that need to be removed, and I think law enforcement will do so. But I do not personally, this is me, Joe Livornia speaking, do not expect mass deportation. The other factor I want to mention is
이모가 오늘 테슬라 사도 되냐고 물어보시는데 고점인가 싶었는데. 근데 지금 막 1조 달러 한 2조 막 이러고 있으면 고점인가 싶은데 계속 눌려 있다가 오르는 중이라서 테슬라 뭐 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 그때 메타도 1조 달러 뚫고 막 1.5까지 금방 가는 것처럼.
Yeah, animal spirits, confidence in the outlook. Yeah.
What's the M&A situation going to look like?
제 이러다가 자동차 별로 못 팔고 있다. 그러면 떨어지긴 떨어지는데. 지금은 이제 실적 발표도 얼마 한지 안 됐고 실적 발표를 방금 했고 거의 다음 실적 발표까지 시간이 남아 있으니까.
So there is, I think, a dynamism and an animal spirit that is reflective in an entrepreneurialism a type of role, and that is going to be, I think, beneficial to activity that allows people to transact. And by the way, unlike tariffs and things like that, this sounds pretty basic. I don't think this is
엔비디아 신고가 돌파에 145 찍었습니다. 145.
The transactional nature of how he approaches things. And there was a great quote from a reporter of the Pittsburgh Gazette, I believe, 8 years ago, said, don't take President Trump literally, but take him seriously. And I find too often we get caught up in the rhetoric and get caught up in things that divide us. I don't really believe that to be.
테슬라 시가총액 얼마인가요? 8등입니다. 아직 버크셔 해서웨이가 7등으로 빅 7 옛날에 불렸었는데 아직 7등까지 올라가고 있어요. 느낌표 시총 입력하시면 시가총액 리스트 나옵니다.
Is expecting faster growth. I think it's perhaps incorrectly expecting inflation is going to be higher, but is expecting faster growth and then less inflation. And because the president's going to try to make permanent, I think he will, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. There's no big tax hike coming in 26, and therefore there's no fiscal cliff, which means there's less pressure on the Fed to cut. So I think initially the Fed will probably cut less. They'll cut 25.
해외 주식 매도 시 매매 기준 환율로 팔리나요? 실시간 매매 환율로 팔리나요? 실시간 매매 환율 매매 그걸로 팔릴걸요? 그 매매 기준 환율로. 저는 한국 쪽에 매매를 안 해봐서 잘 모르겠습니다. 아마 그게 맞을 거예요. 근데.
I said this the other day. I said, look, I'm very happy where I am and being honored to serve, and we'll just play it by ear. We'll see.
그 증권 거래소에서 얘기하는 매매 그걸로 기준으로.
If the president called, it would be hard to say no, but right now I'm happy, and we'll see what happens. I feel like I like to think I've got some options, but we'll see.
So we'll see you on the North Lawn at some point soon.
Hopefully not cut. Well, I won't say it. Thank you.
Either way, we always welcome you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate you joining us on this day after the election. Joe Livornia, of course, formerly of the Trump White House, now at SMBC Nikko Securities on this day after the election, a day in which markets are ripping, the S&P 500 at a fresh record high, and the bond market seeing big moves.
엔비디아 시가총액 1위죠. 이제 제대로 1위죠. 3.5% 상승. 애플은 오늘 부진하고. 이제 애플이 엔비디아 따라잡으려면 한 3% 정도 올라가야 됩니다. 자, 이제 40분 뒤 30년 채권 경매 나오고요. 사실 그것만 보면 거의 오늘 다 봤다고 볼 수 있습니다. 그리고 이제 장마감 후 나오는 지표들, 뭐 실적 발표나 해리스 연설이나 보면 되고요. 그리고 내일 FOMC, 내일은 FOMC가 있고. 그래서 내일 또한 지수들이 0.5%는 움직일 겁니다. 뭐 QQQ나 S&P나 0.5는 이제 플러스 마이너스 움직일 거예요. FOMC 도중에 대체적으로 그렇게 움직였습니다.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources from more than 120 countries. The moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Hannah Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in
털로도 할 수 있어요?
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
거기다가 다우존스로 편입이 되니까 엔비디아 좀 매수가 더 들어오는 거일 수도 있습니다. 자, 비트코인 또 달리고 있네요. 다음 주 월요일에 공식적으로 엔비디아가 다우존스에 편입됩니다.
AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Tomo. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you, I care about you, I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO
대선 업데이트요? 대선 업데이트는 이제 공화당 스위프, 민주당은 하원 또 뺏길 것 같습니다. 지금 하원 또 공화당이 지금 앞서고 있고 상원은 공화당이 차지했고 제 상하원 의원 둘 다 모두 공화당이 될 예정입니다. 다우존스의 저주는 피할 수도 있나요? 그렇죠. 뭐 실적 잘 내고 뭐 계속하면 시가총액 1위에다가 AI 테마에다가 대봐야 되긴 합니다. 그것도. 다우존스 저주가 뭔가요? 다우존스에 들어가면 편입이 되면 계속 상승을 못하고 계속 빠지는 추세, 빠지거나 일단 성장을 더 이상 못한다는 게 다우존스의 저주일걸요.
to what he experienced in
저는
2016
자주
and
듣는
2020.
용어는
And it's not
아니라서.
just the electoral college we're watching here, but the popular vote, which he is currently winning by roughly 5 million votes. He did not get the popular vote in the first 2 cycles he ran in.
Defying most
다우존스에 포함이 되거나 큰 인기를 얻게 되면 선거가 떨어지거나 재정적인 문제가 발생하는 현상. 비공식적인 언어.
called the red wave, or as Romaine Bostick called it from Detroit, a red wake-up call.
새로운 성장 동력을 찾기 어려워질 수 있기 때문에 주가가 정체되거나 하락하는 일이 생길 수 있다. 라는 게 다우존스의 조준.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Joining us now for more, our political panel, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions, Kristen Hahn, alongside Republican strategist and West Front Strategies principal, Ashley Davis. Thank you both for being with us on this day after. Ashley, just to begin with you, J.D. Vance calls it the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States, and he is not alone in characterizing this in that way. After a loss in 2020, after January 6, 2021,
퀄컴이요? 퀄컴은 실적 발표 오늘 장 끝나고 나왔는데 실적 발표 예상치가 높지는 않습니다.
The win, which I think is probably good or bad, is good for the country in regards to there's no question about who won. And that's really not a political statement. I would say the same thing if Kamala would have won. The fact that it's not hanging on chads or anything else is a good sign. But yeah, it is a huge political comeback. I mean, who would have thought? How many times was he indicted? How many times has...
He's been convicted on 34 felony counts.
Yeah, and indicted more.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, just the fact
그럼 어닝 서프라이즈 확률도 높다는 거 아닌가요? 꼭 그렇지는 않죠. 근데 만약에 서프라이즈 나오면 주가 올라갈 가능성이 높은 거는 맞는 것 같습니다. 그리고 어닝 서프라이즈는 여태까지 2022년 4분기 이후로 계속했어요. EPS 매출, EPS 그 전망은 계속해서 상회를 했고 매출 전망은 좀 부진했어요. 7개 중에서 5개는 서프라이즈 했고 2개는 미스했고.
I think you've already seen kind of the blame game starting, the finger pointing. I think, you know, as Democrats, we need to take a look, like what Ashley said. Why were the people not happy? What are we talking to them about? How are we talking to them? And really think about that. You know, this automatic, some of the talking points I've seen out there from some Democrats saying, you know, we just didn't lean into the progressive, the liberal side enough, I think is the wrong lesson to take from this. There were no more votes to be got from there. We need to think about how we are listening and talking to the American people all across the country. I think there was a lot of fear-mongering. You know, I think that there was a lot of misinformation.
반도체가 당분간 하락 추세라고 생각하냐고요? 요즘 레거시 반도체들은 부진하고 AI 쪽은 잘 가고 있습니다. 근데 이제 트럼프가 되고 반도체를 밀어줄 거라는 기대감에 레거시들이 올라가고 있고요. 뭐 인텔, 텍사스 인슈먼스 등등. 그래서 이제 AI들이 버텨주면 레거시들이 올라가고 반도체들 상승 기대해 볼 수 있죠.
She had, you know, one of the shortest runs for the presidency, and I think that probably hampered her ability to really define herself beyond, you know, Joe Biden. I think also, you know, we were fresh off of 4 years with President Trump, and people were sick of it.
오늘 실적 발표하는 회사가 어디 있나요? 느낌표 내일 입력하면 그 커뮤니티가 나오는데 거기 밑을 가시면 그 기업들 실적 발표하는 스케줄이 있습니다. 아니면 여기 위에 적혀져 있는 것도 있고요. 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 앱 실적 발표 있습니다. 더 많긴 한데 일단 주요 기업들은 그렇게 나와요.
We were told, and a lot of Democrats are asking today, a lot of women are asking, why is America not capable of getting its arms around this idea of electing a female president?
I wish I knew because I mean I obviously believe in that a lot. I actually think though that what people thought was going to get her across the finish line though was the abortion issue or the Dodd's ruling. And I think what happened, and obviously there's going to be days to come which we can look at this data, but it looks like many women, even in the suburban areas, cared more about security, the border, the economy, than they even did kind of these rights. And also, I do believe the American people, as a pro-choice Republican, understand that now this is in the states, right? I mean, I don't think that people are, the rhetoric that went around about the Dobbs decision, how no one's ever going to be able to have, you know, female rights is just not correct. And so I think people aren't believing that message. Yeah. But listen, I think the biggest demographic that came out of yesterday is 1 in 3 of color voters voted for Trump. Right. I mean, that was high in 2004 when Bush won re-elect, but it hasn't been that high since. And I think that that's pretty...
It's remarkable for a Republican.
It's remarkable.
We should remind our audience as well, you did support a woman for president. You were a Nikki Haley supporter at the beginning of this campaign. Is there a place for you in this party?
Listen, I'm just like her. I mean, I'm a conservative. I believe in conservatism in regards to financial conservatism. I'm very socially liberal, but I do believe in Republican policies. And so at the end of the day, am I happy that there's a Republican Senate? Absolutely. Would I, do I not believe in some of Kamala Harris's policies? Absolutely. But I do believe
해리스가 오늘 나중에 연설할 때 지지자들에게 선거 결과를 받아들이라고 촉구할 예정이라고 합니다. 보좌진이 얘기하길 해리스가 오늘 그 하워드 대학에서 연설할 때 지지자들에게 선거 결과를 받아들이고 촉구할 예정이라고 합니다.
You know, I'm watching a lot of races where people are doing well. You know, Jim Costa in California always does well. You know, Henry Cuellar won in Texas, which is great.
Biden will
you know, you
hold a lot of
who are
blame for
really
his
strong, like Mary
campaign.
Peltola out in Alaska. You know, Lisa Murkowski said she wanted her to be back in the House.
그리고 일부 민주당들은 그리고 해리스 캠페인을 도와준 그 직위 높은 사람이 얘기하길 바이든이 책임을 져야 된다. 바이든 때문에 진 것도 있다. 라고 합니다. 바이든은 이에 대해 많은 책임을 져야 할 것입니다. 솔직히 그는 그래야 됩니다. 하긴 좀 그 마지막에 그 쓰레기 그 발언 때문에 좀 근데 그거 아니었어도 뭐 별로 어쨌든 이래저래 바이든 대통령의 그런 손가락질을 좀 하는 것 같습니다. 일부 민주위원들은 해리스 캠페인 오피셜 해리스 캠페인 보좌관 보좌진이 그렇게 얘기했다고 합니다. 관계자. 지니까 바로 뒤통수 진짜 줄 좀 너무 그 뻘짓을 하긴 했어요. 근데 진짜 아니 그냥 거기서 딱 멈췄으면 됐는데 그 트럼프 랠리 때 그 푸에르토리코 쓰레기 섬 얘기 나왔을 때 그거에 대해 커멘트를 했습니다. 바이든이. 그런데 거기서 이 푸에르토리코는 쓰레기가 아니고 트럼프 지지자들이 쓰레기다 라고 얘기를 하는 바람에 좀 진땀 뺐었겠죠. 그래서 바이든 대통령 보고 이제 백악관에 그냥 있도록 했는데 이제 줌 패스워드까지 뺏어야 될 것 같다 라면서 좀 실수를 했죠 그때.
Ashley Davis with us, of course, and Kristen Hahn, our panel today on balance of power, the day after the race. The market reaction has been wild. A lot of talk about animal spirits here as we turn to Bloomberg. Markets reporter Abigail Doolittle with the latest. Abigail?
Animal spirits is a good way to put it. The risk rally, Trump trade, lots of good ways to talk about today's move for markets. Stocks in particular rallying in a big way. The S&P 500 up more than 2%.
대선 주자 교체 시기가 좀 늦기도 했고 그렇죠. 대선 주자 시기가 교체 시기가 좀 늦기도 했습니다. 그래서 해리스가 어떤 정책을 펼칠지에 대한 내용이 별로 없었어요.
That would be good for those companies. But take a look at the KBW Bank Index. Banks really higher, and that has to do with the idea that perhaps there's going to be less regulation. But it's not just stocks. If you go cross-asset, you can take a look at bonds. They are selling off. That is risk on. It means folks are not looking for haven bonds. You could also make the argument it has to do with the anticipation of more spending, so those yields higher. And then it's also the dollar, the best day since 2020. At the highs, the best day since 2016. Again, having to do with protectionism, putting the U.S. first. Bitcoin, a record high. Trump media and Tesla not to be left out, of course.
비트코인 사상 최고가 갔습니다. 오늘 왔습니다. 오늘 record high.
Tesla up 14%. Lots and lots of green on the screen.
Yeah, pretty incredible to consider. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. This market reaction began early in the evening last night, even before the race was called for Donald Trump, and certainly we're only seeing trades intensify. But when we look at crypto, which Abigail just mentioned, a record high for Bitcoin at $74,500 and change dollars right now, up about 8 percentage points in this session. It, of course, has been a real proxy for the Trump trade, perhaps was out in front of his now apparent victory long before we actually understood that's what it would be. And crypto has played a massive role in this cycle. When we look at some of the other races we got outcomes for last night, in Ohio, the Senate Banking Committee chair, Sherrod Brown, ousted by a crypto entrepreneur in Bernie Moreno, a race in which there was a ton of crypto money in play.
승민님 어서 오시고요. 엔비디아 신고가, 비트코인 신고가입니다. 굉장히 초록초록한. 야. 금융주 쪽 특히 JP 모건 10%, 웰스팔고 14%. Wow.
Pressure on yields. And the bond market, of course, is also bracing for a Federal Reserve decision tomorrow and a press conference from Jerome Powell. I don't know if I feel like it's going to be easier for Powell to navigate that press conference because there is a clear winner in the presidential race, or if this is going to make it all the more tricky to forecast the future policy.
Yeah.
Certainly Jerome Powell would prefer it not be about politics.
Glad
but
Michael McKee will be there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we still have much more ahead here on Balance of Power. Frank Luntz will join us to help unpack the results next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
은행주 왜 오는 거냐고요? 규제를 풀어줄 가능성이 높아서요. 은행 규제 같은 것들 지금 논란이 있어서 그것 때문에 좀 눌리고 있다가 그거 이제 규제나 정책이나 그런 거를 금융 친화적으로 해줄 거란 기대감.
Take the next step toward your future by investing in the S&P 500 with SPY. Getting there starts here.
St. John's University isn't your average college.
이제 공화당이 하원 의원을 201자리 괴차고 있네요. 거의 다 와갑니다. 218까지.
It's time. Unlock your full potential.
Free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We think the tailwind's in our favor, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration.
저기서 빨간 거는 해리스 주냐고요? 해리스 주가 좀 있습니다. 뭐 메타는 해리스 주는 아니지만 트럼프가 되면서 좀 악재이기도 하고 홈디포 이쪽은 확실히 해리스 종목이죠. 주택 건설 쪽은 다 떨어지고. 파월은 이제 해고되냐고요? 아직 해고될 것 같지는 않습니다. 해고되는 쪽으로 가고 있지는 않습니다.
Capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Asia is a continent of contrasts. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Minso, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
퀄컴 실적 발표 앞두고 매출이나 이런 게 어떤가요? 퀄컴 매출 EPS는 거의 혼조 상태입니다. 주식 시장도 주식도 혼조이고 퀄컴도 혼조이고 EPS 성장 별로 없고 매출도 성장 별로 없고 아이온큐는요? 혼조인가요? 아이온큐는 EPS는 좀 부진하고 매출은 성장하고 있고요. EPS는 부진하고 매출은 성장하고 있습니다.
Here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
자, 이제 20분 뒤 30년물채권경매 나옵니다. 오늘의 마지막 지표. 오늘 장 끝나고 실적 발표랑 해리스 승복 연설 이 두 개 있습니다.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
A lot of things we've done which I think are bad, whether you're Democrat or Republican, or you support, it's often done in the name of good, have hurt the lower 20%. They're dying younger, their income didn't go up for 20 years.
퀄컴 실적 3시 45분인가요? 미동부 시간으로 4시이고 한국 시간으로는 오전 6시입니다.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Meeting. There's a lot of steps to go through. He can't just create it as a currency on his own, right? Even as president. So, but I still think the trade's higher. There's no reason for it to go down.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg
야,
TV.
코인베이스 26%나 오르고 있네.
World headquarters in New York.
와.
Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and it is the day
코닐은 한 50% 오르고
Donald
있겠다.
Trump is the president-elect, will be the 47th president of the United States after winning at least 277 electoral college votes. The vote is not all the way in yet, Joe, but it is not just an electoral college victory we're looking at, but in all likelihood a popular vote victory as well as we await the final tally. However, we don't have the final tally for the ultimate majority in the Senate, as there is still a number of races to be called, or the majority in the House of Representatives.
That's true. We do expect to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris a little bit later on today. She chose not to speak last night, which was an interesting element of the optics on our election night. She will be speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll, of course, bring her remarks to you. It's unclear to us if she has conceded on a personal level to Donald Trump. We haven't heard news of a phone call, for instance. But I was struck following our coverage at about 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time here, Kaylee, to see law enforcement surround Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. It was clear, even if you were just walking the streets of New York, that something had changed. The transition is underway now, even as we wait for many other races to be called, including some key Senate races. We want to get into this with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, who joins us now.
원래 그 당일 날에 승복 연설을 하는데 그 다음 날 연설하는 건 좀 특이하다라고 하네요.
Well,
I think one of the reasons for the delay, Joe, is just how difficult this is for the vice president and her campaign. This is not the speech they had been anticipating giving. Even yesterday afternoon, over the weekend, the campaign had seen some polls that suggested the race might be breaking a little bit more in her direction. And of course, now we know, based on the results, that was not the case. It's also going to be a challenge for her because you remember that for weeks,
컨디션이 안 좋았을지도.
she was warning voters that her opponent Donald Trump was unfit for office. So how she frames this speech, conceding to somebody she didn't think deserved the presidency, will be difficult to do and to do graciously as well.
Well, this also may be a speech, Mike, that she wasn't prepared to have to give so soon, whether it is a concession speech or a victory speech. We thought the final result would take a lot longer than it did.
아니, 준비가 안 됐을 수도 있고 더 오래 걸릴 줄 알았는데 그냥 일방적으로 그냥 다 털려 일방적으로 그렇게 돼버려가지고 굉장히 빨리 끝났어요. 이 대선 그게. 아유, 바다님 고마워요. 감사합니다. 어제 뭐 한 이틀, 최소 이틀, 뭐 길면 일주일 걸리지 않을까 이런 얘기해서 그냥 바로 하루 만에 휩쓸어져 버린. 예, 다음에 봐요. 감사합니다. 그래서 승복 연설을 준비를 안 했을 수도 있고요. 그렇게 빨리. 그건 미리 해놔야 되지 않나? 어쨌든 상황에 따라 좀 파악하고 하려고 오늘 어떻게 얘기하는지 한번 들어보죠. 장 끝나고 나오니까.
I don't know exactly, as we said, what we're going to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris a bit later, but we have heard from Donald Trump. How did the optics strike you on the stage last evening in West Palm Beach when the likes of Dana White joined the former president on the stage, along with the Speaker of the House? When you consider the contrast culturally of what we saw, how does it inform your expectations of a Trump 2.0?
Well, it highlighted the way that the former president has built this coalition, and he really has tried to cement the so-called MAGA brand in the Republican Party, and now for good. This victory in the presidential election seals it for many years to come. And certainly the House Speaker,
야, 코인베이스 27%.
who is very much part of the Trump camp. And the other
코인데
thing
날아갑니다.
of course, was Dana White of the wrestling fame, and ripping open his shirt on the convention stage in July. That points to
오늘
how
끝나고요.
the former president had targeted male voters very directly. We called it, in a way, the bro campaign, and it worked. It helped push.
자, 이제 15분 뒤 채권 경매 결과 나옵니다. 자, 여러분 구독과 좋아요 한 번씩 눌러주시고요. 이제 30년 채권 경매 나와도 계속 오를 것 같긴 한데 일단 금리가 굉장히 높아진 상태입니다. 채권 금리가.
Is joining us now. Frank, thanks for being back with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. We have been talking about this entire cycle, how tight margins were likely to be. Turns out they're not quite as tight in most of these battleground states as they were in 2020. And I just wonder your takeaway here when it comes to whether or not the polls were adequately reflecting the reality in America. Once again, doesn't it seem like polls underestimated Donald Trump?
To a small degree, yes. And that is about turnout, that every Trump supporter became a Trump voter. But that is not the case with Kamala Harris. And that's one of the reasons why she fell short. Certainly the idea that Trump would get a majority of the popular vote is a surprise to a lot of people right now. And is the Iowa poll, which I want to draw attention to, because that changed the actual narrative of the campaign for the last
뭐 이제 끝났으니까 할 수 있는 얘기인데 이제 해리스가 졌다라는 거에 왜 졌냐에 대해 파악을 점점 얘기가 많이 나오네요. 해리스 정책 관련해서 그래도 트럼프는 한 번 했으니까 어떤 거를 시장이 예상하고 이 그냥 일반인들이 생각해도 뭐 어떤 정책을 하고 알 수 있는데 이제 그게 해리스가 좀 늦게 들어온 것도 영향이 있었을 겁니다. 바이든 대통령이 좀 뻘짓한 것도 있긴 있었지만 늦게 와가지고 누군지 해리스가 누군지 파악하기 전에 이게 벌써 대선이니까 시간이 좀 부족했던 것도 있었을 거고. 4년간 준비한 트럼프가 오랫동안 준비하기도 했었죠. 대통령 다시 하려고.
But the media went all over this Iowa survey, went all over trying to see some trends, some movement in one direction or another, and that they're the ones who drove this. I tend not to talk about
캐비넷 싹쓸이 하는 걸 보면 민주당 정책에 사람들이 질린 걸지도. 네, 바이든 대통령 때도 모든 다른 나라들도 다 비슷한 현상이긴 하죠. 이제 리더들에 대한 불만감을 가지고 있는 그런 추세. 그래서 민주당 쪽으로 불만, 높은 인플레이션 뭐 등등, 일자리 어려움 등.
It's one of the best shows in all of television for politics. But I do think that there needs to be a reckoning for what we choose to focus on and how we cover it, because in the end it becomes misleading or even detrimental to the political process, as that Iowa survey clearly was.
Well, Frank, we appreciate the kind
자, 이제 30년 채권 경매 이제 10분 정도 남았고요. 3대 지수 추가 상승합니다. 장중 고점입니다. 3대 지수 모두 장중 고점. 엔비디아 145 돌파 신고점. 비트코인 신고점 찍고 약간 내려오고 있지만 추세는 계속 상방. 속스 7% 상승. TLT 90불. TLT는 많이 떨어졌습니다. 채권. 자, 10년물 10분 뒤 납니다. 30년물 10분 뒤 납니다. 마소는 요즘 왜 빌빌거리나요? 마소요? 캐펙스 실적 발표 때 캐펙스 증가 얘기가 있었습니다. 그래서 AI 쪽으로 투자는 많이 하는데 매출은 기대만큼 못 가져오는 그런 게 있었죠.
She talked about the things she wanted to do instead of the negativity, which she decried again and again. She was hopeful and optimistic and talked about all the things that she wanted to get done. But then after the convention, she turned dark. She turned negative. It sounded as much like a Trump campaign as it did a Harris campaign. And that was when she hit her ceiling. And then and by changing this, by being joyful and then being harshly negative, calling Trump a fascist, voters started to wonder, who is she? Is she authentic? Is she genuine? How do you go from being joyful to damning your opponents? And then Biden, of course, made the comment about Trump's voters, and it didn't ring true. That's number one. And number two is she never articulated exactly what she wanted to do in the first hour, in the first day, first week, first month, first 100 days, and so on. If she had done that in the CNN town hall, where it's done live, if she'd done that in the 60 Minutes interview or the Fox interview, any of these.
그치, 인터뷰 같은데 잘 안 왔고 해리스가. 이 사람 누구지? 폴스터?
And that's where she was weakest. But instead, she got driven around. She never answered the questions that voters had, and so she never crossed.
좀 별로 그 인터뷰도 많이 안 했긴 했어요. 뭐 지금 트럼프는 막 조 로건 팟캐스트에도 가고 사실 해리스도 조 로건 팟캐스트에 갔었어야 돼. 얘기할 게 없으니까.
I think that that's one of the reasons why she lost.
The diagnosis from Frank Luntz on Bloomberg TV and radio.
그때 저녁 먹는데 거기도 안 왔고.
About our nation last night, particularly if this in fact was about men versus women.
속보 사우디 AI 글로벌 허브 자리 $1,000억 투자. AI 파워하우스 $100빌리언 투자한다고 합니다. UAE 테크허브 $100빌리언 AI 투자.
That there are right and wrong ways, but they need to learn that there are right and wrong ways to approach politics, to approach economics, to approach day-to-day
많이
life.
AI에 투자하고
And I'm just afraid that what we now learn is the wrong thing, which is anything goes at any time for any reason. And that frightens me for the future.
Well, okay, so if we keep looking at demographics here and what the future may hold, Frank, I look at Donald Trump's victory in Miami-Dade last night. We haven't seen a Republican win that county for decades. It obviously is majority Hispanic. We did see a sizable break among Latinos for Donald Trump in a way we haven't seen in the past. Obviously, movement for black voters as well. And I wonder if you think those demographic shifts are unique to this candidate who is now president-elect, or if that may be something more permanent.
It's unique to this candidate, but also to this time.
자, 7분 뒤 채권 경매 있고 엔비디아는 계속 상승 145. 다음 주에 다우존스에 편입되고요. 이제 사우디도 AI 쪽으로 $100빌리언 투자한다는 얘기가 있습니다.
Now, Trump's greatest weakness is he didn't focus enough on prices, on costs, on affordability. That instead he got sidetracked by issues that did not matter. And in fact, I want to acknowledge something. I'm going to go back to that presidential debate that clearly she did relatively well and he did relatively poorly. In the end, it did not matter. I thought the debate performance would cost him his candidacy. And instead, it actually did not matter. And that's another learning that America has to face, that even when you put two candidates side by side, the outcome does not necessarily matter in who wins for president.
Really great to have you back, Frank. Frank Luntz, founder, CEO, FIL, and just the voice we were looking to hear today. Thanks for being with us throughout this entire campaign.
미국 관련 ETF요? 많이 오르죠. 지금 3대 지수 특히 다우존스가 3%나 상승했으니 야, 거의 다우존스가 3.2% 상승한 거면 나스닥이 4%, 5% 정도 오른 거랑 비슷합니다. 금융주들이 진짜 정신 나갔어요. 금융주들이 야, 10%.
3 hours from right now on the East Coast, and we'll bring those remarks to you live here on Bloomberg.
지금 안 그래도 신고점인데 거기서 10% 추가 상승.
That markets will close the equity market at least, which we would remind you is ripping and roaring today in the aftermath of this declared Trump victory. The S&P 500 at a fresh record high north of 5,900, up 2.2%. The Nasdaq 100 up 2.3%. Big move in the bond market as well. The 10-year yield up 16 basis points on the session to 443, a record high for Bitcoin. A stronger
아유, 나 사장님 또 큰 후원 감사합니다. 발음이 안 나.
모두들 성투하세요.
아유, 감사합니다, 나 사장님.
Following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Hands up for success.
감옥주 올랐어요? 감옥주 대표적은 뭐 있더라? GEV였나? GEV 말고 GEO. GEO였어. 와우. 39% 상승. 야, 감옥주 39% 상승. 오늘 장 시작, 거기다가 타이밍이 딱 맞게 오늘 장 시작 전에 실적 발표였네요. 야, 오늘 장 시작 전 실적 발표. 타이밍 완전 대박이네요.
In this facility, which is
39% 상승.
$2 billion investment in the last 2 years. It's a massive amount.
Yes, because we focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the
마이클 버리가 사서 손해 본 감옥주.
vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the business where we were predominantly in India and the developing
India-centric, now you're more global.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in this facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99% of talent that we've trained overseas.
미국 감옥 진짜 강제 노역 있는 건 아닌가. 그렇게 안 하면 운영이 안 돼요. 비싸가지고.
Started with just producing vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that we're working on.
트럼프가 불법 이민자 감금 안 해두고 그냥 추방해버린다고 해가지고 감옥에서 유지비 감소. 그것도 뭐 일리 있네요. 어느 정도. 캘리나 콜로라도는 강제 노역제도 없앤다고 했다고요? 역시 리버럴.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
아이고 강민님. 10월 25일. 변동성 높은 시장에 잘 그거 하셨네. 자 이제 1분 뒤 30년 채권 경매 곧 나오고요. 오늘이 마지막 지표 나옵니다.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how
Trace the
politics
final hour
might
of trade
play
today
out.
with a big panel. Rick Reeder is going to join us today. Rich Clarida, Stephanie Link, Dan Greenhouse, Chris Harvey, and I hope you'll join me then because we got a lot to discuss on what happens with these markets and that Fed meeting tomorrow, the decision and thereafter. Final trade from Steve Weiss first.
Taiwan Semi. This is not a Chinese company. You do have a couple offices there, but this is a Taiwanese company with our anti-China policies that Trump has. I think they'll protect them, and still critical elements to all of our economy.
Okay, Jason Snipe.
Palo Alto Networks, there's a lot of momentum in their new go-to-market strategy. I like this one here.
All righty, and Carrie?
Charter Communications. This stock seems to be making a turn. They reported lower capex than expected and
It is the day after Election Day, and Donald Trump is the president-elect, will be the 47th president of the United States after already having the Electoral College called for him. But we are seeing him add to his total electoral vote count. The Associated Press just calling the state of Michigan for Donald Trump, bringing his total tally to 292 electoral votes. And Joe, that is the final brick in the blue wall. All three of those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and
트럼프가
Pennsylvania,
미시간을 이겼다라고 하는데
we're still awaiting the final results from Nevada and
아직
Arizona, but it looks
개표가 되고 있는 도중에 이제 확정된 도중에 개표가 계속 나오고 있는데 미시간도 스윙 스테이트로 하나 스윙 스테이트 중 하나 격전지 중 하나인데 트럼프가 가져갑니다.
Let's bring you to Florida now, where of course this all culminated last evening with Donald Trump's victory speech. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall was there with us in West Palm Beach. She's still on the ground this
자,
day.
30년 채권 경매 기다리고 있고요. TLT가 약간 빠지고 있는 중, 금리가 살짝씩 올라가고 있고요. 자, 30년물 4.63%였습니다.
While we did talk about how the former president, now president-elect, didn't necessarily shy away from some of his more controversial rhetoric, it did appear clear that his campaign was crystallizing around what he called a simple question in the run-up to the election. He started all of his rallies in that week before Election Day asking voters, are they better off today than they were 4 years ago? And I can can tell you our most recent Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll leading into the election found that 68% of likely voters in those critical battleground states said that the country was on the wrong track. This was clearly something that the Trump campaign was able to tap into because we often talk about how despite some of these more bright spots when it comes to economic
자, TLT 뛰고 있습니다. 결과가 수요가 높게 나온 것 같습니다. 자, TLT 뛰고 시장도 좀 뛸 수 있을 것 같은데 금리가 빠지면? 자, 일단 금리가 좀 빠지고 있고요. 이 굉장히 높은 금리였는데 좀 빠지고 있습니다. 엔비디아 한 방 더 나옵니다. 자, 엔비디아 146 근처 4.2% 올라가서 150불 근처입니다. 자, TLT 뛰고 있고요. 야, 30년물 4.63%에서 4.4 4.60% 나오네요. 4.60.
And spearheading that for us here at Bloomberg is senior editor in Washington, Wendy Benjaminson, who is joining us now. Wendy, obviously you and the team have
자, 경매 전 30년물 4.630%인데 경매 후 30년물 4.605%로 낮게 나왔습니다.
And at the end of the day, it does look like Donald Trump may have picked up every single one of them. What do we take away from this?
Well, that analysis is exactly right, Kaylee. And what happened was, I think the poll was actually pretty accurate in that it always said the margin between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in each of these 7 states was within the margin of error, which was within 1 or 2 points, depending on the state, 4 points for some of the smaller states.
야, 엔비디아 146까지 와갑니다. 코인도 좀 오르고 있고요. 속스에 더 추가로 오르고 30년 채권 경매 수요가 높게 나오면서 채권 가격이 좀 올라오고 있습니다. 굉장히 많이 떨어졌는데 좀 올라오고 있어요. 자, 그리고 방금 속보는 트럼프가 이제 위스콘신까지, 미시건인가? 위스콘신인가? 네, 이 스윙 스테이트까지 공화당 쪽으로 넘어갔습니다. 그리고 좀 눈여겨볼 만한 거는 이 플립이라고, 원래 저번에는 민주당이었다가 공화당으로 바꾼 걸 플립이라고 하는 것 같아요. 근데 플립, 위스콘신 플립 됐고, 미시건 플립 됐고, 펜실베니아 플립 됐고, 조지아 플립 됐고, 네, 그냥 다 완전 그냥 대승. 이 격전주도 전부 다 트럼프고, 스윙 스테이트 전부 다 트럼프.
Is to today tone it down a bit. You know, she may, the worst thing she could do is come out there, you know, angry and resentful.
버지니아도 그 공화당 쪽으로 갈 뻔했는데 지금 여기는 죄다 빨간색 될 뻔했네. 4.639. 자, 채권 금리 좀 빠지고 있고요. 자, 추가로 랠리가 나오고 있습니다. 엔비디아 146 경신. 엔비디아 146, 150이 다 150 다가갑니다. 테슬라도 15% 근처. 290불. 내일은 왜 떨어지나요? 내일은 해리스 주입니다. 내일 그 주택 건설 회사들, 주택 건설 회사들 모아놓은 회사인데 오늘 좀 떨어지죠.
It's the ball game, Kelly. I mean, if Republicans maintain control of the House and you have a comfortable margin in the Senate, even though we believe Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins will stand as sort of the try to be the guardrails against some of the more extreme policies that might be proposed, but this means all of Trump's nominees for cabinet posts and such will be
코인들도 오르가 코인들도 지금 오르고
will
있습니다.
probably be a little strategic. There are some people whose names are being floated around who might have too many skeletons in the closet, even for the Republican MAGA Senate. In the House, that means he can get his tax agenda through, he can get his budget priorities through, his immigration policies through, if Republicans control the Senate. What does often happen, and what happened in 2018, is that you will have one-party government for 2 years, and then the midterms will happen, and the voters usually start having some kind of buyer's remorse. This happens whether the government is Democratic or Republican. They start thinking, did I really vote for that? And then, oftentimes in the midterms where congressional elections are held, that is when you can get a new Congress that might, take a different tack.
It's great to have you with us this day after Wendy. Bloomberg senior editor in Washington, Wendy Benjaminson, with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Either way you cut it here, Kaylee, we've got news.
AVAV 최근 뉴스 소식 있나요?
Has gone for Donald Trump, and we're still watching a couple of important Senate races there. It's not just the top of the ticket.
Aerovironment, Aerospace Defense. 이것도 약간 친환경 에너지 좀 비슷한 느낌인데 Aerovironment, Environment 같은 그걸로 They're just covered delivery. 친환경 뭐 그런 거네요. 여기 Satellite도 있고 High Altitude Pseudo Satellite Aerovironment 방산 쪽이긴 한데 친환경적인 방산 그런 건가 봅니다.
And in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin is holding on to about a 1-point lead, 49.4%. Eric Hovde's 48.5%. 99% of the votes are in there, but all three, Joe, still too close to call
Could
right
take
now.
a hit from red wave.
네,
이거는 해리스랑 좀 방산이긴 하지만 해리스랑 좀 가까운 그런 거라서 오늘 떨어지고 있는 것 같네요. 지지선은 여기 있습니다. 203에 적어놨네요. 203.
Be called by the Associated Press on the presidential level. What happens to this Senate race?
I think that when I look at, like you said, almost all of the vote count is in. I was talking with my sources, both Democratic and Republican, this morning. They were waiting on Wayne County to come in there, and they.
내일은 왜 떨어지나? 내일은 그 규제 때문에 그렇습니다. 해리스가 되면 주택 건설 쪽으로 규제를 완화시킬 거란 기대감이 있었는데 이제 안 돼서 떨어지는 중입니다. 아이고 레드볼님 감사합니다. 코인베이스 입장이 나이스. 와우. 오늘 30% 정도 올랐던데 25%? 예, 28%. 야. 자, TLT 좀 올라오고 있고요. 금리 좀 떨어지고 시장 더 가고 있습니다. 금리 떨어지면서 시장이 더 올라가는 중.
When I look at where the outstanding vote is, there were some vote tabulation machine malfunctions in Cambria County, which is Johnstown, and that's a very Republican stronghold.
조지아에서 오바마 정권에서 UAW 노조들이 선동해서 미쉐린 공장 등 파업했다가 실업자 늘었는데 UAW는 나 몰라라 했다고 조지아 사는 동생이 알려줬어요. 아, 회사들 문 닫고 나가서 실업자 늘었는데 UAW 나 몰라라 해서 어려웠다.
Jessica, right now 84% of the votes are in. Sam Brown, the Republican challenger, is up a tenth of a percentage point right now against the incumbent Jackie Rosen. We're talking a margin here.
이제 그거를 노조들 서포트 해주는 거를 그냥 정치적으로 사용하면 노조들 또 별로 좋아하지는 않죠. 엔비디아 얼마 전에 150 정도라고 했는데 어떻게 될까요? 네, 지금 150 거의 다 와갑니다. 146. 150 돌파하면 뭐 이제 4조 달러 시가총액으로 4조 달러와 이제 EPS 이제 실적 발표 2주 뒤 나오니까 거기까지 갈 수 있는지 실적 발표 때 보면 됩니다.
Most of the vote is still left in Washoe, which is Reno, and in Clark County, which is Las Vegas. I would rather.
코카콜라 빠진 이유가 있나요? 뭐 섹터 로테이션인 것 같은데 이제 기술주 쪽으로 워낙 올라가서 이 뭐지 경기 방어주들이 떨어지는 것 같습니다. 이제 인플레이션이 생기고 하면 기술주 쪽으로 가야 돼요. 재정 정책을 통해서 이제 돈을 시장에 뿌리고 인플레이션이 생기면 경기 방어주들은 빠져나가야 됩니다. 기술주 쪽으로. 그게 해지예요. 기술주들이 해지입니다.
Well, Jessica, if a rising tide lifts all boats, Kari Lake sprung a leak somewhere. And I'm wondering what you thought about this.
트럼프가 코카콜라 들고 사진 찍으면 호재.
Taking a lead over such a well-known Republican candidate, former TV news anchor closely associated with Donald Trump. Where did she go wrong?
She was well known, and that was her problem. She came in with very high negatives from that 2022 gubernatorial race. Mitch McConnell gave a press conference on Capitol Hill.
내일 25bp나 하면 시장 실망하냐고요? 아니요. 실망 안 하고 예상대로라서 실망은 안 할 겁니다.
Kari Lake was not a strong candidate. We knew this going in, that she was a very polarizing figure. She came in high negatives, was never really able to overcome them, never really sort of, in that race for governor, she insulted sort of.
야, 다우존스 3.36%. 비트도 75,000 다시 왔습니다. 아까 전에 신고점 찍었던 자리인데 75,000 다시 왔습니다. 30년물채권경매 나오고 다 떡상. 자, 채권 저항선 왔고 채권이 다시 계속 올라갈 가능성이 높을 것 같은데 워낙 많이 빠져가지고 채권이. 이제 테슬라 290 돌파하면 또 분위기가 달라집니다. 일단 저항선 왔으니까 여기서 좀 이제 3대 지수는 좀 쉴 것 같긴 한데 일단 장마감까지 3시간에는 남았죠. 장마감까지 3시간 남았습니다. 허니문 기간 계속되고 있고.
Points or a little under that. Josh Stein, the Democratic candidate for governor, won by 14 points in North Carolina. What's the takeaway there, Jessica?
Again, the candidates matter. You had the lieutenant governor there, the Republicans.
비트코인 75,000에서 매도 좀 나오네. 비트코인은.
And then you had a scandal that came out about allegedly posting on a Ford site and talking about being a black Nazi. Republicans largely abandoned him. He didn't have much of a campaign infrastructure to begin with. He was off air on advertising for the last 2 months of the campaign, basically. But I think also voters do look at a vote for governor and a vote for Senate very differently. Actually, in the last 100 years there in North Carolina, they've only elected a Republican governor 3 times. So they are used to splitting their
이제 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 그리고 애플 실적 발표 오늘 장 끝나고 오전 6시에 있고요. 해리스 승복 연설도 6시에 시작합니다. IWM 봐주세요. IWM 중소형주는 오늘 신고가 근처고요. 236. 2021년 10월 고점을 오늘 찍었습니다. 네, 그래서 오늘 여기서 마감은 신고가에서 마감한 겁니다. 다음 저항선 240이고요. 240 저항선.
A couple more to the list. There is a thought with Donald Trump on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue that this is not the race we thought it was to replace Mitch McConnell.
중국 샀다 내려.
Even be drafted late in the game here. We're only a couple of weeks
취한다.
from this. What's about to happen?
DPST 오늘 40 찍을 참인지. 야, 이 은행주들이 오늘 진짜 정신 나간 것 같아요. 야, JP모건 11% 찍었네 이제. 월스파고 15. 벅셔가 5%나 상승. 모건 스탠리, 골드맨삭스 14% 오르고. 찰스와 6%. 금융주들이 진짜. 저 와중에 메타는 마이너스 1.4. 우버도 음전.
I think it's going to be a lot of jockeying behind the scenes. I think probably still Thune or Cornyn have the inside slot, but like you said, is there another candidate that emerges? Perhaps two.
근데 그 대선 주간은 S&P가 한 2% 플러스 마이너스 하긴 합니다. 근데 의외는 다우존스 섹터, 다우존스가 3%나 움직이는.
Republican leader. We just don't
S&P는
know
뭐
the size of
적당히
the
2%
majority that person will
범위
be. We're
내인데
still awaiting the
다우존스가
results of
미쳤어요.
these
와,
contests ever being
3%.
too close to call in some of these battleground states, the Blue Wall and in Nevada. And of course, we could still be days away at this point from figuring out who controls the House of Representatives.
That's a whole different animal here. By the way, Governor Mike DeWine is going to have to pick a replacement for J.D. Vance. That'll be another part of the Senate picture that has yet to be fulfilled.
오늘 3대 지수 모두 올타임 하이입니다.
In the weeks ahead here.
3대 지수 모두 올타임 하이.
Playing big on Wall Street. If we can call it a wave, my goodness, to see the S&P 500 holding up well over 2%, the Dow's up over 3%.
S&P 6,000까지 얼마 안 남았네.
As investors breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and I just want to give a shout out to small caps here as well. Obviously,
이제 1.4%밖에 안 남았네요. S&P 6,000까지.
index up 5.25% on the day, now at the highest we have seen since November of 2021. So we're talking about
다우존스 3.3% 거의 처음 보는 것 같아요, 진짜.
market right now. Not only the results of this election, but awaiting the results of the Federal Reserve decision and Jerome Powell press conference tomorrow. Yields are up all across the curve. We're up 14 on the 10-year Treasury yield right now at 4.41. The markets are reacting in a big way, and of course we'll continue to keep that covered here on Bloomberg.
지수 갭이 채워질까요? 갭 채우는 거요? 위로 갭이 더 이상 없습니다. 신고가라. 아래로 말씀하시는 거라면 가능하죠. S&P가 6,000 월가가 예상한 6,000 거의 다 와가고 이제 먹을 게 별로 없다고 생각되면 이제 크게 오르면 또 크게 떨어지고 변동성 높은 장세에서 뭐든 예상해야죠.
The best AI assistant isn't one that knows the whole world. It's one that knows your world. A custom assistant built on Watson X with IBM's Granite models can leverage your trusted data, be easily trained on your workflows, and integrate with your apps. It can be tuned to do just what you need. Because the more AI knows about your world,
연말 랠리 산타 랠리요. 일단 내일은 FOMC가 있고 25bp 금리나 할 가능성 아주 매우 높고 90%, 95% 이상으로 이제 제롬 파월이 이 대선 관련해서 어떤 얘기를 할지 뭐 본다고 하는데 별말 없을 것 같고요. 네, 제롬 파월이 좀 어려워졌을려나 오히려 아니면 얘기하기가 쉬워졌을려나 워낙 명확하니까 이제 대통령이 누가 되는지 명확하니까 그거에 대해서 이제 재정 정책을 통해서 돈이 많이 풀 거는 뭐 알고 있을 거고 그거에 대해서 얘기를 할 것 같지는 않아요. 기자가 질문할 겁니다. 이제 트럼프가 되고 지금 금리를 봐봐라 엄청 많이 올랐는데 다시 인플레이션이 시장이 생긴다고 생각하는 거 아니냐. 재정 정책 엄청 뿌리면서 그게 그 정부 빚이 늘고 그러면 이거 어떻게 할 거냐라고 질문을 할 거예요. 아마 높은 확률로. 근데 그거에 대한 대답은 직접적으로 하지는 않고 약간 금리 동결을 한 번 정도는 할 수 있을 것 같다. 뭐 내년에 금리 동결할 수 있을 것 같다. 그런 쪽으로 얘기를 하지 않을까. 그 얘기가 나오면 좀 하락할 수도 있고요. 네, 금리 동결 얘기 나오면 하락할 수도 있고요. 근데 뭐 섣불리 발언을 할 것 같지는 않습니다. 그 섣불리 발언을 할 거란 그런 얘기도 아직 안 나오고 있고요. 이제 닉 티메러스 뭐라는지 한번 봐야죠.
I'm Kriti Gupta. And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London. Only on Bloomberg.
아이온큐 실적 어떻게 예상하냐고요? 분위기 좋으니까 뭐 갈 것 같은데요. 시장 분위기 좋으니까 뭐 추세대로 잘 가니까 중소형주들도 지금 신고가고 떨어질 이유보다 올라갈 이유가 더 많습니다. 아이온큐.
There's a lot of fears around AI.
AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Tomo. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you, I care about you, I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human.
엔비디아도 트럼프한테 줄 섰냐고요? 엔비디아는 둘 다, 해리스도 대통령이 엔비디아한테 줄을 섭니다. AI 쪽에. 해리스가 엔비디아한테 줄 서고 트럼프도 엔비디아에 줄 서고 AI 쪽에 줄 섰죠.
Having won the Electoral College, that is not completely called yet, but he of course picked up the state of Michigan, according to the Associated Press, just within the last half hour, now at 292 electoral votes. Even before that full count has come in, Joe, obviously we've heard from Donald Trump himself, who spoke in the early hours from West Palm Beach in Florida, thanking his supporters for his victory. We have not yet
기술인데 뭐 잘 해줘야죠. 엔비디아 성장하게.
Just about 3.5 hours from now at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
That's right. We'll take her remarks, of course, live and on
AMC 실적 몇 시인가요? AMC 오늘 장 끝나고 있나요? 맞아. AMC가
And as Kaylee mentioned, 4 p.m. Eastern, so we're just a little more than a couple of hours out now for
이번 주 아닌 것
should have
같은데.
happened last evening, but of course there was so much noise in the numbers and not enough states officially called in the
오늘 장 끝나고 어닝스 콜 7시인데요. 오늘 장 끝나고 나오는데 오전 6시에 납니다. 오전 6시. 지금 시장은 뭐 단기 하락 크게 나오지 않을까요? 뭐 그거 걱정하면 될 것 같고 뭐 중소형주들은 실적 발표 나오는 것보다 웬만하면 좀 상방으로 보는 게 맞지 않을까 싶네요. 내일 금리 인하하면 골드에 영향 주냐고요? 아니요, 별로 크게. 내일 금리 인하 때문에 뭐 시장이 큰 변화가 있을 거다고 보는 거는 정확하지는 않을 것 같습니다. 25bp 금리 인하한다고 뭐 크게 왔다 갔다 거리거나 경제 상황이 변화한다거나 그런 건 아니니까 이제 다음부터 뭐 금리 동결을 할 건지 인플레이션의 우려가 있는지 그런 거를 들어보는 게 더 비중이 큽니다.
Any deal that he's going to strike prematurely is going to possibly incentivize Russia and other dictators to take more land grabs and things of that kind. And with China, when it comes to Taiwan, I'm not as worried. But when it comes to a trade war and what that
올해 3월 코인 상승장 때보다 코인 상황은 좋다고 볼 수 있나요? 정책적으로 완화를 시키고 그런 거니까 뭐 좋다고 볼 수 있죠. 올해 3월 달에는 그냥 시장 전체적으로 오르지 않았나요? 근데 이번에는 비트코인 포커스드 된 암호화폐 포커스가 된 정책이나 규제를 완화시키고 서포트를 해주는 거니까 적어도 하방 쪽은 막힐 가능성이 높죠. 상방이 어려울지라도
that it wasn't good and that now there's some kind of restart or renewal. The US-Israeli relationship is always
코카콜라가 빠진 이유가 이제 치킨 살 때 콜라 서비스 안 주는. 코카콜라 빠진 이유는 그 경기 방어주라서 그렇습니다. 이제 인플레이션이 생기면 경기 방어주들은 안 좋아요. 기술주 이쪽이 제일 좋고.
Administration, whether Republican or Democrat, had pursued. For example, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, observing the annexation, recognizing the annexation of the Golan Heights, and also declaring that settlements in the West Bank were not illegal. These were major steps, very, very pro-Israel steps. And that is what Netanyahu is looking at, is that those are very in line with Netanyahu's views, his right-wing cabinet as well. And that's what he meant, was that he views in Trump a candidate that's going to support Netanyahu's policies and moves no matter what they are.
Well, so does this mean the tit for tat between Israel and Iran, the military tit for tat, is over for now, or could this be a dangerous lame duck session until Donald Trump takes
오케이, 이제 뭐 30년 채권 경매까지 받고 시장이 거래량이 좀 줄어드는 것 같은데 저는 장마감 1시간 전에 돌아와서 이제 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 앱 실적 발표 보고 해리스 승복 연설까지 보도록 하겠습니다.
On his watch. And the reason for that, by the way, is that in the order of national security threats around the world, the Middle East might feature as number 3 or 4, and he doesn't want to be distracted by that. He wants to focus on China, he wants to focus on North Korea, he wants to focus on AI or technology and advancement into space and things of that kind. That's how Trump views things. And so he wants it wrapped up. But when it comes to Iran specifically, Trump is, as you recall, the Trump administration assassinated Qasem Soleimani, at the time the general of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And by the way, the reason for Iran's foreign policy across the Middle East that seeks to destabilize the Middle East by supporting militant groups and terrorist groups. And Iran is very aware of that. That is a language they understand, and that is a red line they understand, and so they might go back on their heels. And so if I sum it up, my view is that Trump is thinking, I don't care what you do, just wrap it up, finish this so that we can focus on the bigger problem, which is Iran, which is at the root of all of these issues.
Well, he wants to see things wrapped up in Ukraine as well, by all accounts. Hagar, we did hear from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky put out a statement of his own congratulating Trump, saying he looks forward to an era of strong United States of America under President Trump's decisive leadership. Then says, we rely on continued strong bipartisan support for Ukraine in the United States. Hagar, that bipartisan support may well be there. There are pro-Ukraine Republicans as there are Democrats. It becomes a question of if any of those voices collectively can outweigh the voices on the other side, including that of Donald Trump and the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, so Ukraine is where I have a few more concerns, and that's really largely because of the NATO alliance, because Trump is not a fan of NATO, and NATO is not a fan of Trump, and that is why earlier this year at the NATO summit, they sought to Trump-proof NATO by announcing the intention of inviting Ukraine to become a member. That was why it was in anticipation of a possible Trump administration. On the question of aid, Trump's policies and J.D. Vance have been very clear on this. They don't want further Ukraine aid. They want to strike a negotiated settlement as soon as possible. And Trump always says he could do it within 24 hours. He could do it before he even takes office. Trump's argument is that he would tell Ukraine, I'm not going to give you more aid, and therefore you're going to be forced to strike a deal, and that he would tell Putin, if you don't strike a deal on your end, I'm going to give more aid to Ukraine. And that's, again, and by the way, Trump is going to pursue this type of business-making, deal-making behavior with every kind of foreign policy.
But doesn't Vladimir Putin know that if we have a Republican Congress, it's not likely another dollar's going to Ukraine?
That's my view. I think that there is bipartisan support, but it was tough. I mean, we already saw it with House Speaker Ryan and how he withheld Ukraine aid, and he did so successfully for several months, and it had a very big impact on the ground in Ukraine. And so I don't rely too much. I don't have a lot of hope for Congress to hold back Trump and J.D. Vance. Maybe there might be some compromises made. Zelensky made a smart move by meeting with Trump when he was here during the UN General Assembly in September. But overall, I think Trump is going to charge ahead with his effort to limit Ukraine aid and force some kind of negotiated settlement, which in the grand scheme of things is extremely concerning because that kind of throws a bone or gives a win to Russia for sure.
Well, so as we consider the actors here, Russia, Iran, which we've just discussed, obviously we've had extensive conversations on the connection between those two, and a third actor, which is China. Hagar, what worries you most when we consider the future of China policy? Potentially the decoupling of an economic relationship, or what could happen in the Taiwan Strait?
So this is a fascinating one because Biden actually continued Trump's China policies, but it was couched differently. It was messaged differently. From the Republican side, the message is China is the biggest threat we face, and we want to decouple completely. And from the Democrat side, it's we're in competition. We want to diversify our supply chains because they don't want to land in a trade war. Trump's policies seem to go more toward that route of a trade war, especially since he has said that he intends to impose 60% tariffs on all imports from China. I'm not sure he's going to be able, to be honest with you, to reach 60%, perhaps on certain things like electric vehicles, pharmaceuticals, things of this kind that he has talked about. But at the end of the day, China is also one of our biggest markets for our U.S. exports. And so starting a trade war could really undermine many different economic aspects and also increase inflation significantly here. So that said, I do think he's going to charge ahead with this because he has said so, and that could have economic ramifications that are global beyond in general, by the way. If it harms China's economy, it also harms China's ability to buy goods from our neighbors. Anyway, so that's on that front. But on the part about Taiwan, when you mentioned the Taiwan Strait, again, as with the Iranian regime, all dictators view Trump as erratic and unpredictable. And even Trump himself said that. And so they are very careful to take moves that could trigger U.S. military engagement. And on Taiwan in particular, Mike Pompeo, who remains a supporter of Trump, is a very loud supporter of Taiwan, even going so far as to call for Taiwan's independence. And so I don't expect things to get hairy on the China-Taiwan front with Trump in office. I do on the economic front, albeit Trump's motive is to improve U.S. manufacturing and the economy here. I think that these moves could be very risky in the end.
All right, Hagar Shamali of Greenwich Media Strategies, formerly of the National Security Council, thank you so much for joining us. And we're certainly seeing the market try to price out what the future of the relationship with China could look like. Overnight, we saw the biggest move for a weaker yuan since October of 2022, weakening, of course, against the dollar, as we've seen a lot of currencies do in the aftermath of this result. And it's not just the dollar on the move, it is equities, bonds, cryptocurrencies as well. So let's get a look at the markets with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Abigail?
Well, that is true, Kelly. It really is an overall risk rally. Markets responding very well to President Trump, Donald Trump being elected the next president, the 47th president of the United States. We have the S&P 500 right now at session highs, a record high, in fact. And from a technical perspective, it really made up a lot of lost ground because a near-term uptrend had actually been broken. That's a long way of saying that in some ways the impossible has been done. Now up 2.4% after yesterday's greater than 1% rally. It has to do with the certainty around the president, but it also has to do with the anticipation around what his policies are likely to be. Protectionist, the tariffs, lower taxes, all of this has different sectors trading higher, in particular banks doing very well. That KBW Bank Index up more than 10%, the best day since 2020. On the other hand, you have real estate and some of the dividend-sensitive sectors. Those are lower, but DJT, Tesla, whatever way you go, for the most part, you do have stocks responding well on the idea that a rising tide of an economy that could be helped by lower taxes and these other protectionist policies could, in fact, help most stocks.
Interesting to see what's lower today, Abigail, in our remaining moments. First Solar. Solar stocks are taking it hard. First Solar is down 11%. The idea of undoing parts of the IRA. And the MJ ETF, the cannabis ETF, is down 18%. Apparently, we're turning away from legalization.
It is pretty interesting. And what really caught my eye in terms of the laggards confirming the Trump trade, China. You and your last guest were just talking about China, the possibility of 60% of imports being placed under tariffs. That NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index down about 2%. The Hang Seng had been down. Plus, Bloomberg Commodity Index, that is down. China, the world's largest user of natural resources. Overall, this is a piece of the Trump trade. The markets are being very clear in terms of their messaging around Donald Trump as the next president.
Been a wild day on the markets. Going back to the wee hours. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much for the insights. Coming up, Bloomberg's The Close. Anchor Romaine Bostic in Detroit, with Michigan now in the Trump column. It's next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
No city is immune from financial challenges, but with Assured Guaranty's municipal bond insurance, investors' bonds can be. Assured Guaranty, a stronger bond.
Think scaling your AI pilots is hard? Think again. With Watson X, you can deploy AI across any environment, above the clouds and on lots of clouds. With your secured data on-prem, in real time on center court, and assisting bank tellers on the edge. Watson X helps you deploy AI wherever you need it, so you can take your business wherever it needs to go. IBM, let's create.
AI decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon.
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because being on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics and math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Right now, we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So we could refine that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
The leader in technology for as long as you have been. Do you think AI is just as landscape changing as everyone else seems to think it is?
Sometimes things are overhyped. I don't think that AI is overhyped.
I think Etsy's uniquely positioned to benefit from AI. Finding that needle in the haystack is tricky. That's part of what makes Etsy both delightful and frustrating to people. And being able to serve the good stuff to the top fastest is where AI can really benefit us.
Our mission is keeping commerce human, and actually we talk about AI as helping us to be superhuman. It's really the partnership between AI and humans that makes Etsy work.
AI can help Etsy's customers personalize their searches and steer shoppers more directly to items they may want to buy. It's also helped the company improve reliability by predicting delivery times more precisely. But that doesn't solve a larger challenge, getting more consumers to think of Etsy more often and ultimately become repeat buyers. To this end, Etsy invented gift mode.
Getting in the top of mind consideration when you're thinking, I have a gift, I'm going to go to Etsy, just getting that to be more habitual. Gift mode provides a perfect opportunity for that. We get to know the gifter, but we also get to know the recipient. So it's a way to, sort of a more viral way to bring in more, introduce more people to Etsy.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Chevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from World Headquarters in New York. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. And Donald Trump is the president-elect. And Kamala Harris, according to sources familiar, has recognized that. We're just getting fresh reporting in from senior Harris aides that Vice President Harris has called President-elect Trump to congratulate him on winning the 2024 presidential election. They say she discussed the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans. And of course, we will hear the words from Kamala Harris herself just over 2 hours from now. She is scheduled to speak at Howard University at 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
That was supposed to be the venue for her speech and celebration last evening in Washington, and thousands of Kamala Harris supporters did gather at her alma mater, eventually told to go back home, saying they were still counting votes and the vice president wanted to give this some time to breathe. We're done breathing on the presidential race. By the time Donald Trump spoke, and what I believe was the 2 a.m. hour Eastern time from West Palm Beach, Florida, it was clear that he would be the president-elect. Since we've taken air today, the state of Michigan has fallen into the Donald Trump category. We still have a couple of more states to call here, specifically when it comes to Senate races. But of course, Kaylee, Michigan was almost as big a prize as Pennsylvania in the blue wall.
15 electoral votes, of course. And yes, that is the third brick in the blue wall that went for Donald Trump. He swept Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, add Georgia and North Carolina to that list, and he is currently leading in the two other battleground states of Nevada and Arizona. So it is entirely possible that he wins all 7. And of course, we're awaiting Senate results, as you mentioned, Joe, in some of those very same states as we speak.
That's right. We'll let you know as these races are called, of course. Romaine Bostic joined us earlier from Detroit. He's been on the ground in Michigan for the close of this campaign, referring to the red wake-up call. Romaine, Michigan is now in the bag.
Absolutely here. I'm actually standing right now in central Detroit. It's a beautiful day here, though the mood not so much. Of course, this is a Democratic stronghold, not just the city of Detroit, but Wayne County, the county that encompasses the city. Both candidates spent a lot of time in this county, but they did it in 2 very different ways. While Kamala Harris made the rounds, big rallies, and of course stopping by the local diners and local businesses, Trump actually flanked out to the edges of this county. The predominantly Arab and Muslim populations in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, and a few other places. He also fanned out into some of the Jewish enclaves a little bit further north of here. And he really spent a lot of time there, not just in big rallies, but really going into barbershops, going into local communities and talking with people one-on-one. I had a chance to talk to a major Democratic pollster here in the state of Michigan, as well as one of the main surrogates for Donald Trump. I just got off the phone with them just about 30 minutes ago, and I asked them both what actually went wrong for the Harris campaign, and both of them had an incredibly similar, unprompted response. They said it wasn't so much about what went wrong with the Harris campaign, but it was about what went right with the Trump campaign here.
Romaine, I just want to break in here with some breaking news. According to the Associated Press, one of these Senate seats has been called. The incumbent Democratic senator, according to the AP, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin, has won her race against her Republican challenger, Mr. Hovde, according to the Associated Press. So that is one Senate seat in which Democrats have held. As we consider the size of the Senate majority here, Romaine, Eric Hovde has lost that race to Tammy Baldwin. In Michigan, though, where you are, that Senate race still is too close to call. The Democrat Alyssa Slotkin is only up by about 0.3 of a percentage point right now against Mike Rogers, her Republican opponent, with 99% of the votes in. Where should we watch for those remaining votes to come in as we figure out who won this thing?
There are still some mail-in absentee ballots that has to be cast. I couldn't get an accurate count of exactly how many are out there, but the differential right now between Rogers and Slotkin is only really just a few thousand votes here. I was also told by that same pollster that I talked to on the Trump side that they are anticipating that there could be a legal battle over this, no matter what the state declares, whether it's today or in the days that follows. And he meant, when he said legal battles, he doesn't just mean from the Republican side. The Democrats could also challenge the results too. So it's quite possible that we might not know the full outcome of this particular Senate race here in the state of Michigan. Of course, if Mike Rogers were to actually win that race for the Senate seat, he would be the first Republican senator from the state of Michigan since 2001 and only the second since the 1960s.
All right, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostic.
How's that for a blue wall?
Yeah, the blue wall not looking very blue at this time. Live in Detroit, Romaine, thank you so much. Of course, another element of that is the state of Pennsylvania. The Senate race there, too, remains too close to call. 97% of votes counted. Dave McCormick, the Republican challenger to the incumbent Democrat Bob Casey, is currently up by 0.3 of a percentage point. If we get a call in that race, we will, of course, bring it to you. But the state of Pennsylvania, Joe, has been the one that has been in focus this entire cycle, not just because of this Senate race, but because of the 19 electoral votes it brings, which now have gone, obviously, to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump last night, when speaking in West Palm Beach, Florida, gave a little credit to someone, perhaps, for the performance in Pennsylvania. That person would be Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning.
Let's go to Pennsylvania right now. Michael Berkman is back with us on Balance of Power. He's director of the McCourtney Institute for Democracy and Political Science, professor at Penn State, co-host of the Democracy Works podcast. Professor, welcome back. Last time you were with us, I asked you what it was like if you drove 50 miles in any direction from your campus. Your answer might lead us to what happened in Pennsylvania last night. How did Donald Trump do it?
Trump won everywhere, so far as I can tell. I think there's going to be a lot of emphasis on his strength in rural areas, which was clearly there, and he increased his, I don't know where he found them, but he found more people in rural areas, or at least he did much better than Joe Biden did. But, you know, looking at the map, he did well everywhere.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the parts of the map that we consider to be bellwethers. Northampton County, of course, has selected the statewide presidential winner in Pennsylvania in every election for, 80 years now, I believe, Professor. And Northampton County, of course, broke for Donald Trump. So, too, did Bucks County. And when we consider Pennsylvania as being part of the blue wall, I wonder if looking at the results in these margins in the state, if you would still consider blue wall something that we should be saying right now.
Well, maybe not. I mean, my sense has been that the blue wall will probably break down over the next, 10, 15 years as the states kind of age out and the Sun Belt becomes a more vibrant area and Democrats see some strength there, which has clearly happened over the last several cycles, even though they didn't win today. But I'm not that surprised to see it all go this way and to see all the states run in basically the same direction in the blue wall.
Tell us why. There was a thought that many pollsters had that if even there was a 1% error in each direction, that it could lead to a landslide. Help our listeners and viewers understand that.
Right. I heard that from a lot of people, too. And I think there was a lot to it, that that the battleground states were not going to split 4-3.
Yeah.
That they were either going to go 6-1 or 7-0 for one person because a polling error would likely be across the board. And I think that's what we've seen, although, not that far off from the polls. They had her directionally it was off because I had her up by 2 points or so. I don't know what his final number will be. So they picked the wrong winner, but the percentage that he's going to get is not that far off from where the polls are showing.
Amazing.
Well, so as we consider that, there's obviously among Democrats right now, Professor, a lot of Wednesday morning quarterbacking going on, a lot of pointing the fingers of blame as to where exactly this campaign for Kamala Harris went wrong. And there's questions around whether one of those wrong turns was in the selection of Tim Walz as her vice presidential running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. Do you think that would have made a difference?
Not really. I think I read this election as a whole-scale rejection of the Biden administration.
Wow.
And, Biden needed to get out earlier. He needed to allow a primary process to operate so that Democrats could create an identity separate from Biden. That was not going to be possible with Harris, and she can never get out from underneath, I think, mainly the effects of inflation.
Okay, hold that thought. Josh Shapiro could also be a major contender 4 years from now. Was it actually good for him and his own political fortune to not be part of this?
It's a long time off. I think the thought was that Josh Shapiro could win Pennsylvania even by not being on the ticket. Had he been on the ticket, I'm not convinced it would have made that much of a difference. But had it, I don't know that it would have made a difference in Michigan and Wisconsin as well.
Well, that's a fair point. Pennsylvania was only one piece of this puzzle. And as we keep reiterating, this puzzle does look a lot more red than it does blue when you're looking at the electoral map, with a few states still have left to be called and a few Senate races still to be called as well. It is very tight between McCormick and Casey, the incumbent Democrat. Professor, what will it mean, though, if someone, and Joe says this frequently, with the Casey name loses in Pennsylvania?
The Democrats lost several statewide races in yesterday's election. So I'm not surprised Casey went down. I thought maybe his name was gonna keep him afloat, but could be a sense in an anti-incumbent election or an anti-establishment election that somebody who's been around for as many years as Casey and his family have been, the voters tell him it's time to go. But keep in mind, he's not. He is running a bit ahead of Biden. So there was some strength there for him, but overall, it was just overwhelming in the state, everywhere.
I'm supposed to ask you, Professor, what Kamala Harris is going to say or should say when she delivers, I guess, her concession speech later on today. She's going to talk at 4 p.m., and we do have reporting now that she has called Donald Trump to concede. I'm more curious what you're going to tell your students when you get them back in class and what you expect to hear from them.
Well, that's tomorrow. I'm going to emphasize the peaceful transition of power. I think that's what Kamala Harris is going to model. I think she already has by calling Trump and graciously conceding and wishing him the best. That didn't necessarily happen last time.
Yeah.
So I'll emphasize that. I do think there will be, a fair number of students who are somewhat grieving over losing their first presidential election, including one that they probably didn't think they were about to lose. Sure, we'll talk about that, but mostly I want to put up this map that shows the changes from 2020 and emphasize that this was a victory across the board. So in other words, I don't think you can point to any particular demographic group. I don't think you can point to any particular campaign decision that Kamala Harris made. I don't even think you can point to the Kamala Harris campaign. This was a wholesale rejection of the administration. There was no way for her to get out from under that, or at least she couldn't figure that out.
And finally, before we let you go, Professor, there were obviously a number of House races we were watching in Pennsylvania as well. Many of them have not been called yet, as the House has not been called in its entirety right now. Given what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, what we've seen across the map, would you bet on a red sweep when all is said and done?
Oh, of all the House races, it could well be. I have to tell you, I haven't looked carefully enough at the ones that are still outstanding. I fully expect the House is going to go red. It seems like a pretty narrow path for the Democrats to retain it. And yeah, Pennsylvania may end up losing all of its blue seats. Except for inside of Philadelphia. They'll retain those seats. Yeah.
All right, Penn State political science professor Michael Berkman, thank you so much for joining us on this day after the election as we're continuing to get news in and races called. The Associated Press, having just in the last 10 minutes or so called one of the remaining Senate seats that was in question. The incumbent Democratic senator in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, will hold on to her seat. But again, as we've reiterated, Pennsylvania, that Senate race too close to call. Wisconsin too close to call. Nevada still too close to call.
With the eye on Michigan, we're going to be joined in the late edition of Balance of Power by Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Democrat who stumped hard for Kamala Harris in Detroit and throughout the state. Of course, someone with close ties to the auto industry following the recovery out of the Great Recession, a conversation that will bring us another view in this day that continues to evolve. And we'll also speak with the former ambassador, James Jeffrey Kaylee. We can't underscore the geopolitical implications. This is a huge domestic policy story, but the geopolitical implications are massive. And we're going to touch both of those themes tonight.
And of course, we'll have reaction to the expected concession speech of Vice President Kamala Harris at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Again, a Harris aide has said she has already called Donald Trump to concede this race and congratulate him on his victory. But this market saw a Trump victory long before she acknowledged it. And even the map looked that way before this race was called. As we're seeing stocks higher across the board, big move in the small caps, the S&P 500 at a record, the 10-year yield up 15 basis points to 442. And a headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal reporting from ABC that President Biden will speak with Trump today and plans to address the nation on Thursday. That is tomorrow. So clearly still a lot more for this, for these markets and for us to look forward to, Joe.
Yeah, but as Kaylee mentioned, before we get that far, we'll hear from the vice president. That's set for about 2 hours from now, 4 p.m. Eastern time. So do join us then. We'll be with you for each turn as this election night 2024 turns into election week. In some cases, that will be the case for the House. More Senate races falling today as we speak, and we'll have a lot more for you later here on Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics post-election on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
In 2015, I was not optimistic because nobody was working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people were optimistic about then. The fact is, we built essentially from scratch, with lots of supporters, a really mind-blowing level of innovation against emissions. And in the last 9 years, that's gone better than I would have expected. So only now could you even, plausibly be optimistic about the path of emissions. And someone who said, hey, nobody's ever scaled things up like the speed that we knew to before, they're welcome to say, hey, I'll believe this when I see it. In the meantime, some people who care about this issue are really out, trying to think, do we need permitting reform? Do we find, what new ideas haven't we found yet? How do we fund people with those new ideas? How do we get the costs of these things down? How do we collaborate on a global basis? So we're still not at the point where it's guaranteed or even that it'll be easy, but at least there's a theory of change.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
A lot of things we've done which I think are bad, whether you're Democrat or Republican, or you support, they're often done in the name of good, have hurt the lower 20%. They're dying younger, their income didn't go up for 20 years. They're the ones who have more crime in their neighborhoods, their schools don't work. I think we have to be very clear-headed about how we can accomplish what we want to accomplish to lift up all of America.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on Bloomberg Television, Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this November 6th, Wednesday, the day after the U.S. elections, and one that we thought might go on for days, but, Tim, not the case.
No, we have a winner, and that, of course, is former President Donald Trump, now the president-elect. And we're seeing stocks react to the upside. Good for people who are along this market. Stocks hitting an all-time high. Bond yields jumping. The dollar set for its best day going all the way back to 2020. Investors, Carol, are really mapping out what the former president's return to the White House actually means for the markets.
Yep, and volatility is down. We had the VIX tumbling the most since August, down to 16. We'll have more in the trade in just a moment. Ahead this hour, though, as U.S. financial markets react to the election outcome, we look at the so-called Trump trade and then get into the fundamentals and the trends behind perhaps that trade and the broader trade that we are seeing in the equity markets.
Well, speaking of the Trump trade, shares of Tesla are surging higher. Part of the Trump trade, we're about to find out what $130 million gets Elon Musk.
We got lots of questions. Plus, the changing composition of the U.S. Congress. And, oh, yeah, another market-moving event tomorrow. How could we forget? We've got a Fed decision tomorrow.
All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Carol. Big numbers to the upside, as in 4 digits on the Dow. 1,445 points higher on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up right now by 3.4%. The S&P surging 2.4%. NASDAQ, the day after the election, up 505, up 2.7%. NASDAQ 100 index 2.5%, but the outperformer by far, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, up now by 5.1%. S&P on track for its 48th record this year. Stocks gaining. Investors mapping out Donald Trump's return to the White House and what his policies will mean for markets. 10-year right now at 4.42%. 2% with the 2-year, 4.27%. Spot gold down $78 the ounce, down 2.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 71.73 a barrel. And again, the S&P, to put it all in context, up by 2.4%. Shares in Donald Trump's media company surging after the Republican was elected the 47th president of the U.S. Investors touted the stock across social media platforms right now. DJT up by 5.3%. Tim mentioned Tesla. That stock right now pushing higher. Tesla up by about 14.3%. Shares are surging as investors wager that the car maker run by Elon Musk will be a major beneficiary of Donald Trump's return to the White House. So again, S&P 500 index up right now by just about 2.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So we know both Vice President Kamala Harris and now President-elect Donald Trump spent a lot of time and money in the all-important state of Pennsylvania, which President Biden won by a slim margin back in 2020. I want to just get to how it laid out last night. Let's head back to Philadelphia. Bloomberg News correspondent and the host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast, he is David Gora, joining us once again. David, we know it's been a long 24, 48 hours for you. First up, though, just remind everybody the issues, what issues and who drove the outcome when it comes to the vote in Pennsylvania.
Well, going into this race, Kamala Harris's campaign was very confident that the money and sort of infrastructure they put in place here to get voters to the polls would work. And I heard that as recently as the night before the election at this big rally that the vice president had right in downtown Philadelphia. They were proud of how many doors they'd knocked on, how many commitments they'd gotten from people to go to the polls. When you look at the numbers of who actually showed up, there's a lot to disappoint the Democrats. And I think chief among them is what we've seen here in Philadelphia, where I am. This has been kind of a bulwark of Democratic support for a really long time. And you look at the numbers who turned out, it's actually smaller than the number who turned out when Hillary Clinton was the candidate back in 2016. So it's going to cause a lot of soul searching. And to your question, Carol, just about the issues that drove people to the polls, we heard a lot of things going into this race. Besides the economy, there was talk about reproductive rights and health care, talk of tariffs. But I think fundamentally it came down to inflation and prices and that really clear message that at least the Trump campaign was offering, which was if Donald Trump's elected, he's going to bring prices down, bring the price of gas down. That was a really effective message across the country. And really, when you look at the playbook, not all that much different from what happened in 2016, a very similar playbook that Donald Trump used then quite effectively here in this state.
David, certainly a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking happening right now, and we're going to talk about that a little later on Bloomberg Business Week. But just in the few hours that you've had to reflect on this, has it been less about Kamala Harris, but more about Joe Biden? Is that what it was, that she was unable to separate herself from that administration?
I think that she was in a really difficult position, and we saw that over these last 3 or 4 months. That is, she's trying to run as a change candidate, somebody representing a new generation, all the while she's still the incumbent vice president, tied to the incumbent president. And I think that there was a huge degree of difficulty there for her trying to separate herself from that while still being really quite closely tethered to him just because of the role that she was in. I think, as you're right, Tim, there'll be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking about, how would he have done here in Pennsylvania? Could she have picked another running mate, perhaps the governor of this state who delivered this state for Democrats a couple of years back under improbable odds? But yeah, I think you raised something really fundamental here, and that is she was younger, she represented something new, but she was still seen by a lot of voters as somebody who was really tied to the policies of this current administration, especially when it comes to the economy. I think that was really hard for her to shake.
Hey, David, more broadly, the close margins overall for Donald Trump, even in traditionally blue states. I mean, we just saw Trump doing well, more than maybe someone expected, and Kamala doing less, even in those traditional blue states. What's going on across the country? It's hard not to look at the map, the final map, and just see, it's all red. What is going on around the country?
I think everybody's seen that video now of Jake Tapper and John King at that magic screen on CNN. And he's asking sort of, what is the one county in this country where she delivered more than Joe Biden did in the last election? And John King says there's none, and you can just hear Jake Tapper's exasperation or disbelief in that. But that is, in fact, the case here. I think her performance really underwhelmed, and I think a lot of Democrats are going to wonder why that is. And I think, again, it probably goes back to that economic message. But it's a worrisome sign for Democrats going forward here, of course. And you mentioned those close margins. there are a number of House races that are still unsettled across this country. I think there were north of 50 of them this morning, and maybe we're getting a little bit more clarity on some of them here. And that's really Democrats' last hope for exerting some sort of control or pushback against a Republican Senate and a new Republican president, is having the House of Representatives under their control. But again, I think that there's just a huge level of surprise here. And I've been thinking, is it because the polling was off? No, I don't think the polling was off. I think there was just a level of optimism from the Harris campaign, from Democrats, that just didn't match the reality. And again, I think that optimism is derived from how much money and energy and infrastructure was put in place, and this feeling that that was going to yield better results than it did. I keep thinking back on this memo that we got from the Trump campaign just a couple of days ago, so right before the election, and they were really highlighting some of the issues that we've seen borne out here. A big one was the Trump campaign thought the Harris campaign had real trouble with turnout with urban voters specifically. And the point that they were making is, why on earth, if Democrats were so motivated, would they have such difficulty getting them to vote early or send those mail-in ballots here in the state? Why did they have this belief that if they weren't able to do that, they'd be able to kind of capitalize on getting people to actually come to the polls on election day? So again, I think that broader strategy is going to be really scrutinized as well, because to be frank, at that rally that I was at rallies leading up to this, there was so much pressure to get people to the polls. And really, in this state in particular, tens of millions of people voted through those mail-in ballots. We've seen the enthusiasm for early voting. Interesting just to think about sort of how different the kind of energy or momentum was with that versus people showing up on election day.
What about when it comes to demographics, David, and the improvement that Donald Trump made, specifically with voters of color here in the United States, a group that he outperformed this time versus his previous runs?
Yeah, it's radically different, and I think that there'll be a lot of study of that as well. I mean, he did well with the core groups that ushered him into power in 2016, supported him in 2020. But you're right, he got more Black support, more Latino support, and I think that'll surprise certainly a lot of Democrats who thought that would be an impossibility, especially that Latino vote, given some of the things that Donald Trump has said about immigration, his plans for immigration going forward here. He is looking at that as kind of a way of extending his mandate, giving him more of a sense of power, more momentum than he might have had in those past elections. So, again, I think it's just a hugely worrisome sign for the Democratic Party here that he was able to pick up some of those votes. But again, I think, and look, we'll look at the exit polls, we'll look at the data in these coming days to see if this is borne out. But I think that if there really was one driving issue here, and that was the economy, and I don't mean to diminish healthcare, reproductive rights as other things that were motivating voters. I think that was something that really crossed demographic lines in a way perhaps Democrats didn't expect.
And just to tag on that, you did see in some instances, right, where people voted in favor of reproductive rights in terms of a ballot issue, but then voted for Donald Trump. So, there were separations out.
Does that say to you, David, that the social issues don't carry as much weight traditionally as they have, at least for Democrats?
I think at this moment that may be the case, and again, that'll surprise a lot of people as well. And I think that as a result of what's happened with those social issues, we'll see sort of how the electorate reckons with that in the years to come here. But I think that what Donald Trump was promising a lot of voters again was lower prices, an economy that was analogous to the one that he presided over for most of his term. There was this amazing thing that he did, which was to say, look, things were great before the pandemic, just ignore the pandemic and ignore how he handled that and sort of what happened as a result of that. I think that there was just a level of kind of economic nostalgia, if I can coin that term, that I think was really appealing to a lot of voters.
Case study in political science. You can just see students from now on, just kind of studying this race in a big way. Hey, David Gora, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Bloomberg News correspondent David Gora, host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast, joining us there from Philadelphia. All right, so the vote for the White House decided much sooner than many had predicted, and that has resulted in a definitive Trump trade, at least for today.
And that's where we go right now. The S&P 500 climbing more than 2%, heading to its 48th record this year on bets that the newly elected president will enact pro-growth policies that will boost corporate America. A gauge of small caps, Carol, rallying more than 5% at its high today amid speculation that they will benefit from Trump's protectionist stance, while wagers on lower taxes and reduced regulation sent shares of banks higher.
I mean, we're seeing it play out. Let's get to it, because I'm curious what she thinks about the Trump trade and how a second Trump administration may impact ultimately the U.S. equity market. Back with us in studio is Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin Adams. Gina, good to have you here. Today's trade, do you think it's a Trump trade based on what's expected for Trump policies, or just a reaction to a race being done without a lot of recounts and a protracted race here? Everything just ending up much faster than we thought. How do you see it?
I think it's a combination of both. You very typically see a very strong relief rally in November and December of election years. Once the election is over, we very consistently see a poor October in advance of election years with all the nervousness around the election, and then there's a bit of relief that emerges. But
I felt relief.
In relative terms,
right?
It's over.
In just to the ability to kind of move on.
Right, exactly. And I think that the market feels the same. If you look at the components of gains, of really focused on small caps, inside financials, some of the energy plays, there does appear to be some trading activity with respect to his future policies, which is a little bit different. We've been tracking the high tax versus low tax companies in the S&P 500, and there was no evidence of a Trump trade prior to today. The low tax companies were very persistently outperforming the high tax companies. From a tax perspective, we just couldn't find it. So it does appear that is now starting to emerge in prices as investors are gaming out which companies may actually benefit from lower taxes, which does seem to be inevitable now.
Which companies don't benefit?
The lowest tax companies in the index tend to be the high-tech companies. The Mag 7 are very, very low-tax companies. A lot of technology, a lot of communications. Some of the consumer stocks are going to be low-tax companies as well. You could think multinationals generally pay less tax than more domestically oriented companies if you're thinking in big, broad brushes.
How do you think about, the backdrop versus the Trump backdrop now that is a new dimension, right?
Yeah.
In terms of how we think about the trade. How do you start to factor it in, or do you wait until he's in office to see what actually starts to happen?
Well, I think what you can definitely factor in, at least for now, is seasonality. We know that seasonality works for stocks in November, December, January. We know that there is a relief rally in play. We know that animal spirits are generally coming back. We know that the dollar is rallying, and that we're going to start to think about tax policy. It does seem inevitable that we're going to get some tax policy action in 2025, and that's a big reversal because in a Kamala Harris presidency, we would have seen those tax reforms of 2017 expire at the very least, and maybe even see a tax change in the opposite direction. So that's pretty meaningful. The other aspects of this administration, I think, are really up for grabs. People talk a lot about tariffs. What will tariffs mean? We have no visibility as to how tariffs will be implemented, against what, where, at what rates. The sort of pendulum has swung so far in one direction or another in the campaign rhetoric on tariffs. It's really difficult to game. What we do know is that this president has a proclivity toward tariffs. One of the most beautiful words in the dictionary, apparently, is the word tariff. So we can anticipate that globalization will continue to fade away. And this is going to be an environment in which we will have to contend with tariffs. More import price restrictions are back on the table. Import price restrictions, just for perspective, not really even specifically related to tariffs, grew threefold in the former Trump administration. We did see inflation accelerate prior to 2019. We did see margins compress on the index as a direct reflection of these policies. These are things we need to start to prepare for coming into 2025. Where will we see margin pressures emerge?
Tariffs carried over, though, into the Biden administration, right?
They did, but they grew at a much slower pace. 2023, for instance, was the slowest pace of import price restrictions implemented in the U.S. since all the way back in 2010. So we were starting to see some progress. We weren't seeing direct reversals of the sort of policies of the Trump administration, but we were seeing a significant slowdown in the rate of growth of distress with respect to globalized industries.
I know that your focus is on the equity market, but I'm also looking at what's going on in the bond market today, and we're seeing yields up across the curve, especially at the long end of the curve. What's the message that's sending? What are bond investors telling us?
Well, it's going to be really interesting. I think bond markets are very correct in anticipating this is an inflationary administration that we need to start anticipating, that we need to start being aware of. We've been in an environment for the last year and a half of persistent disinflation, and we need to keep that in mind. This is a very big sea change and could really change the prospects for inflation. The stock market tends to focus more on growth and then gets whipsawed by inflation when it comes about. Right. The bond market does focus pretty exclusively on inflation. I think the other thing we really need to start to consider is, what does this mean for the Fed? It seems people are pretty confident that the Fed will reduce policy here in the short run.
It's like you saw a rundown and you know what we're doing next because we're talking about
that's amazing. Yeah, but I think when you go further out into 2025, this is material easing in financial conditions combined with potential inflation pressures emerging. What does that mean for the Fed? It probably means a whole lot less easing than we were anticipating just a month ago.
Jay Powell, man, he appointed by Trump.
It's
faced
rough.
a lot of pressure by Trump. Goes to
no pressure.
Now his term continues.
It's funny times that we're living in. Two groups I need to ask you though. Speaking of the Fed and rate policy, I mean the banks are just soaring in today's trade. So I think about, that group in particular. The thinking is that there's going to be less regulatory issues to deal with under a Trump administration. But if we have inflationary concerns too, though, I want to ask you about big tech.
Yeah.
Like, do we have to be worried about valuations there?
Yeah, well, we have to be worried about valuations because a lot of regulatory backlash toward big tech emerged in the first Trump administration. I think we sort of revisionist history forget about that. So this is not an administration that has historically been...
Except for Elon
now, particularly friendly to big tech. With respect to financials,
I just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think taxes are a really big part of this. The fact that the yield curve is becoming more upward sloping is also very good for financials.
Okay.
I'm not so certain it's all about regulation, but it might be. Tech is definitely at risk if the Fed is not reversing policy and there is a regulatory wave.
Is there a point that you do a major rework on your models because of the election outcome? Just got about 10 seconds.
Probably not. Our models are designed to capture the real-world impacts of policy changes, and we do very little trying to anticipate and then create a strategy. Instead, we track how strategies are changing, the dynamics that matter for stocks.
So glad we could check in. Thank you, as always. Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin-Adams. Straight ahead, folks. In case you forgot, well, you didn't forget because we just talked about it. It's, yes, a busy and election-focused week, but we've got a Fed decision tomorrow. We tackle that. That's coming up next on Business Week.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
Season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate when your comps get tougher. How much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Bersetchi. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly. The opportunity is really huge.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. Sources tell Bloomberg Qualys is exploring options, including a potential sale after getting takeover interest, as consolidation is expected to accelerate in the cybersecurity sector. Right now, we got Qualys up by roughly 28%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all ripping higher, but we begin with the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares. That is up right now by 5.6%. Stocks hitting records with the S&P up 138 at 59.20, a gain right now of 2.4%. The Dow up 1,447 points, up by 3.4%. NASDAQ up 514, a gain now of 2.8%. 10-year 4.44%, the 2-year 4.28%. Spot gold down $77 the ounce this day after the election, down 2.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower now by 0.6%, 71.59 a barrel. Shares of banks including Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, and Goldman Sachs all surging as investors bet that Donald Trump will make good on his promises to lower taxes and reduce regulation for the industry. For right now, we have got shares of Citigroup up by 8.5%, JP Morgan Chase up 10.5%, Goldman Sachs up by 12.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, we also got to say, we knew coming into this week it was going to be an interesting one with the presidential vote, but let's not forget we've got a Fed decision happening in the same week. In fact, we get that decision tomorrow. Donald Trump's victory threatens to upend the U.S. economic outlook, alter the Fed's policy calculus in the months ahead, while renewing some questions about how fiercely he might pressure the U.S. central bank during his second term in the White House. So, yeah, there's a lot to think about here.
Our focus shifts to tomorrow's Fed decision. With us, we got Stephen Skanke. He's Chief Economic Advisor at the Wealth Advisor Keel Point. Steve, also a former U.S. Treasury and White House National Security Council staff member, serving in the Nixon, Ford, Carter, and Reagan administrations. He joins us from Mexico. Also here in the studio is Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent Michael McKee. Mike, I do want to start with you and just get an idea from you about how the Fed and the members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors might be taking into account a Trump victory versus a Harris victory. Does their meeting change today?
No, it doesn't change the meeting for today and tomorrow because they're dealing with the economy as it is now. The question is, what's the policy path going to be going forward in September? They said we were going to do 3 more rate cuts this year and 100 basis points next year. And they set out their markers for what they thought the economy would do in terms of unemployment and growth, et cetera. And now they're going to have to rethink all that. We don't know. It wasn't a certainty we'd get 3 this year because of the way unemployment, the jobs numbers and inflation numbers have come in since the September meeting. But the next year path is going to be interesting to see how they handle it, which we won't find out really until December. But because there's no way to put any kind of model on what the economy is going to do under a Trump plan, because Trump doesn't have a plan, he just has some talking points, the Fed is going to have to wait. And so we'll hear a lot of Jay Powell saying, we don't know.
Yeah, right. So got to wait until he actually does something, right? Steve, come on in on your view, how things have changed for the Fed or not as a result of the presidential election.
Well, I think a couple of things, and I certainly agree with what Mike said, but interest rates, higher Treasury yields will certainly help the Fed, and that's clearly a result of the expectation of higher fiscal stimulus and higher borrowing costs generally. So in the first sense, interest rates will be helping the Fed and giving them a little bit more ease as they continue to cut. And also, he's not going to do anything until after he's inaugurated. Sure, there's expectations, but the reality is there was a lot of commentary and proposals about raising tariffs and cutting a whole host of income taxes and a whole bunch of things. And if those things happen, that could have a negative impact, raising inflation by 1% from mid-2025 to mid-2026. And then the Fed has to deal with that. And at the same time, slowing down economic growth as a result of those same tariff increases. So that's got to be part of the Fed's thinking too.
I want to cut to the chase, guys. Let's go to the big question we know that's going to be at the press conference. Tim actually brought it up with Mike McKee when he walked in. I mean, is Jay Powell going to be asked a lot about the Fed's independence?
Oh, I thought you said the big question was going to be, where's Juan Soto going to sign now that it's MLB
That's
free agent
question
period?
number 2.
Of course, Jay Powell's going to be asked it. He's going to be asked it 6 ways from Sunday because he's not going to answer it. He's going to say, our job is to focus on our dual mandate of inflation and maximum employment, and that's what we're going to do, and we will take the data as they come and make our decisions. Beyond that, I'm not sure how he would answer the questions because anything he said would probably upset the markets, which is the last thing that they want to do. So he's going to get asked about it. I don't know that we get a whole lot of response.
Steve, come on in here. How does he thread that needle? He's experienced what it's like to
He's
be
very
the Fed
experienced
chair.
About that.
Yeah, to be the Fed chair under President Trump. When President Trump spoke very publicly about actually wanting the Fed to lower rates.
Yeah, I think he'll just avoid the question as best he can and continue to point out that, as he has in past press conferences, the Fed is not affected by the political environment. It doesn't pay attention to the elections. It sticks to its mandate, as Mike reiterated. But also as a practical matter, there really isn't any opportunity for President Trump to put his thumb on the Fed until after Jay Powell's term expires in 2026, and most likely when his term as chair expires, he'll retire, and which is a little bit before the end of his governorship term. But then President Trump would have to figure out who he thought he could pick, either from among the existing governors, who might be more sympathetic to his points, and when there's an opening to appoint someone, who can he appoint? Because the last time around, the Senate turned down several of his nominations to the Fed that they thought just weren't qualified.
God, Mike, are you even thinking about who might take over for Jay Powell?
Yes and no. No, in the sense that it's only been about 8 hours since the decision became
how the
official.
media cycle works.
But there have been names floated under a Trump administration, a Kevin Hassett or somebody like that people think could be a nominee. But as he was saying, there's Jay Powell's in the job till 2026,
right?
And while Powell has in the past talked about trying to fire him, he seems to have backed off of that a little bit, in part probably because he's been told he doesn't have the power to do that. It would end up in court. But we'll have to see. Far more interesting would be a question about what happens to Michael Barr, the vice chairman for supervision. When the Democrats took over, the vice chair for supervision at the time resigned, and when Powell took over, or when Trump took over, the vice chair for supervision resigned, and it becomes sort of their right to have their own regulator. But it's also not written anywhere that person has to do that. Now, what's going to be interesting is the Basel III Endgame, the big regulatory package that the Treasury and Fed have been working on, that they're now going to repropose. They said they were going to do that after the first of the year. Well, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
So one question maybe for Jay Powell tomorrow is where does this go?
Right.
He probably won't talk about whether Barr should resign, but what happens with bank regulation, because now you've got a deregulatory administration coming in.
So, right. Yes. That's why you see bank stocks, right, rallying in a big way.
Well, Steve, jump in on this, because you were former U.S. Treasury and National Security Staff Council member. What do you make of what Mike just said? The idea that Jay Powell is unclear where this goes from here.
Well, I think he'll be very careful about that because it's not clear that the vice chair for supervision would resign. I mean, he might, but once again, he's going to be very shrewd and very deft at just not getting drawn into that. Certainly not at this point. Maybe it'll come up at the January meeting. Well, certainly it'll come up at the January meeting. Maybe it'll come up at the December meeting. But Powell doesn't want to get caught up in something over which he really has no control, and at this point really doesn't make a difference. He would.
Yeah, no,
go ahead.
No. Well, one thing I want to ask you guys is if, in some ways, the Fed, at least for right now, under Jay Powell, Steve, let me start with you. Is it kind of a checks and balance on Trump policy? Because if it truly is independent, and if he does inflation, if Trump creates policies that create inflation, the central bank's going to do what the central bank's going to do, and that will have repercussions. And in some ways, is that a check on some of his policies?
Well, it certainly is a check on some of his policies, but also just financial markets are a check on his policies.
That too.
We at some point reach, or markets reach the point where they just push back at Treasury borrowing and say no more. And then the question is, does the Fed buy that? But at the same time, when we have high fiscal stimulus, the counterweight to that is tighter monetary policy, which means higher interest rates. And Donald Trump said all along that he really thinks he should control the Fed and that they need to get interest rates down, and they need to get them down further than they are. And that's fine to say, but it's not likely that he's going to find a cooperative Fed on moving interest rates or policy in a direction that the opposite of their mandate. And also, financial markets are going to be right there with them.
Well, that's something I've been thinking about. Mike, let me just get you, on that last thought, 30, 40 seconds. Like, I do think about, is the Fed in some ways a gut check, if you will, because it does have some tools and it will react if there's inflationary pressures or a weakening economy.
And that's what would make Donald Trump mad if that came to pass. Now, we know that tariffs are supposed to be inflationary. They probably will be, but how much, we don't know, because we don't know what the tariff levels are going to be. Same with deportations. A lot of Trump policies could cause inflation or could cause the economy to stall and the Fed to make an interest rate decision, but we just don't know yet what that's going to be. I can point out that inflation break-evens, a 5-year break-even, rose the most today since 2020 in one day. So the markets are pricing in inflation, and the idea of inflation expectations becoming unmoored is always the, since Halloween was last week, the boogeyman under the bed for the Fed.
Well said, well said. Michael McKee, thank you so much. Off to Washington, D.C. and the Federal Bank for that decision tomorrow. And in fact, catch a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides. That's at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio.
I think I've evolved through the years, and by virtue of that, my work has to evolve. My name is Corey Richards, and I'm a photographer and an explorer.
Meet the tiniest HR team in the world.
What do you think Paylocity does?
Paylocity? I never heard that before. Ooh. I think they pay people. I don't know. Pay people money.
What do you think Paylocity sounds like?
That seems like a research of scientists. Velocity and pay combined. Paylocity, Paylocity.
Paylocity is the future of HCM simplified.
Enjoy full access to our entire fleet, so you can select the perfect jet for every flight, every time.
As long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma.
Hey there, Emily.
You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
Asia is a continent of contrasts. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Min-Seok, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "거미 불루, 화이 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Day after the election, U.S. stocks ripping higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all at records. Right now, the Russell 2000 is up by just about 5.6%. To put that in context, S&P up 139, up 2.4%. The Dow 1,453 points higher, up by just about 3.4%. NASDAQ up now by 2.8%. The Russell 2000, again, worth repeating, up by 5.7%. 10-year, 4.43%, with a 2-year, 4.27%. Gold down $77 the ounce, down 2.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.3%, $71.80 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, S&P 500 on track for its 48th record this year. Briefly, Amazon hitting an intraday record, latest example of how big tech remains a favored part of the market for investors. Right now, Amazon up by 2.6%, but super microcomputer shares are plunging after issuing a disappointing sales forecast and failing to give a timeline for filing its previous fiscal year's official financial statements. Right now, the stock is lower by 21.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Tesla shares, we are definitely seeing them soaring. I know Charlie's been talking about them. I'm just taking
more than 14% right now.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. This, as the car maker run by Elon Musk, will be a major beneficiary of Donald Trump's return to the White House. The Tesla CEO, no doubt about it, arguably the most prominent supporter of Republicans this election cycle, backing them with more than $130 million in spending and relentless messaging on X, his social media network. While Trump criticized electric vehicles throughout his campaign, he did soften his tone somewhat after Elon Musk's endorsement. Trump acknowledging Musk last night from West Palm Beach.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning.
Well, there it is. Donald Trump last night, or early this morning, I should say, talking about Elon Musk and the help that he gave to the former president and now president-elect. Back with us to talk about the role of Elon in another Trump White House is Max Chafkin. He's Bloomberg Businessweek columnist, also a contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast. Max is here in the studio. Tesla shares just absolutely soaring today. What else does $130 million in spending get Elon and Tesla and SpaceX in a Trump White House? I mean, you know, just on Tesla, that 15% gain is going to add up to probably more than $15 billion of net worth for Elon Musk. I was looking at that this morning. And it's like, compared to $130 million, that's a return on investment. Yeah, and I mean, I think when all is said and done, and we have all the filings, I would not be surprised if Elon Musk's contribution was closer to 200, if not even higher than that. But whatever it was, it's way less than the potential, you know, it's a paper gain of, say, $15 billion. And really, that's the tip of the iceberg, because Tesla, although it is a highly regulated business, it does benefit from lots of government policy that could be impacted by a new presidency. It isn't the most direct impact. The most direct one is SpaceX, which is Elon Musk's giant defense contractor and rocket company. And SpaceX already has huge contracts from the federal government. Trump on the campaign trail talked a lot about the potential for more contracts. Talking about a Mars mission, which would likely feature SpaceX prominently and be worth billions, if not tens of billions of dollars. There's also potential government money for Starlink, Elon Musk's satellite internet company. Elon Musk has other businesses that could also benefit from this. The Boring Company, which is an infrastructure play. Neuralink, that's federally regulated. This is a guy who does business with government regulators in one way or another all the time. And so he arguably, I think from the point of view of the Trump campaign or Trump supporters, he understands it, but obviously he has a lot to gain.
How does this work, though? Like, I think about the training we all do as employees about conflicts of interest, and you can't have them. So, where are regulators on having a CEO of a publicly held company that has U.S. government contracts, has global government contracts, having possibly a job in the U.S. government, Secretary of Cost Cutting, perhaps? How does that work? How can it work? I mean, does he have to sell off his Tesla holdings to do this?
I think it's, well, so first of all, I think you should think about Elon Musk's influence in the White House to be at least partly informal rather than formal, because formal influence, like, I don't think we're talking about a Senate confirmed position. I think that would be very hard. I think he very much does not want to leave, give up control of any of his companies or even have to sell stock or even have to put stock in a trust. He wants to continue running his companies and also contribute to the White House. That's kind of how he has framed it. So, my guess is some sort of not in the government, but having some sort of advisory role. Trump did this a little bit in 2016. And I should also say, one thing we learned during that time is that, there are formal roles in the White House, and then there is probably the most important job, which is who is speaking to Donald Trump regularly. And that, I think we know Elon Musk is doing that regularly. He's clearly top of mind. During that 25-minute or so victory speech, Elon Musk praise took up between 5 and 7 minutes. It was a substantial part of how Trump framed his candidacy and how he's thinking right now.
What have you learned just in the last, 6 weeks about what Elon Musk's priorities are, given what he's posted on X, what he's talked about at rallies, and the influence that he would have on a second Trump administration?
Well, I think the priorities are the business priorities, probably first and foremost.
He's talked about immigration a lot,
right?
too.
Yes, but I would say that Elon Musk has emerged. I think there were people, as Elon Musk started to sort of dip his toe into politics, thinking that he would be this would be like a normal business guy engaging politically, which is you write a check and you turn around and you're out of it, right? And I think Elon Musk has the intention of being a political player going forward. That is, there's people this morning, I was getting questions from friends and so on saying, well, what's stopping Trump from just turning around, taking Elon's money and not doing any of the stuff he wants, not giving SpaceX another contract? And the answer is, besides the fact that Elon Musk is a popular guy, that you could make the argument that Elon Musk's support was meaningful, perhaps even helping to push Donald Trump over the edge. But even if you leave that aside, Elon Musk is saying that he is going to be a major political donor in the midterms. That's what he said yesterday. So he has potentially, millions, tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars more money that he is planning on spending. He is going to be, as he said, the George Soros of the right, the main, the power broker, the business guy who can make or break your campaign.
So transactional, or he likes politics all of a sudden?
I think he's obviously interested in how he could benefit. Okay. And that is so in that sense, yes, transactional. But I think you really need to look at this as a play for influence and for power that goes beyond just any one contract or anything like that.
There's no shortage of folks, and they've been all over cable news over the last 2 years, former Trump administration officials who felt burned by the former president and president-elect, who are now opposed to him within his people. The vice president, for example. What are the chances that Musk's relationship goes sour with Trump over the next couple of years?
I mean, I think just if you look at the personalities, these are two men who really like to occupy the kind of main role, the central role. It's hard to imagine them being able to hang out in a room together and defer to one another. That said, I think the reasons that brought them together will keep them together at least for some time. And you got to look at, we talked about the money, the political contributions to President-elect Trump, but we should be talking also about X, these kind of in-kind contributions. Elon Musk bought Twitter and now X, and he invested a lot of money. He's lost a lot of money on this thing, but he has really navigated it to a position of influence. He is arguably, in addition to being the richest guy, the most important conservative media mogul. And he's gonna he's gonna have a lot of influence over Trump over the next 4 years.
Do you think more important than Rupert Murdoch?
Yes, I think it's more important than Rupert Murdoch.
More important than Trump's own social media company?
I mean, I think we have to...
How does Trump say, wait, I want to put it on Trump Social or
Truth
whatever?
Social.
Truth Social, sorry.
Elon Musk was already arguably the most powerful person in the world. And I think undoubtedly now you have to say he's a candidate.
He is indeed. Now he's president-elect.
I think I've evolved through the years.
And by virtue of that, my work has to evolve. My name is Corey Richards, and I'm a photographer and an explorer.
This is what Bill calls home, and this is what Janice calls office. And by day, it's the home office. But sometimes, it's the guest room. California Closets designed this space with purpose by listening to Janice and to Bill, whose parents sleep here when they're in town visiting from here. This is a stapler. Nobody wants to look at a stapler. This is where it goes. This is where Janice gets her energy. This is where Bill gets his. This is Janice's home office and Bill's and the guest room. This is who helped make it happen. Schedule your free design consultation now.
In this facility, which is part of your $2 billion investment in the last 2 years, it's a massive amount.
Yes, because we focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the US FDA and European standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the business, where we were predominantly in India and the developing
India-centric, now you're more global.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in this facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99% of talent that we've trained overseas and in India. We have our own internal skill building center where we train on-site.
Serum started with just producing vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that we're working on, and I think the world will need that, not only for the annual flu cases, but God forbid there's a flu pandemic. I think we are very well poised to make 1.5, 2 billion doses and roll it out very quickly to protect the world. And we have, of course, the other vaccines, as we talked about, HPV and malaria, that we've just launched, and we're going to scale that up as well.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
An unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
All right, everybody. That, of course, is Donald Trump, President-elect Donald Trump, making some comments, certainly about last night's vote. It is definitely a new day for U.S. politics. We get ready for a new administration to enter the White House and a new Congress to enter the hallowed halls of the U.S. Capitol. As we've been talking, Republicans winning control of the U.S. Senate amid a slew of victories by allies of Donald Trump, giving the GOP powerful leverage in high-stakes tax and spending battles next year. Meantime, the control of the U.S. House of Representatives still a bit up in the air. So let's get an update. We head to the nation's capital and to Bloomberg News congressional reporter Stephen Dennis. Stephen, good to have you here with us. The wins in the Senate, walk us through that change and why the Republicans were able to gain an advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, we had $10 billion spent over control of Congress. A lot of that was spent in the Senate. Places like Ohio, where banking chair Sherrod Brown lost his seat that he'd held for 18 years. He'd been in Ohio politics for 50 years, but that Trump wave carried Bernie Moreno to victory. And that's, an absolute going to be a seismic change in the U.S. Senate, going from a liberal populist in Sherrod Brown to a MAGA Trump ally in Ohio. That's going to be big changes for banking. But also, when you look at that tax bill that's coming up next year, a lot of those Trump tax cuts expire, some $5 trillion over the next 10 years. And now the Republicans in the Senate are going to be playing a major role in writing that next tax bill. And this, the control over the House now really is like a $5 trillion question. How much leverage will the Democrats have to force some changes to those tax policies? And that's what we're watching. And there's, Republicans have some momentum. They're now favored to take back the House, but there are sort of a half dozen seats in California that could take a week, and Republicans right now have narrow leads. So, it's still a little too early to call the House, but, that's what we're really looking at. The other thing is right now there's 52 Republican Senate seats that could grow one or two. Bob Casey's currently losing in Pennsylvania, but hasn't given up hope that he'll find more votes in Philadelphia. And then the Nevada Senate race is razor thin. It's about 5,000 votes. So there's a lot more to come in the next few days.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what that means, or what it could mean for the legislative initiatives that President-elect Trump wants to get done. You mentioned taxes. We know what he did with taxes with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act back in his first term. But what else does it mean for what he'll be able to do if there is a trifecta of Republican control in the House, the Senate, and, of course, the executive branch?
The margin really matters a lot.
Okay.
If you think about his first year in office, where he had that catastrophic failure on repealing the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, John McCain. That was a thing I think a lot of people remember.
Yeah, John McCain's thumb mattered. So the margin there was, I think, 52-48 as well. If they get to 53 or 54, that kind of widens the aperture of the kinds of things you can do. You can maybe start attacking things like the Affordable Care Act or other big agenda items that are a little more difficult. The problem might not be the Senate so much this time around, but the House has been pretty ungovernable the last couple of years for Republicans. They ditched their previous speaker. The current speaker, Mike Johnson's faced a lot of internal unrest over issues like Ukraine. There are a lot of internal splits in the party on trade, tariffs. And so it's going to be like a rocky road here for the Republicans, especially if they only have a 1 or 2 seat majority. Right now, they're winning in 221 or so districts. And that's, basically a 3-seat majority. That's really hard to operate. And if it shrinks even more to like a 1 or 2 seat majority, you could just have a nightmare scenario where they have a new speaker every couple of months, or even are going to have a hard time naming a speaker on January 3rd.
Yeah. I've seen that movie before. Yeah, it's not an interesting one. Lots of popcorn needed. Hey, Stephen Dennis, thank you so much. Stephen Dennis, congressional reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from our D.C. bureau. I think it's safe to say, as we get ready to wrap up this hour of Bloomberg Business Week, that in many ways, for markets, for initiatives, policy, what will ultimately get done through Congress, what President Trump ultimately follows through with when he's in the White House, that will determine where the markets go and the impact on the U.S. economy.
I'm looking at what markets are doing right now, Carol, and we're seeing green across the screen. The S&P 500 up by 2.4%, the Dow up by 3.4%, the NASDAQ Composite up 2.8%. You go to CRYP Go on the Bloomberg terminal to get a snapshot of crypto.
I was just pulling up Bitcoin.
Green across the screen. Bitcoin hitting a new all-time high of 75,800.
Yeah, the Trump trade is on. All right, folks. For those watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing on Business Week on Bloomberg Radio, on YouTube, and on Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
자, 이제 정마감 1시간 전입니다. QQQ 505, 2.67, 3% 가까이 왔네요. 꾸준하게 올라가고 있고 엔비디아 146, 속슬 8.9. 네, 변수 별로 없습니다. 네, 애플이 좀 떨어졌지만 아까 전에 그 30년물 채권 경매 후 금리가 떨어졌습니다. 네. 여기서 여기 90.6 찍고 확 떨어졌는데 다시 돌아왔네요. 네. 시장도 잘 올라가고 있고. 웜님, 네, 어제 밤에 대선보다 늦게 자느라 오늘 아침은 단타 치느라 삭신 먼저 챙겨야죠.
That's an optimism. The newly elected president has a clear mandate to enact pro-growth policies focused on corporate America through a cocktail of lower taxes.
리츠만 시뻘건네요. 리츠 주들은 금리가 너무 올라서 그렇고 또 오늘 부동산 저희 산업이 아니라 그 주택 부동산 쪽으로도 전체적으로 좀 안 좋습니다. 리얼티 인컴 실적 발표 나오고 떨어지고 거기다가 이제 해리스 쪽이었네. 부동산 쪽은 부동산 떨어지고. 또 이제 장 끝나고 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 앱 실적 발표 있고 해리스 연설 있네요.
Scarlett, before we get to those quarterly earnings, let's turn back to the results from the presidential election and what it's like in the battleground states the day after. Michigan's 15 electoral votes went to Donald Trump and was one of the last states the president-elect needed to win to sweep the blue wall. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick in the city of Detroit. So, Romaine, have you had a chance to walk around and chat to some people today? Is that the mandate that they wanted, that Donald Trump should be the next president of the United States?
Yeah, it was an interesting battle here in the state of Michigan. Of course, I am in Detroit City, which is a Democratic stronghold, a stronghold that Harris, of course, won by a relatively wide margin. But what happened on the periphery of this city, the periphery of this county, really tells the story not just of her loss in Michigan, but of her loss of the key battleground states, whether it be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or the others. And it all boiled down to this idea here of which types of voters that they were courting. Kamala Harris really moved to the center, really tried to court moderate voters. She really tried to court women voters as well, particularly on the key of abortion. Meanwhile, Trump spent a lot of time in this area as well, but he focused a lot more here on some of the hot button issues, immigration, foreign policy, the war in Gaza, issues that resonated with a lot of voters here, and he was able to siphon off a lot of votes that at least in 2020 went to the Democratic candidate, Joe Biden.
비트 24시간 안에 보면 9.3% 뛰었네요. 야, 거의 10% 가까이 신고가 뚫고 가고 있고 거의 10만을 향해서 달려가는 중 비트코인.
You had told us about how much money they had spent in the state and how often the campaign visited the state. With all the extra money and attention spent by Democrats, why didn't they see stronger results? What are you hearing?
Well, two of the big
Sunrun이요? Sunrun.
Was a lot of folks felt that they weren't that she was not
야, 30% 하락.
particularly when it comes
완전 승자랑 패자 극명하게 갈리네요.
The state of Michigan was on manufacturing jobs and of course the state of the automotive industry. Remember, this was a weak spot. Economic issues was a weak spot for the Harris campaign, not because she didn't necessarily have a plan, but because she didn't necessarily articulate that plan. Something that Trump, in his own particular way, did manage to do with a lot of voters here.
태양광
And you're seeing
10%
that
하락.
in some of the exit polling done by CNN
10%.
and done by
올랐던
some
거
of the
그냥
local
싹 다
groups here that
빠졌어.
showed that a lot of voters went into that ballot box
계단식 하락.
and they made their choice based on that.
For that state in particular, Romaine, and you
테슬라 저항 290일까요? 아, 290 뚫으면 300이죠. 300 뚫으면 1조 달러. 시가총액 310이고.
I mean, Harris could not keep it at all. In fact, this was probably one of the more dramatic evidence in this race here. Take a city like Dearborn, Michigan. More than 40% of that population identifies as being of Arab descent. You have Dearborn Heights also has a large population of Arab and Muslims, and Hamtramck, which is a majority Muslim city.
오늘 애플이 의외로 좀 별로 인기가 없네요.
Not only did Harris lose two of those cities,
워렌 버핏이 팔아서 그런가?
percentage points from what Biden had back in 2020, and that's a huge deal. We should also point out that the mayors of those three cities, all of whom endorsed the mayors at the time, all of whom endorsed Biden back in 2020, the mayors now in those three cities did not endorse Harris at all. Two of them endorsed Donald Trump, and one of them abstained from voting from endorsing anyone at all.
Yeah, that's a big tell now that we look at it in retrospect. Romain, fantastic reporting on the ground there. Romain Bostic joining us from Detroit.
자, 장마감 55분 전 QQQ 장중 고점입니다. 2.7%. S&P도 2%보다 더 올랐습니다. 평균 변동성보다 좀 더, 뭐 비슷하게 0.45% 차이로. 다우존스 오늘 진짜 대박이에요. 다우존스 4.5%.
And the one linked to a Harris victory began gaining momentum. Now, of course, you see the opposite with the Republican basket spiking while the Democratic counterpart slumping. Here now to discuss the overall market outlook is Kelly Cox. She is Chief Market Strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management. Kelly, good to speak with you. So you look at the market reaction today, stock market reflecting jubilation, optimism, the bond market, alarm. How would you characterize this reaction to the election outcome?
Saying to clients is, this is what happens when there's a lot of uncertainty. People brace for the worst, and then they breathe a sigh of relief. I mean, the S&P is up about 2.3% today, which would be the strongest post-election day reaction we've seen since my data started in 1950. People are definitely reacting, maybe celebrating,
싼 거요? 싼 거는 이제 경기 방어주들 싸지고 있죠. 코카콜라, 펩시, 맥도날드, 월마트 등.
So these policies that have been talked about for months now could actually happen given the makeup that we could be seeing in Congress.
박배님 어서 오세요. 장 막판까지 올릴 듯하네요. 그럴 것 같습니다. 분위기상 지금 매도가 없어요. 꾸준한 상승, 이 오후장부터 그냥 찔끔찔끔 올라가면서 한 시간에 한 0.2% 정도씩 올라가면서 1-2%씩.
I think that the market may be overlooking some of the risks that come along with these policies. First of all, we don't know if Trump will be able to enact most of them, although, I mean, we could go down the list one by one and talk about all the policies that he's thrown out there. But also, and I think the bond market is considering this a little bit more than the stock market, but, we see risks and trade-offs to consider here. It's not just, gangbusters growth, that means everything goes up. I mean, you're even seeing break-evens today showing that there is the risk of higher inflation. So, the knee-jerk reaction isn't always the right reaction, and we're worried this might be the case this time around too.
Yeah, because even the time involved, Kelly, right? I mean, there are 2 months before even the inauguration happens, and it's only at that point that he can even sign executive orders or whatever he might be able to do quickly, and that's not suggesting that he's going to carry out any of this via executive order. Could the market, though, continue to hold on to these highs for that lame duck session?
트레버님 돌아왔습니다. 네, 돌아왔습니다. 오후장에는 좀 조용해요, 요즘. 아까 전에 30년물채권경매 이후로 꾸준한 원웨이 상승. 오늘처럼 이렇게 많이 오른 거 이번 연도에 몇 번 없지 않냐고요? QQQ의 3% 정도면 거의 처음에 가까울걸요. 그리고 3대 지수가 이렇게 일방적으로 다 같이 2% 넘게 오른 거는 이번 연도 처음일 겁니다. 그리고 다우존스의 상승을 따라올 수가 없어요. 수익. 다우존스가 3.4%는 거의 뭐 유일무이하죠. 그전에 7%, 8%, 7월 달, 8월 달에 한 방에 빡 빠지고 확 올랐을 때 이 정도까지 한번 올랐던 적이 있었을 거예요. 근데 다우존스가 이 정도로 같이 오른 거는 처음일 겁니다. 올해
Where
중에서.
that comes to mind right now is volatility, and I think a lot of investors are trying to, run through what that volatility could mean for their portfolios. I mean, I think you have to watch oil, you have to watch gold, of course, you have to watch the bonds.
그리고 지금 3대 지수 모두 신고가라서 그것도 좀 다르고요. 7월, 8월 때는 떨어졌다가 오른 건데 이번엔 여기는 오르고 있는데 더 오른 거니까.
At what point, Kelly, does the rise in bond yields, and John Authors of Bloomberg, he writes a newsletter here.
오늘 골드가 3% 가까이 떨어졌네요. 골드 2.7%. 달러 엄청 올랐고. 근데 1,400에서 자꾸 멈춥니다. 1,400에서 원을 사는지 한국은행이 여기서 눌리네.
If you consider that break-even rates are around 2.5% right now, that implies a 2%
달러 지수 100. 달러도 좀 눌리네. 달러도 105.07.
expected inflation is, and that's really wide historically. So bond market investors are thinking about a lot of factors right now, and I'm not sure all of this uncertainty.
스텔란티스 오하이오 지프 공장에서 1,100명 근로자 해고.
More moderate context from the Fed tomorrow, or if we get a more downtrodden economic report. So, we're still telling clients.
자, S&P 나스닥 더 갑니다. 장마감 50분, 5분마다 오르네. 5분마다 갭 상승. 야, 3%를 향해서. 테슬라는 290, 여기 올 때마다 매도가 나오고 있고요. 뭐 하루에 15% 올랐으니까. 290에서 매도가 좀 나오고 테슬라. 엔비디아는 150까지 이제 뭐 자율주행인 것 같고요. 이제 147이니까 150을 향해서. 테슬라 289에 뭐 있나요? 매도 물량이 좀 많은 듯하네요. 예, 매도벽이 289.57. 거기까지 오면 매도벽 좀 이따 한번 보겠습니다. 뱅크 소어, 뱅크들 엄청 올랐구나. 그래서 규제가 많이 바뀔 거라는 그런 기대감이 있습니다.
So what would have to happen? Would Lina Khan have to go, for example?
So I think there's a lot of changes. It's still early. The individuals that need to be changed and what they can change initially will be something that's certainly fluid. I think the focus as an investor, as an analyst, is really on bank M&A. The ability to close a deal, announce a deal, close a deal in the time frame that you communicate to your shareholders is very important. We've seen a lot of recent deals act better. The stocks have acted better, and the expectation is those deals, while small, will close on time. And going forward, as you go into 2025, whatever changes might be, there is a building optimism that we haven't had consolidation occur in a meaningful way, and the industry is really ripe for it.
Wait, you're talking about consolidation within the financial industry or consolidation M&A overall and the banks be able to profit?
야, 3대주 진짜 5분 간격마다 매수 들어옵니다. 갭 매수 들어옵니다. 엄청나요. 자, 해리스 연설, Concession speech, 승복 연설 대기 중이고요. 여기서 어제 연설해야 됐는데 어제 못하고 오늘 합니다.
So we think bank-to-bank M&A will certainly be a tailwind. We also think broad corporate M&A activity through the investment banks will be something that happens in 25.
Yeah, and a little more clarity on that as opposed to this idea that people just don't even want to propose deals because they'll just get basically shut down on it. What about capital rules? We saw that the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, Sherrod Brown, lost to his Republican opponent. What does that mean in terms of tighter capital rules?
45분 뒤 시작해야죠.
We've seen capital standards really increase since the banking crisis and since the financial crisis, if you want to go back 15 years. So in periods of crisis, there's generally an overreaction to regulation. What's been encouraging
다우존스 4% 근접.
of some of the proposed regulations related to Basel III. Certainly, there's going to be more regulation.
다들 대기 중입니다, 여기서.
But on the margin, under a Trump presidency, we saw this after 2016. Some of the rules around asset sizes and M&A activity, those got relaxed. And as that happens, there's more there's positive consequences for capital returns, with buybacks and dividends and M&A. But overall, the burden on financials is great, and it should be great because they're held to a high standard. But we think they'll be walked back a bit.
Chris, what size of financial benefits most? Are we talking community banks? Are we talking the large bulge bracket firms?
It's a good question. One of the groups within the banks, the $50 to $100 billion banks, is a really interesting subsector of the financials in the bank industry in particular. And so what we've seen since the start of the year, remember when New York Community got into issues, part of it was because they had crossed that $100 billion. And
12월 금리나요?
Over the course of most of this year, and
뭐 그래도 막 인플레이션이 갑자기 확 올라가진 않을 거니까 뭐 12월 달은 금리나 하는데 내년 초부터 금리 동결할 가능성도 있죠. 네, 12월 달에는 현재로서는 할 것 같습니다.
Now, over the past 4 or 5 months, as the market began to price in Trump, that discount has narrowed, and in particular, it's trading in line with where it should be. Now, there are exceptions, and one bank I do want to mention is Webster Financial, based in Connecticut. This is a bank that is a mid to high teens return on equity bank, but the stock still trades for 10 times earnings. And if you look at it relative to historical multiples, this is one example, it's still trading 20% plus cheap to what it should be. So the group has worked, the group is moving today. We're within a couple percentages of where multiples have been over the past 7 or 8 years. But there are instances of the market, we believe, mispricing some of the opportunities.
Chris, how long would you give Gary Gensler at this point?
Gary Gensler,
I think that's. I think it's going to be. Time will tell how the Trump administration decides to make the changes. But again, our work shows that some of these changes can be immediate, and some of these changes may take time. It really depends on the policy, how it's enacted over the next several months.
Gary Gensler 언제까지 할지 모르겠다.
Thank you so much. We are seeing the financials lead the way in the market rally today following the election of soon-to-be President Trump. Just some breaking news here out of Michigan, some more election headlines. Alyssa Slotkin, the Democrat, has defeated her opponent, Mike Rogers, Republican, in the Michigan Senate race, holding on to the seat that the Republican Party had aimed to flip. Slotkin has served in the U.S. House since 2019, and she will succeed Debbie Stabenow, who is now retiring from the Senate. We'll keep you posted on any further election headlines that do cross. In the meantime, coming up, we're going to take a look at pharmacy retailer CVS shaking off investor concerns on the back of some positive quarterly results. We're going to get more in our top calls. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
실업수당 청구권 플러스 1 게리 겐슬러. 실업수당 청구권사 하나 올라가겠네요.
St. John's University isn't your average college. 100 plus acres just a few miles from Manhattan. It's time.
노래는 신나는 걸로 해놨네.
I learn. What should I do? I said, learn the business.
And you have Prime Minister Modi, who's very fiscally savvy. They're going to spend $1.7 trillion on infrastructure between now
방송 이후 대선은 처음인가요? 네. 방송 이후 대선 처음. 좀 오래 갈 줄 알고 그 방송 포맷 공 들여가지고 해놨는데 바로 날라가겠네. 그래도 어제 방송할 때 많은 사람들이 와가지고
And I think that there's more to discuss on this topic, but I think the risk to China is severe.
계속 오래 켜놓을 줄 알았는데
Are onerous, are
껐습니다.
deleterious, and perhaps do more damage than we're giving credit
It
for.
depends on what you think the tariffs are going to be, and we don't know. If it goes to 29% and then they increase
그러니까 이렇게 압도적으로
and that
막
sort of thing,
그
then they will be able to offset some of it.
라이엇도 일어나고 폭동도 일어나고 해서 막 미국 현지에서 이 다큐 찍을 것도 있고 막 그리고 좀 기대했는데 아마 없을 것 같네요.
The overall global demand, which Scott is one of the reasons why I'm adding to an energy position today.
Okay. You know what? We should do that. I forgot to do that.
No, go to Chris. It's okay. I don't mean to steal the.
그래도 증시가 신고가 가고 난리 나니까 이것 자체로도 큰 변동성.
But they're the number one oil field service company in the world. Technology is amazing. They get no credit whatsoever.
23만. 어제 23만 뷰 나오네요.
Didn't even get mentioned. And if you believe in drill baby drill under Trump, you're going to need more services.
좀 더 낮출 걸 그랬나?
Number one player.
All right. We'll leave it there. All right. We'll leave it there. It's okay.
Say something.
Okay.
China, India, U.S. best.
U.S. is best.
All right, there we go. You had to have some last word. I would have felt bad. All right, Chris Harvey, Stephanie Link, Dan Greenhouse here. Let's send it to Seema Modi now for a check on how the semis are faring in today's session.
아쉽다. 트럼프가 되면 주가가 이렇게 오를 줄 알았냐고요? 해리스가 되면 빠질 거는 예상했습니다. 트럼프가 되면 일단 불확실성 해소긴 한데 뭐야? 다른 사람이. 아 그리고 굉장히 또 압도적으로 승리를 해가지고 그 하원 의원, 상원 의원 전부 다 휩쓸고 그래서 트럼프 테마들 이를테면 뭐 금융주라든지 그런 것들 엄청 오르고 거기다가 이제 인플레이션 생길 거에 대한 우려 때문에 기술주들 많이 오르고 위험 자산들이 엄청 오르고 있습니다. 그 코카콜라 같은 경기 방어주들은 확 떨어지고 그쪽은 확 떨어졌지만 이제 다우존스 쪽에서 뭐 코카콜라, 프록터 갬블 이런 회사들도 있긴 한데 금융주들이 거의 한 30%거든요. 그쪽에서 확 오르면서 이제 4% 가까이 오르고 있습니다. 해리스가 되면 빠질 거 예상한 이유가 뭐냐고요? 그냥 불확실성 추가되니까요. 불확실성. 시장이 예상하고 있던 게 트럼프가 되는 거였는데 주말에도 해리스가 된다라는 그런 확률이 올라오면서 주가가 떨어졌어요. 정책적인 면으로나 이제 예상을 하기가 어려워요. 이 트럼프보다. 물론 트럼프도 워낙 그 들쑥날쑥하긴 하지만 4년 동안 했기 때문에 그리고 정책을 어떤 걸 할지 다 얘기를 했기 때문에 좀 알 수 있는 반면에 해리스는 불확실성적인 측면에선 더 많죠. 해리스가 트럼프보다.
For those that I don't know if that's fair for healthcare more broadly, because I think there are a lot of other portions of healthcare that maybe aren't as subject to some of the risks. You know, we've seen investors been very enthusiastic about the clinical laboratory companies on the back of that, of sort of not being in sort of the policy crosshairs, the drug distributors in general. So I don't know if all of that's fair to say for all of healthcare, but I think it would certainly be helpful from a
그리고 2016년이랑 2020년 그냥 전부 다 확인을 해보면 그 대통령 선거 이후로 연말 랠리가 왔었습니다. 스샷 찍어놓은 게 있는데.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've definitely hit some road bumps on that front, and I think when you have a company like that, what you'd really like them to do is to kind of take a step back and consolidate and fix the core business, right? If you get M&A in a particular environment, sometimes that can be distracting to management. They have to work on integrating it. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on with the core of CVS right now, and I think investors are really focused on the new management team that's come in, really stepping up to fix that, and then, you know, cross that next bridge when we get to it.
So within the healthcare space, which
여기 2016년이랑
Well, you know, as I said, I think some of the managed care companies we've talked about, the drug
이거는
distribution companies,
언제였지?
I think we've seen increased utilization by seniors on prescription drugs, and I think that's a nice continuing thing.
2020년, 2020년이랑 2016년 확인을 해보면 이때가 대선이었습니다. 여기 화면이 잘 안 보이구나. 네, 여기가 대선 날이었고 대선 끝나고 연말 랠리 2016년에 그리고 2016년에 그랬고 이거는 2020년에도 여기 시작하고 바이든 당선하고 연말 랠리.
Yeah, he thinks that he could perhaps bring peace to the Saudi Arabia Live Tour PGA matchup.
I love this story because it kind of ignores the fact that he had a very particular stance on the Live Golf versus.
살면서 영맨 노래 이렇게 많이 듣는 건 처음. 어제 끝나고도 영맨 노래 틀던데요. 공화당 쪽.
He thinks Elon Musk is going to help with it, which is even more interesting because exactly he thinks that Donald Trump and Elon Musk together will be a great team.
Politics makes for strange bedfellows, gotta say.
일론 머스크랑 이제 트럼프랑 팀 먹어가지고 결과를 이렇게 이뤄냈습니다.
No city is immune from financial challenges, but with assured guarantees municipal bond insurance, investors' bonds can be. Assured guarantee, a stronger bond.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations.
Asset classes rallying so heavily.
So it's pretty incredible. I mean, first of all, the results were incredible. It obviously raged on through the evening. But listen, the equity market. I mean, this was, if you think about the growth dynamics that are going to persist. You know, economy that's been already operating at a good level. The growth data that's going to continue to be good. You know, the propelling of the equity market's pretty incredible. And by the way, I mean, beneath the surface, the drop in volatility.
블랙락에서 채권 운용하는
Like you can own equities when
사람 인터뷰.
volatility drops. You can own some convexity in it. So that's been super exciting today. Obviously, the dollar, and then the shift to the yield curve has been pretty extraordinary. You know, we've been talking about on the show before. The front end of the curve, while yields are backed up, it still is carrying really well.
시장의 움직임이 엄청나다.
I think rightly so, moving, steepening out quite nicely.
I mean, did we just pour gasoline on the bull market and throw a match on it? I mean, what has actually happened here within the last, I don't know, 12 hours?
Yeah, so, I think the last time we were on the show, I said I don't really like multiples. But it feels like we're long and we like equities, but it feels like speeding down the highway to try and get to where you're going. It doesn't feel great, but it's probably going to keep going. And there are two things happening that I think are profound. One, the technicals in the equity market are extraordinary. The amount of cash that's out there, and you don't really have any sellers.
저번에 했던 말 똑같이 하네. 시장에 돈이 너무 많다. 블랙락은 꾸준하게 얘기하고 있는 게 시장에 돈이 너무 많다. 그래서 비중을 좀 줄이고 있다가 갑자기 많이 비중을 늘렸는데 이 하이웨이에 뒤쳐져 있다가 갑자기 밟은 것 같아서 느낌이 좀 그랬지만 잘 밟은 것 같다라고 얘기하고 있네. 야, 골드맨삭스 오늘 10% 이상 상승. 자, 금융주들 미쳤다 미쳤어.
Yeah, so I do. And by the way, it's just straight math.
오늘 몇 시까지 하냐고요? 오늘 아마 한 오전 7시까지 할 것 같아요. 일단 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐, 애플로 위한 실적 다 보고 해리스 연설 보고.
There's other ways to actually create spend that's got some velocity to it if it's spent on infrastructure, etc. If you create that paradigm, it's the only way that you can actually outrun the
금융주가
debt
진짜.
We got to do a couple things. We got to end up reducing the debt, the spend. We got to get the interest costs down, and then ultimately, if you grow fast enough, I mean, it's just straight math that you can actually. But it's the only way. I mean, quite frankly, it's the only way to do it. That's not a pernicious impact on the economy. This idea that we'll just aggressively cut spend, send the economy in a tailspin. It just you don't get there.
모건 스탠리, 골드맨삭스 10%. 소파이도 올랐나요? 소파이도 올랐을 겁니다. 3.9% 올랐네요.
All of that obviously has the possibility of leading to protracted inflation.
모건 스탠리도 10%일 겁니다. 네, 모건 스탠리 12%, 골드맨삭스 13%.
Maybe they're not going to cut even nearly as much as we thought because they're not going to be able to.
So here's the question. First of all, I think inflation, the descent of inflation.
연준이 금리 인하를 못할 것 같냐라고 질문하네.
Coming down much further or any further from here, no matter what. We think inflation is going to run in the mid twos for next year. So we think the descent of inflation has come down. So if you're the Federal Reserve today, you think about. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer in terms of, gosh, you got to get that funds rate down to 4. And if you get the funds right, so you do a 25 in November.
일단 금리를 4%까지 내려놓자가 먼저일 것 같다. 지금 금리가 4.75니까. 일단 지금 4.75에서 5인데 4.0까지 내려놓자가 우선일 것 같다라고 합니다.
But then it becomes, the question of do you execute the further cuts in the next year?
그러니까 한 3-4번 정도는 금리 인하를 더 하고 그 다음 생각할 것 같다. 배절들이 엔드게임 때문인가요? 그것 때문에 그 뭐지 리저브를 높게 가져가야 되는데 그거를 아마 낮게 낮춰줄 것 같아요.
Let's say you think, okay, well, it's up a lot, and I think it can go up actually a lot more. I'm thinking of things like the dollar, for example.
So yeah, I think the dollar, particularly against Europe, I think the dollar can keep moving. You think about what the central bank has to do in Europe, or the ECB has to do in terms of you got to get rate down a bit further. You think about, we don't know what's going to happen with regard to tariff and what's going to happen to growth there. So yeah, I do think that's got some more room to run. I think that, by the way, I think the one that's pretty incredible today is the high yield market.
달러는 조금 더 오를 것 같다. 달러가 떨어질 이유가 별로 없지.
Every time I go through the data on what we're going to spend on capex around technology, AI, data center, energy, like that, I mean, that is just a persistent demand that I think is, it's been a generation you've seen anything of that sort of ilk. So I'm not terribly surprised that continues to have a, in different forms, whether it's cloud, whether it's other parts of it. That I'm not terribly surprised about that. And financials.
완전 압승.
No, please. No, I think you've had. I mean, I was listening to your discussion on the financials. I like the financials, and I think you got a series of tailwinds in terms of what the shape of the curve is doing, what M&A. We talked about a bunch of that. By the way, I also think consumer financials, credit card, etc. is if you believe, this idea we're going to have a pernicious.
자, 이제 25분 남았습니다. 장마감 25분 전.
Well, those businesses, credit card businesses, etc. generate a lot of earnings, and that ROE I still think is priced reasonably.
네, 오늘 거시 경제 뉴스는 오후장엔 별로 없고 아까 30년물 채권 경매가 거의 끝이었습니다.
So. Listen, I mean, I think, emerging markets become interesting, when they get cheap enough. do we need to take a lot of risk in EM today? Not really. Is it, if you're getting plenty of yield in other parts of the market, do I need to take a lot of risk in emerging markets? So that part of the market, today I still think is, there's probably another point in time for investing in it. There are parts that I think are interesting. In equities, by the way, I do think that conversation earlier, I think India is interesting from an equity point of view. But anyway, that part of the market, listen, there's so many
어제
ways. If you're fixed
잠은
income,
엄청 조금밖에 못 잤는데 별로 피곤하지가 않네 아직. 도파민 때문인가?
and access to data in the equity market are going to continue to perform.
We'll leave it there. I appreciate you as always. Rick, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Scott.
Such a big day in these markets. That's Rick Reeder, BlackRock. Up next, former Fed Vice Chair Rich Clarida is back with us. He'll give us his forecast for tomorrow's decision by the Fed.
어제 밤샘 할 수도 있었을 듯. 그 트럼프 그거까지 들으면서.
Look at the major averages. We are back.
자, 수요일인가요? 네, 이제 와, 내일은 또 FOMC네.
1,500 points. Better than 3.5%. We're back on the bell after this.
That inflation is somehow derived from expectations, which is a new thing in the history of economic thought.
조금 더 길었으면 좋겠다 싶긴 했는데.
That they know exactly.
한 2시, 3시. 근데 만약 그렇게 되면 진짜 다음 오늘 방송에 영향이 있을 것 같아가지고.
Indeed, on its face, it seems as if it were inflationary, right? There is one, at least, bipartisan consensus in American politics, which is the deficit.
저 트럼프 연설까지 들은 스프링 차원이 본 것 같아요 그때.
Do you agree with that?
No, but both leading candidates, I was afraid one would be elected.
GEO라고 불법 이민자 잡아놓은 교도소 주식도 많이 올랐어요. 아, 그게 오늘 40%, 30%까지 올랐었습니다. GEO. 아, 이제 40%네. 어제 그러면 그 대선 때 막 폭동 일어나고 그러면 이게 또 민주가 될 수 있지 않을까. 그냥 민주가 됐습니다. 아니 그냥 실적 발표 잘 나오고 트럼프 테마도 있고 40% 상승.
Decently possible, does it in fact suggest there will be inflationary pressures? Now, that inflation in the past has, well, at least in the
퀄컴 ARM 실적 예상치 있나요? 퀄컴은 실적은 좀 약간 혼조세고 막 성장은 별로 없고 ARM은 성장 있고.
Well, at the time it took. This is in the 1970s.
Oh yeah, I just jumped ahead to 2020s.
So Jim, this move that we've seen in the yield curve.
트럼프 DJT는 끝나가는 걸까요? 알기가 어렵죠. 근데 끝나가는 추세긴 합니다. 지금 얼마예요? DJT 6% 오늘 혼전해 그냥. 앱스는 아예 얘기들도 없네요 이제. 앱스 예전에 얘기가 많았나요? 앱스 디지털 터바인 이거 AI 회사 AI 회사였나요 이게? 이게 막 많지는 않았던 것 같은데 8월 달에 실적 발표 오르고 계속 행보하다가 오늘 애플로비언 실적 발표 물어보는 분들 많던데 이거는 신고가 가고 있고. 아, 광고 회사였나요? 약간 AI를 이용해서 광고 회사였던 것 같은데. 앱스. DXYZ도 자간의 스페이스X도 보는 건가? 아마 그럴 거야. 네, DXYZ. 데스티니 테크 33%. 슈마컴 분봉 예뻐요. 슈마컴. 오. 야, 마이너스 17% 오늘 25? 더 내려갔나? 네, 거의 한 30%까지 떨어졌었네요. 슈마컴이. 와우. 옛날에 뱅브로님이요. 아, 앱스 벌써 한 3년 4년 됐네요. 야, 진짜 옛날이다. 진짜 옛날이네. 슈마컴 희망 있나요? 희망 네, 있네요. 네, 지금 좀 올라가는 거 보면. 그런데 이게 연장을 시킬지 뭐 연장은 한번 하겠죠. 아무래도 계획서를 제출해가지고 그것까지 안 하면 진짜 노답입니다. 이제 다음 주 빠르면 이번 주 내로 그 계획서를 제출해서 연기를 시키는 게 제일 좋을 것 같습니다. 슈마커는. 아니면 11월 20일인가 11월 그때 그 상장 폐지를 해야 되니까 빨리 내서 1월 20일까지 연기시키는 게 1월 달로 연기시키는 게 최우선. 오늘 올라간 건 장분이기 때문이냐고요? 오늘 트럼프 트레이드 그리고 정치적 불확실성 해결된 거랑 그리고 시장에 돈을 많이 풀 거를 예상해서 증시가 섹터별로 많이 올랐습니다. 특정 섹터는 떨어진 것도 있어요. 특히 경기 방어주들, consumer defensive 그냥 여기 박살이 났습니다. 2-3%, 5% 떨어진 것도 있고 토베코가 떨어진 건 아마 그 해리스 테마였던 것도 있을 거예요. 이 PM이 필립 모리스가. 그래서 특별히 더 빠지고 있고 타겟, 프록터 갬블, 뭐 콜게이트, 코카콜라, 펩시 경기 방어주들 엄청 떨어지고 이제 기술주들이 많이 올랐죠. 시장에 돈이 많이 들어올 거란 예상. 여기서 재조명되는 버크셔, 워런 버핏, 현금 쌓아두고 있는 워런 버핏. 그래도 오늘 금융주로 많이 벌었죠. 오늘 5%나 상승, 버크셔. 펠란티아 53.65 이쪽 섹터들이 또 오늘 초록종. 눈 멀겠다 이거. 이렇게 초록초록한 건 한 4개월, 5개월 만이네요. 반도체들.
Some very smart people are opining on it, including Larry Fink of BlackRock, who says you can get out.
오늘 30년 채권 경매 이렇게 나왔습니다. 채권 경매 전 4.630%였네. 경매 후 4.605%. 이제 내일 FOMC가 있습니다. FOMC. 자, 이제 장마감 18분 전이고요. TMF 들어가도 될까요? 입 벌리고 있는데. 다음 인플레이션 나올 때까지는 좀 참을성 있게 기다리는 게 괜찮을 것 같은데요. 만약에 인플레이션이 또 올라간다는 얘기 나오면 이거 4.5%는 금방 올라갈 것 같습니다. 10년물. 그럼 또 TLT가 88까지 또 바라볼 수 있어요. 84? 84는 내일 모레 금리 인하랑 동결 퍼센티지가 어떻게 될까요? 금리 인하는 25bp 할 예상이고 98% 정도 됩니다. 메타만 날아가네. 빅7 중에서 메타랑 애플이 오늘 좀 부진합니다. 애플은 왜 떨어지는지 모르겠어요. 애플 왜 떨어지지? 생각나는 건 워렌 버핏이 팔고 있다 밖에는. Tariff. Trump tariff are coming, but CEO insists they are prepared. 관세 때문에 좀 어렵다라는 얘기도 있고요. 아이폰 AI. 관세랑 달러 강세 때문에 애플이 좀 부진한 것 같습니다. 굳이 끼워 맞춰보면. 자, 이제 장마감 15분 남았습니다. 장마감 15분 전. 매수는 계속해서 들어오고 있고요. 이제 곧 장마감합니다. 해리스 지금 대기 중이고 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 곧 나오고.
Elon Musk retain his role at SpaceX and Tesla, let alone all the other companies at the helm of. Neither of those boards or any of its members have replied to me. I'm sorry about that, Scarlett. But I think what I'm hearing from sources is that this would be advisory, right? It would be an informal role that Musk does, rather than President-elect Trump sending up some kind of new federal institution or government body that's literally called the Department of Government Efficiency. If that were to be the case, then we don't know the answer, but you'd expect questions would need to be asked about whether Musk could maintain or legally be allowed to have the role of a public company CEO.
Yeah, I mean, he said on the campaign trail that he could take $2 trillion out of government spending, right, Ed? I mean, are we looking at something like what he did at Twitter in that case?
Yes, well, you will have seen overnight that Musk posted an image, seemed to be AI generated or superimposed, of him holding a sink in the Oval Office, a reference to a similar post he made after completing the Twitter acquisition with the caption, "Let that sink in." So maybe that's analogous. But remember as well, like, there's a policy discussion here. Yeah. What did Musk say on Tesla's last earnings call?
All good points. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow, thank you so much for giving us the latest here on Elon Musk and what happens next at the helm of Tesla. Tesla shares, nevertheless.
선런 봐주세요. 너무 내려요. 이것도 회계 조작 같은 건지. 선런은 해리스 당선이 안 되면서 떨어지고 있는 겁니다. 그래도 30%인데 너무 빠진 거 아니냐고요? 이제 보조금 뭐 그런 것도 없고 한데 뭐 어떡하겠어요. 선런 그리고 그 올랐었습니다. 해리스가 당선이 될 거로 생각하고 올랐다가 빠진 거라서 20% 올랐던 거를 또 빼느라 더 빠지는 것처럼 보입니다. 20% 올랐다가 30% 빠져서. 근데 실제로는 횡보하던 구간에서는 얼마 안 빠졌습니다. 횡보하던 구간에서는 17%밖에 안 빠졌어요. 17%, 17%밖에죠. 지금 아이클린이랑 그 태양광 섹터가 11% 빠지고 있으니까. 구글은 왜 올랐을까요? 구글은 자 이제 장마감 13분 전이고 한 방 더 위로 나옵니다. 구글은 그 트럼프가 반독점법 막아줄 거라는 기대감에 올랐습니다.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is
그렇게 까다가 왜 막아주는지 모르겠지만 그렇게 기사들이 있더라고요. 그런 기사들이 있더라고요.
average for the whole of the euro area is 10.6%, and the latest reading we had in for the inflation in
25bp 100%네요. 100%인가요? 100%는 아닐걸요. 90 몇 퍼센트, 99 막 98, 99.1% 확률로 25bp 금리나 보고 있습니다. 내일.
Venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people are optimistic about then. The fact is we built essentially from scratch, you know, with lots of supporters, a really mind-blowing level of innovation against emissions. And, you know, in the last 9 years, that's gone better than I would have expected. So only now could you even, you know, plausibly be optimistic about the path of emissions. And someone who said, hey, nobody's ever scaled things up very like this speed that we knew to before, they're welcome to.
근데 해리스가 나올 때마다 항상 약간 팝송 같은 거 보면 노래 선정하는 사람이 흑인인가? 네, 흑인일 겁니다. 노래 스타일이 항상 이렇게 팝이야. 랩 팝. 좋네요, 노래. 자, 이제 10분 뒤에 나올 예정이고요. 자, 이제 장마감 10분 전입니다. 10분 마감 변동성. 자, 이제 나오고요. 장 끝나고 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 실적 발표. 그리고 해리스 연설. 오잉 DJ야? 노래 바뀌는 게 스무스한데? 그러니까 졌는데 이런 노래를 좀 너무 개인 취향 아니야 이거? 고개 끄덕이는 애들 한 명도 없음. 사람들 한 명도 없음. 여기 학생들이 많을 겁니다. 아이고 데니님.
22년도부터 방송 잘 보고 있어요. 테슬라
아,
600일절
야.
기념으로 처음 사봅니다.
아이고 감사합니다. 큰 후원. 테슬라 콜옵션 600% 익절. 와우. 오늘 테슬라 몇 퍼센트 올랐어요? 15%의 콜옵션이 야 700%. 다음 주 마감하는 것도 400%. 야. 자, 대박이다. 주인공이시군요. 아이고 감사합니다. 데니님. 아이고 딸기쫄도 딱 알맞게 하셨네. 좀 떨어지는 게. 자, 그 수익으로 많이 또 굴리시기 바랍니다. 화이팅! 자, 이제 8분 남았습니다. 장마감 8분 전. 어, 뭐야?
Indicate that there's alarm over the rising debt levels.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, I would say both.
나는 조금이요 유.
아이고 SM님 감사합니다. 아니 SM님 화이팅. 좀 여태까지 본 걸로 의하면 약간 좀 느리신 것 같은데 그 분석이 그래도 열심히 하시니까 네. 또 계속 질문 있으시면 해주시고요. 네, 화이팅. 약간 얘기하려고 하다가 말았거든요. 쌤님 아까 질문하셨을 때 이 선런 질문하셨을 때 여러 번 질문들을 지켜본 결과 맞아요. 아 알고 네, 쌤님 또 계속 화이팅 하시고요. 아이온큐 실적 발표 바로 이어지냐고요? 아마 한 15분 내로 나올 겁니다. 장 끝나고 올라오는 대로 바로 올려드릴게요. 내일 FOMC냐고요? 네, 내일 FOMC입니다. 야, 비트 오른 것 봐. 비트 장마감 전에 매수 확 들어옵니다. 3대 지수는 좀 빠지긴 한데 야, 거래량 또 엄청나요. S&P 거래량. 장마감 30분 전부터 이 엄청 두 배 늘고 있습니다. 두세 배까지 가는 것 같은데. 속스 저항선에서 매도 좀 나오고 이제 장마감 5분 변동성까지 3초 남았습니다. 2, 1, 5분 변동성. 테슬라 15% 상승. 자, 5분 변동성 나오고 있습니다. 속스 고점에서 좀 떨어지고 있는데 그래도 8% 상승했고요. 메타랑 애플이 음전되네요. 메타랑 애플이 음전으로 갑니다. 이렇게 진한 초록색에서 이 누리끼리하게 이 애플이랑 메타가 관망을 좀 망치네요. 이쪽도 초록하면 이제 깔끔한데 애플이랑 메타가 관망을 좀 망치고 있습니다. 야, 비트 고개 드는 거 보세요. 76,400. 야, 이거 10만 가는 거 아니야? 야, 이 규제랑 이제 정책이랑 그런 것들을 비트코인으로 좀 잘해줄 거라는 기대감에. 일단 다음은 8만입니다. 8만. 다음 정착지는 일단 8만까지 가려가는 중.
Qualcomm will provide a good gauge on smartphone sales, where analysts are expecting the company to generate over $6 billion in quarterly sales, up about 12% year over year. However, the state of its relationship with Apple will be key amid growing concerns that over time Apple could potentially pull away from Qualcomm to design its 5G chips. Ahead of this report, JP Morgan did cut its price target on the stock to 195.
아마존도 잘 간다. 아마존도 4%나 뛰고 있습니다. 그 중에서 테슬라가 제일 눈에 띄어요. 테슬라 14.6, 구글, 엔비디아, 그리고 금융주들이 진짜 미쳤고 12%. 야. 이런 건 진짜 보기 어렵습니다. 저렇게 많이 오른 거. 진짜 이런 커다란 특별한 4년 만에 있는 이벤트 정도는 있어야 저렇게 움직이는데. 12%. 아, 이 JP 모건 옵션 보면 딱 나옵니다. 옵션 보면 예상 못한 거니까. 아, 이거 보세요. 47,900%. 이게 뭐야? 16,200, 2만%. 200배. 200. 그만큼 예상을 안 했다는 거죠. 자, 장마감 2분 남았습니다. 야, 10만 불 넣었으면 200배면 와, 20밀리언? 만 불 넣었으면 20만. 아, 2밀리언 달러네. 10만 넣었으면. 아니지. 만 불 넣었으면 200배면 와. 자, 이제 장마감 1분 남기 10초 전이고요. 자, 애플은 계속 떨어집니다. 이 전망을 계속 좀 자, 음전, 메타 음전.
Perhaps a little bit more of a deregulatory environment.
If nothing else, I mean, the Larry Fink op-ed may just reset the narrative in a different way about the possibilities of dealing with the deficit in the next, couple of years, in which it was viewed largely as well. I don't know how you're going to deal with this. It's only going to become a problem.
But it was always semantics in my view. In other words,
일본도 이제 환율 관련해서 뭐 얘기 나오네요. 금융감독원 외국 암호화폐네. 암호화폐 거래소가 붕괴될 경우 국내 자산을 해외로 빼돌리는 것을 막기 위해 법적 규제를 도입할 방침. 자, 이제 장마감 10초 남았습니다. 장마감 10초 전. 자, 역사적인 순간입니다. 역사적인 상승과 이 트럼프 트레이드. 장마감합니다. 자, 이제 실적 발표 대기 중이고요. 퀄컴, ARM, 아이온큐 실적 발표 남아 있습니다. 그래도 오늘 TLT 완전 떨어지진 않았네요. 30년 채권 경매 덕분에. 자, 퀄컴 대기. 퀄컴 장 끝나자마자 매수가 들어오고 있습니다. 자, 실적 발표 내용 올라오는 거 있으면 올려드리겠습니다. 자, 끝나자마자 오르고 있고, 그리고 ARM, 아이온큐 올려놓겠습니다. 비트코인, S&P 대신 아이온큐 잠깐 해놓자. 자, 퀄컴 매출 예상치 상회했습니다. 10.5 빌리언에서 11.3 빌리언 나왔는데 예상치 거의 상회고요. 10.54 빌리언이면 안 나오나. 예상치 상회 했습니다.
So interesting right now you're seeing the stock unchanged, which I am scratching my head. There you go. It's up 6% here.
6% 상승. 자, ARM은 아직까지 안 나오고 있고 퀄컴은 실적 발표 나왔습니다. 이 전망 예상치 상회했고 매출 비트.
Yeah, let's look at some more of these headlines. The company sees first quarter revenue 10.5 billion to 11.3 billion dollars. Estimates were
approves new 바이백도 합니다. 퀄컴 바이백도 발표했습니다.
stock repurchase plan. Fourth quarter adjusted earnings per share also coming in
퀄컴
above estimates at $2.69
바이백 그리고 전망 상회.
Fourth quarter adjusted revenue also coming in above estimates.
매출 상회.
billion estimates are for $9.91 billion. Stock up right now 10%.
네, 실적 잘 내놓고 바이백까지 합니다. 약간 엔비디아 같은 느낌으로 실적 잘 내놓고 바이백까지. 자, 분위기 좋고요. ARM은 2.7% 오르고 있는데 아직까지 ARM 소식은 없습니다. 애플은 아직까지 안 움직이네. 퀄컴이랑 좀 연관이 있을 텐데. 야, 10% 상승. 드디어 횡보하다가 올라가요. 네, 횡보하다가 드디어 올라갑니다. 이 퀄컴이 전망이 굉장히 부진했습니다. 이렇게 주식도 계속 횡보했었고 10% 올라서 이제 얼마요? 191? 네, 191. 여기 갭 상승합니다. 네, 퀄컴 갭 상승. 자, ARM 떨어지고 있습니다. ARM 전망이 예상치에 부합해서 나왔고요. 전망 EPS 예상치 부합. 매출 예상치 부합. 부합하는 정도로 나왔습니다. EPS는 예상치 상회했고 매출은 예상치 상회했고 둘 다 예상치를 상회했지만 전망이 예상치만큼만 나왔습니다. ARM 매출 EPS 상회 그리고 전망 부합. 그냥 예상치 전망 부합하면서 이게 문제죠. 그 퀄컴은 기대가 별로 없었는데 잘 나오면서 오르고 ARM은 기대가 있었는데 전망이 부진하진 않았지만 부합하면서 떨어지고 있습니다. 자, 아이온큐도 좀 오르고 있는데 아이온큐 소식 전달되는 게 있으면 올려드리겠습니다.
Show me the money, show me the results, and maybe it's not living up to the expectations because you've got ARM holding now down about 5% lower in the aftermarket. The company's still saying it sees fiscal year adjusted EPS of $1.45 to $1.65. Bit of a
자, 퀄컴이 인수한다는 얘기가 있습니다. 퀄컴이 쿠이비테크라는 양자 네트워킹 분야 회사를 인수한다고 합니다. 아이온큐 인수 소식이 나오면서 주가가 좀 오르고 있고요. 자, 아직 실적 발표 내용은 올라오는 게 없습니다. 자, 올라오면 바로 올려드리겠습니다. 아, 앱스요. 앱스는 어디나 또 QQQ 대신 앱스로 해놓을까? F인가요? 앱스인가요? 앱스인가? 네, 앱스 5% 상승. ARM 방금 봤고. 네, 아이온큐는 아직까지 실적 발표는 안 보이고 앱스 디지털 터바인. 이런 작은 회사들은 이게 바로 올라오지가 않아가지고 보기가 어렵네. 네, 앱스는 아직 안 보이고요. 네, 아이온큐 인수하는 거랑 이제 매출 상회. 네, 아이온큐 실적이 나오고 있습니다. 일단 매출은 상회. 예상 10밀리언, 실제 12밀리언. EPS는 하회. 네, EPS 손실이 더 커졌습니다. EPS 하회. 손실 커짐. 자, 또 소식이 있으면 올려드리겠습니다. 자, 아이온큐 회사 인수, 매출 상회, EPS 하회.
4.28 to 4.35 billion dollars. Analysts were looking for somewhere in the neighborhood of 4.23 billion, so that is also a better than expected outlook. Free cash flow for the full year of 2024 is expected to exceed $650 million. And look at the reaction of the stock price.
자, 앱스는 안 보이네요. 앱스는 아직까지 올라오는 게 없습니다. 5% 뛰고 있긴 한데 실적이 안 보이네. 리프트 실적 발표 나오고 16% 뛰고 있습니다. 매출 상회했고요. 질로우도 실적 후 오르고 그냥 다 오릅니다. 자, 리프트가 크게 오르고 있어요. 리프트 16%, 20% 뛰고 있습니다. 얘가 계속 눌리고 있다가 중소형주이기도 하고 매출을 높이 나오면서 오르고 있고. 질로 매출 상회했습니다. 질로 매출 상회, 멘탈 쪽으로도 상회했고, 모게지 매출 예상치 크게 상회했고, 39밀리언 예상치가 33밀리언이었는데, 네, 질로도 실적 잘 나왔습니다. 매출 쪽에서 잘 나왔어요. 매출 쪽.
CEO Jeremy Waxman saying that 17 total revenue growth year over year says that they had another strong quarter.
Harris 아직 안 나오고 있습니다.
Strategy to serve renters, buyers, sellers, agents, and the broader residential real estate industry.
퀄컴 12% 상승. 바이백.
All right, guys. Certainly a couple of names, and those big chip ones are chip related. We're going to keep an eye on. Again, Qualcomm up about 7.5% in the aftermarket, and keeping an eye on ARM Holding as well, which is down about 2.6%. So some earnings here on this Wednesday. All right, guys, that's our cross-platform coverage. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals.
Okay.
We call it Beyond the Bell. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
ARM은 매출, EPS 상회, 전망 부합. 퀄컴 자사주 매입, 전망 매출 상회.
We want to bring in now Angelo Zeno. He is senior equity analyst at CFRA for a little bit more context on what we're seeing with these companies. And Angelo, welcome to the close. I want to start with Qualcomm. And Vani was telling us earlier about this rosy forecast from Qualcomm, particularly when it comes to sales in China. The smartphone market rebounding there, and Qualcomm's outlook for China, sales of Android-based phones increased 40% in the fiscal year. 40% for anything in China is eye-grabbing.
퀄컴이 중국 쪽에서 매출이 많이 올랐다는 얘기도 있네요.
definitely the numbers were strong here. Top line, I think, grew about 18%. We were looking for about 15% growth, and that translated to better than expected earnings. But to your point, the performance that they're seeing on the Android side of things, kind of inside of China, clearly we're seeing a nice recovery.
중국에 있는 안드로이드 휴대폰에 퀄컴이 많이 들어가고 있다고 합니다. 중국에 있는 안드로이드 휴대폰 수요. 애플 18% 상승, 애플 18% 상승하고 있습니다. 매출 전망이 좋았네요. 전망 좋고 이번 실적도 잘 나왔고 애플도 계속 떨어지고 있었는데 자 오늘의 실적 위너 퀄컴, 애플 그리고 리프트입니다. 20%씩 오르고 있고 리프트, 애플, 퀄컴 10% 가까이 상승. 애플 매출 77, 예상치 43, 매출 301, 301 그리고 290명.
On November 19th, we are going to get a lot of details in terms of their diversification strategy. Automotive, Internet of Things did very,
애플 장난 아니네요. 애플도 오르고 있나요? 야, 애플 20%. 네, 애플도 20% 오르고 있네요. 애플로비안, 리프트, 엘프 전부 20%. 자, 테슬라가 장 끝나고 매도 좀 나오지만 뭐 그냥 변동인 것 같습니다.
So Angelo, does the prospect of a Donald Trump presidency bring back into the conversation at all a potential Intel acquisition?
리프트랑
I mean, listen, that's a tough one. I mean, when we kind of look, just even though you've kind of seen some nice gains here out of Qualcomm after hours, and it definitely boosts their market cap a bit here. That's a tough one to kind of gobble up if you're Qualcomm. I mean, in terms of kind of how dilutive that is going to be for shareholders out there, I still find it to be a pretty big reach for Qualcomm to go out there after Intel. I mean, listen, a Trump presidency.
네, 소형주들 파티입니다. 중소형주들의 파티. 야, 근데 애플가 여기서 20%를 더 오르네요. 와, 대박이네.
To get in my view. So I don't know if necessarily this kind of changes the whole kind of potential Qualcomm actually realistically being able to complete an acquisition of Intel at this point in time for a number of reasons. One, regulatory, two, does it make financial sense for Qualcomm? But
토tal revenue 1240에서 1260million.
Coverage universe, does the Trump presidency have major implications? What's the biggest one?
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of implications when you kind of think about.
해리스는 한 30분 정도는 늦을 것 같긴 합니다. 4시에 정시에 나오는 걸로 되어 있긴 한데 좀 늦네요. 앱스도 실적 발표라고요? 아니, 왜 이렇게 헷갈려? 앱스도 실적이고 앱도 실적 발표라고요? 티커가 굉장히 비슷해가지고 근데 일단 앱스는 별 움직임이 없고 애플로비언이 실적 발표 후 뛰고 있습니다.
More for trade tactics out there, but there's a lot of moving parts here as far as the Trump situation is concerned. I'd say on a net basis it is a positive, but I think there's going to be kind of a lot of gyrations that you're going to have to sit through if you are an investor on the semiconductor side of things.
퀄컴 또 다 잘 나왔고 자사주 매입 전망 매출 상회 중국에 있는 안드로이드 휴대폰의 수요가 좋고 중국 쪽도 좋고.
Compare and contrast that with what we heard from Qualcomm.
Yeah, so we do have a buy recommendation on Qualcomm, a hold on ARM, and a big reason for that is just the valuation disconnect. When you kind of look at Qualcomm, it's about 12 times on our 2026 estimate. When you look at ARM,
매출
it's
상회
an extremely full valuation, about 16 times our 2026 estimate. So the bar was extremely high going into the print. They didn't necessarily, I think, meet kind of the high expectations going into it. When you kind of look at the fundamental picture here for ARM, I'd say it definitely is the visibility.
앱스는 현재 1% 움직이고 있고요. 실적은 아직 안 나오는 것 같습니다. 실적 내용은 아직 없습니다. ARM 홀딩스 많이 떨어지나요? ARM 5% 하락. ARM 또 실적 발표 나오고 있는데 매출이랑 수익률은 예상치 상회했는데 주가 떨어지고 있습니다. ARM이 매출 EPS 상회했고 전망은 부합했어요. 그래서 5% 하락하고 있습니다. 퀄컴은 기대감이 별로 없었는데 잘 나와줘서 10% 뛰고 있고요. 그래서 ARM을 보면 이 전망이 꽤 높았습니다. 이 매출 EPS, 주당 순이익 EPS 그 전망이랑 매출 전망이랑 이렇게 계속 상승하고 있죠. 근데 전망을 그냥 그럭저럭 다음에도 이 예상한 만큼 나올 것 같다. 이게 올라가진 않았습니다. 그래서 높은 예상을 더 잘 나오지 못하고 떨어지고 있다고 보면 됩니다. 그리고 퀄컴은 예상이 좀 부진했어요. 예상은 낮았습니다. 성장, EPS 성장 두나 약하고 매출 성장도 약하고 그런데 이 전망도 높이고 매출도 잘 나오고 자사주 매입까지 하면서 퀄컴 10% 가까이 뛰고 있고요.
Two companies that reported in after-hours trade. We also have Zillow and Lyft reporting results, and those stocks are moving to the upside.
Zillow, Lyft 나오고 오르고.
18%, and of course, this is a stock that has underperformed, has really lagged behind in 2024. Fourth quarter gross bookings beating analyst estimates, so that strong outlook, thanks to record trips, is driving that stock price higher.
And Zillow as well, higher by almost 6% now. Beat estimates.
11월 6일
made up for home sales. Apparently, that's the core business, which is selling marketing services to real estate agents. That had been under pressure, of course, since higher.
네, IR에 아직까지 업데이트가 없습니다. 디지털 털바이는 아직까지 저희 웹사이트 업데이트가 없어요. 조용합니다. ARM과 퀄컴 분쟁이 있었지 않았나요? 그거에 대한 내용은 실적 발표 때는 없었습니다. 어닝스 콜 때 얘기를 할 수도 있어요. Second quarter profit. 해리슨 연설 몇 시인가요? 해리슨은 6시에 나와야 되는데 아직까지 안 나오고 있습니다.
But we still don't have the full outcome. We have obviously most of the Senate and we have the presidency. We don't have the House yet.
We don't have the House yet. So to that end, let's bring in Kelly Lyons and Joe Matthew. They are the co-hosts of Balance of Power. And of course, they've been up for the last, I want to say, 48 hours covering the election. But Kelly, just give us a roundup of what we know about the House and how far away we are from knowing the makeup of the House.
Well, there's really going to be just a handful of calls we have yet to get, a lot of them coming from the western states that could decide the majority, but it is not looking decisive either way as to whether or not Republicans can hold on to that majority or Democrats are able to flip the chamber. But given what we have seen with the Republican turnout at the other levels and the other areas on the ballot with a flipping of the Senate, some of those seats still too close to call as well.
자, QQQ로 바꿔놓겠습니다. QQQ SPY DIA Qualcomm.
Michigan, and of course, overall at the presidential level, we do not yet have results called for Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. Those together would mean 20 more electoral votes for Donald Trump. He is leading in those states right now, and that would put him well
이제 해리스 승복 연설만 보고 끄면 될 것 같습니다.
And then just in general, now quite a red sweep, perhaps, Joe, but very, very close.
Pretty darn close. I think our
네,
colleague no stranger to this program called it a red
30분까지 넣는 건
which I think
오케이.
is the way a lot of Democrats feel this morning, saying they went to bed last night thinking they lived in a different country because we saw constituencies that would typically favor the Democrat in many cases warm up to Donald Trump. Not overwhelming, but when you see
30만 명 기다리고 있네.
voting for the Republican in this way, Latino families, by the way, broke almost down the middle, despite all the hubbub after Madison Square Garden and the United States.
Did they not make a playlist for if she's lost? 지면 뭐 어떤 노래 틀지 플레이리스트 안 만들어놨나 이런 질문하네. 그러니까 이 좋아요. 노래가 좀
extending the Trump tax cuts in a way that we would not have otherwise.
And of course, we are showing you live.
네, 지금 노래 이딴 거 나오고 있습니다. 지금 졌는데. 좀 so much class. 댓글. The music. 애들 다 노래가 이 뭐냐 하면서 얘기하네. 똑같구만. 노래 좀 바꾸지. 좀. 자, 이제 실적은 다 나왔습니다. 지금 카말라 해리스 기다리고 있고요. 채권 어떻게 되나? 채권은 별 움직임 없네요. 오케이. 정신없다 노래가 좀 정신이 없네요. DJ가 있는 것 같아요. 여기에 DJ가 노래를 선정해 주는 것 같은데 이렇게 스무스하게 트랜지션 되는 거 보면 젊은 감성이라 그런가? 여기 그 대학교라서 좀 젊은 감성이라 그런가? 네. 노래가 좀 그 욕도 있고 아이온큐 실적 부탁드립니다. 회사 인수하고 매출 상회, EPS 상회했습니다. 아이온큐. 네, 이것도 뭐 미국의 문화죠. Song fits her perfectly. 누가 노래 틀고 있냐? This music, this music is insane. 가상현실인가 이런 댓글도 있고. Can someone translate this music? 예. 이게 힙송이라 그런지 가사가 해리스 당선된 줄 아는 거 아님? 자, 나오나? 자, 손뼉 네, 환호하고 있습니다. 아, 여기 저기 러닝메이트 나왔네. 저분 이름 또 기억이 잘 안 나요. 최근에 나와가지고 벤스는 약간 벤스 하도 그 노이즈가 많아가지고 벤스 이름 기억나는데 완전 대패죠 대패. 근데 노래 진짜 정신 나가겠다 이거. 이제 좀 줄이네. 오케이. 그쵸. 왈츠.
Please welcome the Vice President of the United States.
나옵니다. 이것도 역사적인 장면이네요. 자, 어제 밤에 나왔어야 되는데 하루 연기시켜서 지금 나왔습니다. 앞당겨서.
Thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today.
그 음성이 약간 음향이 약간
You have placed in me.
이걸로 봅시다. 이게 더 낫다.
The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up and as long as we keep fighting.
우리가 원하는 결과는 아니지만 계속 이렇게 파이트하면
To my beloved Doug and our family,
불꽃은 꺼지지
I love you so
않는다.
very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. Give up. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary
졌지만 잘
team,
싸웠다. 뭐 그런 거
to the
하고 있고요.
volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran and the way we ran it. Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election.
인정해야 된다고 합니다.
Earlier today, I spoke with President
오늘의
Trump,
그 결과를
congratulating him on his
인정해야
victory.
된다라고 합니다.
I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
그리고 평화로운
A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny.
아이고 목소리가
And
좀
anyone who
갈라지네요.
seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States.
대통령이나 한 인물의 그
And loyalty to our conscience and to our
충의를
God.
주는 것보다
My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say,
미국의
while I
헌법에
concede this
충의를 둬야 된다.
election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
일단 제일 중요한 오늘의 결과를 인정하고 평화로운 전환을 해야 된다라고 합니다.
The fight for
이게 제일
freedom,
중요한 거예요.
for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is...
여기 대학교라서 young people.
To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win.
약간 그 결과에 승복하고 결과를 인정하고 평화로운 전환을 해야 되는데 아직까지 계속하자. 이런 내용입니다.
You have power. You have power.
민주당의 그 코어
When anyone tells you something
브리프를
is impossible
위에서
because it has never
계속
been done before.
싸우자라는 그런 내용입니다. 언제부터 대통령 업무 시작되나요? 1월 20일인가? 네, 1월 다음 내년 1월 달부터 이제 백악관에 들어가면서 진행됩니다.
And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves.
네, 1월 20일, 1월
This is a
20일에
time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand.
오히려 이번 연설이 더 좋다고요? 선거 연설 때는 갑자기 좀 뜬금없이 막 그 트럼프 막 공격하고 그런 게 있었죠. 트럼프랑 막 트럼프가 하는 것처럼 비슷하게 해가지고 좀 이게 뭐지 싶었긴 한데 오늘은 이제 Harris 다운 그런 연설을 하네요.
And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history. True of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing.
자, 어두움에 들어가는 것처럼 느끼겠지만 어두움이 있어야 이제 별빛이 있다 이런 얘기를 하네요.
Of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light.
이제 여러분들이 수많은 별들이 되어 주세요.
Of faith.
입니다.
Of truth and service. HU. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
연설 끝났고요. 이것도 좀 짧다. 10분 연설하고 갑니다. 11분 정도 연설했네요. 그래도 뭐 일단 주요 메시지는 오늘의 결과를 인정하고 평화로운 전환을 하자. 이게 하이라이트입니다. 네, 이렇게 해리스의 장이 접어드네요. 챕터 끝났습니다. 자, 이제 1월 20일에 트럼프가 오피스에 들어갑니다. 이제 시간이 좀 남았긴 한데 그 전에 정책이나 뭐 그런 것들을 다 준비해놓겠죠. 오케이. 자, 그럼 전 여기까지 방송하고 방송 종료 5분 뒤에 하겠습니다. 오늘 수고 많으셨고 내일 FOMC 있으니까 내일 FOMC 별일 없을 것 같긴 한데 일단 25bp 금리 인하를 98%, 99%로 보고 있습니다. 그 기자회견이 좀 중요할 것 같아요. 별일 없을 것 같긴 한데 일단 오늘 증시 굉장히 많이 올랐고 금융주들, 빅테크들 축포를 띄웠습니다. 그리고 비트코인 신고가, 3대 지수 모두 신고가인 상황에서 오늘 장 마감했습니다. 자, 수고 많으셨고 내일 장 시작하기 1시간 전에 뵙겠습니다. 시청해주셔서 감사드리고 내일 뵙겠습니다. 좋은 하루 보내세요.
I asked him about the prediction markets, and he said that he thinks it's going to be quite exciting. In an incredibly long time in American politics, though a lot could change in 4 years. So we'll have to see her next steps. And if that also is in some ways a suggestion that the fight for a female president of the United States is one that ultimately will be won as well.
All right, fantastic insight there. Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew, Balance of Power hosts. And of course, they will be back at the top of the next hour. But this is the close, and we do want to give you a quick recap of how markets closed on the day. Euphoria over the election results, at least in the equity market. You can see there the S&P 500, biggest rally since November of 2022, and in fact, its best post-election day ever. And the Russell 2000, an even better performance, up almost 6%. Yields surging. The sell-off in treasuries continue, mainly as analysts tell us on the reflection that they see the economy growing faster. And Bitcoin, which Ronnie has pointed out, is a proxy for the Trump trade, climbing almost 10%. This is the close on Bloomberg.